Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV. Man, it feels great to be back. Happy Tuesday. Today is September 2nd, 2025, and this is the opening call. I'm Coach Jay. Got some friends here with me. Got John the Goat Hoagland and Coach Vince, Vinny Two Ticks. How we doing today, guys?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Feeling ready for the week. Had an extra day off this weekend. Rested and ready. Markets are moving. We got a lot going on here. It's going to be an interesting, challenging, and as always, hopefully a profitable week for everybody. Jay, how you doing? I understand you did a little moving this weekend.
Did a little moving this weekend, Hogue. So I've been busy. It was a busy weekend for sure. Settling into a new place. And if you hear any background noise, chat, it's because I'm still waiting for furniture to be delivered. Furniture does not get delivered on holiday weekends. So uh, we're still working through some things over here, but doing pretty good. Doing pretty good, Hogue. Can't complain.
Good, good. Vince, Coach Vince, how you doing, man? Vinny Tutix is with us.
Yeah, doing well. I had a nice long weekend. Could use an extra day or two, but definitely got in some R&R that was much needed. And excited about these charts. I mean, markets seem to be moving, so I'm excited to see what we got cooking coming into this week. Summer trading is coming to an end here, so it's going to be exciting.
Well,
Absolutely. So let's get right into it. Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
We'll be looking at that opening range trade in crude oil, gold and crude oil. I'm assuming we're just going to go with the 5 minute. I don't think we got the poll up there, but pretty much every time we poll everybody, it's 5 minutes. So we'll do that.
Is it dealer's choice today, Hogue? If we don't vote, can we just choose the 1 minute? Is that how that works?
We could.
We
could
could
go with a 3.
Gold.
I was right 30 seconds.
Yeah, let's do it. There we go. Ethan in the chat says 1 minute. We did have gold, some news in gold real quick before we choose that. We do have a couple minutes before this. Actually, it's open now. Time like the present, Hogue. What are we doing? 1 or 5? Your call.
Let's just do the 5. That seems to be
Stick with the 5.
the chat's choice. So we'll do the 5.
Here we go, chat. This one's for you. Let's get some news out in gold here. We got gold prices touched a new record high on Tuesday as bullion's long-standing safe haven appeal was burnished by wagers of U.S. interest rate cuts and murkiness around the U.S. President Donald Trump's trade tariffs. Gold hitting all-time highs. Broader metal prices also notched strong gains, with silver surging to a near 14-year high, while platinum remained in sight of an 11-year high. This came as the dollar sank to a 5-week low on expectations of falling U.S. borrowing costs. Spot gold surged 0.8% to a record high of $35.0854 an ounce, while gold futures for December hit a peak of $35.7820. Where are we trading right now, Hogue?
35.48.80.
48.80.
Yep.
When do we hit all-time highs? I was on slow markets with Dakota last night, and we thought it was going to happen last night. That thing just did not stop going. We were talking about it. How do you get into a trade like that? It can be difficult, but you buy it, set a reasonable stop right below a swing, and just hold on for the ride. But a little bit of a pullback here, so maybe presenting some opportunities for traders to get in before that all-time high.
Okay, we have a relatively sizable opening range, it looks like. 52.40, 38 tick opening range. We'll be looking to take 5 micros, breaking out of either side of this opening range. Opening range is expanding as we speak. About just under 3 minutes left before we jump into this trade.
1 minute triggered a long there.
Yes. Because yesterday was a non-settlement day, it screws up my profiles. Makes me crazy.
So
Yeah.
Your profiles go all the way back to Friday, Hogue?
Yeah, they include yesterday's session, which, very low volume, not a lot going on there, but they just continue on yesterday's regular trading hour session profile because it's a non-settlement day. And we'll talk about that more on the charts.
Absolutely. Dakota and I were talking about, we talk about all the time, it's holiday trading, maybe no one's around, but, a big part of the move in gold happened Sunday night into Monday morning, where most of us in the US were probably saying, it's a holiday weekend, I'm not going to trade. But we know that these futures markets are global markets and Labor Day is only a US based holiday. Seeing that rally on Sunday night, there's a ton of opportunity for traders to trade here. Looking at gold, last trade,
Probably,
35. Go ahead, Hope.
I was just going to say, probably part of that move was somewhat exacerbated by the fact that it was Sunday night and there was very little liquidity in the market. So moves tend to extend on that. But it was a pretty decent move, I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. 35, 50, 10 last trade in gold here. We are looking at that 5-minute opening range trade. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. Thank you for joining. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. What we're looking at is the opening range trade in gold. We usually poll the chat. Chat usually votes for a 5-minute, so we're going to wait for this 5-minute candle to close. Once it closes, we'll be looking to take a trade in the direction of the break. So if it breaks to the upside, we're long. If it breaks to the downside, we're short. Sometimes it's the trade of the day, right, Coach Vince? Sometimes we see that opening range trade and we hold it for the entire day. Let's see what gold wants to present to us today, but we got about 30 seconds here. We do have some economic numbers that we may want to pay attention to a little bit later. No 7:30 numbers, but at 8:45 Central Time, we do have S&P Manufacturing PMI final, and at 9 a.m. Central Time, we have ISM Manufacturing PMI. So some PMI numbers. We got some numbers later in the week as well. We got JOLTS tomorrow, of course, jobless claims, trade balance on Thursday. And the big one, non-farm payroll on Friday this week. Remember, it is a short week, and you get a lot of trading in. Short week, a lot of news. Should be fun.
All right, we are short.
All right.
Didn't have time to get the stop in. I just market ordered in. We're short 5 at 35.4740. Yikes.
Short. Short 5 micros, 35.4740 in the house account. Where's your COI on that
short
one?
gold, huh?
Looking at 54, 54s. Is that too high?
Yeah, we're going to go. Yeah, 54 is good.
All right. I mean,
Oh, that looks like the minis, Hoag. Where you setting that stop?
Oh, look at that. Yeah, here we go. We're short micros. That's good.
Short 5 mic. I think your chart is on the micros or on the minis. There you go.
There you go. Man, I'd love to see this move down to 35.18, 35.15.
That'd be a nice trade. Be a nice trade.
That would be a nice trade.
That would be a nice trade.
Got a lot of overnight inventory here, guys.
Yeah, we do.
Why don't we talk about it, Coach Vince, Hoag? Where does this gold trade have the potential to go? Where are you guys looking for this to go? Get into some charts.
Let's do it. Starting with the weekly, as always, and this is the GC chart. I've got all my levels on it. So weekly, I mean, we've had a little bit of a breakout above the narrowing range, right? Let me get my notes out here. So bullion traded to all-time highs. Okay. Let's take a look at the daily. So there is our little breakout to the upside. Let me get this out of here. Visibility. All right. So here's our breakout to the upside, right? Trend line, we looked above it 3-4 weeks ago. We failed to hold above it last week. Last week's weekly kickoff high was 34.53. We broke out of it on Wednesday. We've been seeing some really good open interest and some decent volume on Wednesday. Wednesday and Thursday. Friday it fell off just a little bit, but we did add 22,000 in open interest on Friday. That is, of course, the estimate. That's a pretty substantial number of open interest. Not just that, it's been 6 straight days. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 straight days of increasing open interest at higher levels. Not only that, we've been seeing delta divergence. So there are some longer time frame buyers in this market. Am I liking being short right now? Not necessarily, but we do have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side from Sunday night and yesterday's session. Vince, what are your thoughts?
On the weekly or the daily, Hope?
Daily, sir.
Oh, on the daily. Okay. Yeah, so open interest, I mean, we had a build of 22,000 preliminary, which is huge, right? It's 3 times the open interest that came into this market back on Tuesday, Wednesday. So a huge amount of open interest is come into this market, and we're pressing higher, probably due to that breakout from that trend line that you were saying. You know, we were in this range of 35, say 35.30 down to 33.11, and we just popped above that 35.30 area. So, you know, hopefully we can hold above that and continue this rally to the upside. The one thing, though, that I noticed, Hogue, was there was a decrease in volume for a couple of days with the increase in open interest. But then we did get a pretty nice build on, I guess was it Friday or Thursday? 29th it was. That's when we had increasing volume, a lot of open interest coming into the long side. So it's a healthy upside auction in my eye.
Mm-hmm. If you had to give the auction to the upside a grade in gold right now, what would you give it?
Well, I mean, I would give it like an A- because of that loss of volume on a couple of days there, but definitely, you know, not an A+ or anything, but about A-.
All right, we're in alignment with that. I gave it a B, so I do like the delta divergence that we've been seeing as well. So we're already seeing this market rip back to the upside here. Not necessarily a surprise. We've got our CYA at 35.53.90, which is, you know, that's $324 worth of risk to start the month off. So we are going to see how this plays out. I'm, again, not real excited about being short this in the current situation, but that's what the opening range broke to. So I think all 3 of them did, didn't they? The 1, the 3, and the 5 broke to the short side. So
I think one might have went downside first.
Okay. They both. I think they broke to the downside, right?
Yeah, broke down. Yep. Yes. One thing we do have in our favor here is on April 22nd, we do have excess there, and we're in that excess right now. So if the sellers come back in the market, maybe able to defend this position that we're in right now. But we do have that excess tail up there.
All right, let's take a look at the 30, and let's see what's happening here. So, yes, Friday. Nice rally, just hung at the highs, added 22,000 in open interest. This was a very healthy upside auction. Sunday night, big push to the upside. This was yesterday's regular trading hour session range, very low volume. Of course, it's usually going to be on a holiday. And we're really, I think, have done a pretty good job of evening out the inventory up here. It's been kind of range bound in overnight session. Pretty decent push to the upside here, a little excess on that. Where we opened, I think we're pretty much even as far as inventory is concerned. It's what are traders now? What is their expectation? What are they looking for? It looks like we are out of that trade already, down 342.
Okay.
So we were right. I mean, I didn't like being short it, but that was what the opening range trade called for. So what do you think of the 30-minute, Vince? What do you think?
So I'm looking at a couple things here. We have a huge gap, right? So that's the one thing that I'm really looking at, that we might, if the longs get spooked, right, for some reason, and they want to bail out. I mean, we do have a big move back down here to this 35-15 point control, somewhere around that zone. You know, we have a big gap, but you know, sometimes when market opens with a gap, you might have to trade in the direction of gap, right? If we can't close the gap relatively early in the session. So we'll have to see what happens. But I mean, this market is a long for me. Even if it gets down here 35.15, I'll probably be looking at the long side.
Right.
But short time frame, if this overnight inventory gets spooked, we could get a substantial move back down, and it could be vicious. If they're saying, well, it's, we call it Elvis leaving the building, right? If he decides to leave the concert, everybody's going to rush out the door. So it's going to be interesting. I think we need to stay above this 35.30 level because that's kind of where we had this breakout. 35.33s is kind of where we took out those highs from back on August the 7th. And then we kind of pushed, we retested it, and then we pushed again, right? And we retested it and we bounced. So I think that 35.33 to 35.40 zone is going to be a area of, short time support. Mm-hmm. But if we take that out, I'm looking for a trip back down.
All right. The profile on Friday, and I pretty much ignore the profile on Monday when it's basically a holiday due to the lack of volume. It was a nice rally, P-shaped profile indicating short covering, which was not supported by the big increase in open interest. Yes, there was short covering in that, but it also met with new longs with negative delta. Remember, price delta against price indicates the potential for longer time frame buyers if this thing does roll over and head back to the downside. The gap close would take us to last week's high, 35.18.5. Settlement, 35.16.10. The naked point of control, TPO point of control from Friday, 35.11.40. So I'm in alignment with Vince, who is saying, we get a pullback to this area. It looks like a nice little spot to look for an execution. However, there is a lot of weaknesses in structure down below, as there usually is in a relatively directional market. And this is a newly directional market, but I mean, there's lots of visual targets in the form of naked points of control, 34.64.80, 34.48.30. That could take us down to weekly kickoff low, 34.30. Not really expecting that. We are pretty long up here. A lot of it, I think, is going to be to see when we see what the equities start to do, which are in a little bit of a pickle here this morning. We're seeing the equities presenting as very weak. All right, thank you, Vince, for your insights. Jay, I know we've got some news about the equities. What's going on?
Well, did they just stop us out of this gold trade to go right back in our direction?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Come on. It's Monday. Don't do that to us.
Well, I mean, it was pretty substantially through our stop.
Well, was there a 7:30 number?
No.
Yeah.
No numbers at 7:30. Nope. Yeah. Just wanted to stop us out real quick before we go. But U.S. stock futures dropped on Tuesday as traders returned for a week shortened by a holiday, but not devoid of potentially consequential events. By 3:30 a.m., the Dow futures contract had fallen by 113 points, or 0.3%. S&P futures had shed 15 points, or 0.2%, and the NASDAQ had declined by 65 points, or 0.3%. The main averages on Wall Street were closed on Monday in observance of Labor Day. At the end of the last trading day on Friday, stocks dipped, weighed down partially by declines in artificial intelligence-related names. We do have that ISM manufacturing PMI ahead. Investors are now turning their gazes back to the economic calendar, which will be headlined this week by Friday's release of the non-farm payroll report. We know that jobs data has been taking a front seat to some of the volatility that we've seen in the markets. So everyone's going to be paying attention to non-farm on Friday. We have JOLTS tomorrow as well. But what are you guys seeing in this S&P chart? I'm seeing a lot of selling.
Yes, we are certainly seeing that. Tuna, you should be still trading the September contract, ESU 25. ESU 25 is currently the front month. We are coming into rollover. That is something to keep in mind, especially when looking at certain indicators, Delta included. So S&Ps, we are basically in a 4-week range, 3-week range, just the beginning of the new week. And I'm really kind of looking at weekly kickoff low here, 63.91, as an important area in that. These weekly kickoff levels, if you remember, are areas that I believe longer time frame traders will need to, want to, or be forced to adjust inventory. But overall, in the S&Ps, we just put in a new all-time high last week. Things aren't that bad just yet, and we're just kind of pulling back into the kind of 3-week range here. We'll see if we hold this range. What do you think about the weekly, Vince? If you've got anything you want to mention.
Yeah, so this weekly chart, I mean, we've had 1, 2, 3 weeks of green, right? Last week was a down week. Now we're pushing, right? We just this is some pretty good volume so far. Looks like it's coming into this last weekly candle here. So we're gonna see what happens, but it's gonna be hard, I think, to plow through the 6280 level, right? There's a lot of buying that came in there on this weekly chart. It started back on July 7th, actually June 30th, really. Buyers started to come in, they started to press this market higher. Then we get that big down candle. I'm not sure what caused that. I'd have to check back to July 28th, but look how the bullish candle right the next day just engulfed it the next day. It just retraced the entire move. And I think we're going to need a little bit of relief here. I mean, we had 1, 2, 3 straight weeks up, 1 week kind of down. So I think it's healthy to get a little bit of a pullback here, honestly.
Vince, what do you think of these last 2 weeks? Those bars, a lot of wicks, not a lot of confidence.
Yeah, so you definitely have rejection candles at the highs up here, right? So 1, 2, 3, you have 3 rejection days. Is this going to be a 3-bar reversal on a weekly? I don't know. We'll see. We got to look and see if we take out the August 18th low.
Scaring me, Vince.
Yeah,
Scaring
could be. Line yields have been rising, right? So we'll see what happens here with the equities.
Gold has been rising. I mean, there's a little maybe
crude oil.
Here's the daily. Yeah, I got settlement on here for some reason on the days. So here's the daily. We're already below last week's low.
Yep.
We are barreling towards weekly kickoff low, 63.91, which actually moved up a little bit from last week. Not big, but when we put in the new all-time high, that changes things a little bit. Friday, very indecisive day, losing 2,700 in open interest. All that I'm reading about this morning is the equities have got a little bit of an attitude because, still uncertainties about tariffs, about rates, as well as employment questions. Those seem to be the top of the headline and what might be driving price lower today. What do you think about the daily, Vince?
And like you said, Hoag, the markets don't like uncertainty, right? That's the one thing they don't like. When there's certainty, they just tend to just grind up. But when there's uncertainty, they could get spooked, right? And when they get spooked, it could be a rather substantial move when people start to pull their money out of the markets. The panic selling, right? That's usually what ends up happening. Now we are underneath. Let's see here. What is this? VWAP, right? On the daily, VWAP sitting what 64.42s. The daily VWAP, and we broke this trend line that I have on here. So you have it on there too. Well, no, mine's in a different spot, Hoag. I'm drawing my trend line from the June 23rd low. And
June
we are
23rd
low. Yeah, if you gotta zoom out a little bit.
Right there?
I don't think you see it on your no, the June 23rd.
June. I'm looking at July.
Yep.
Look at me.
Yeah, June 23rd low. Yeah, my trend line's coming off of that and going up across the August 4th low, like August 3rd, August 1st. Yeah, like that.
Right there.
So
Yep.
we're breaking out of structure here, this trend. So we're going to have to see what happens here. If we stay below this trend line, unfortunately, I'm going to be bearish on this market. It's just, I don't want to be, but that's kind of where I'm at right now.
I don't
I
want
don't want to be
but...
there, but yeah.
Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So all-time high last week was finally put up in the regular trading hours session. We've been putting in lower highs and lower lows ever since. This market is barreling to the short side, to the downside. But guess what? We're still in the Powell bar. We finally took out the halfway mark that Jay was pointing out so poignantly. We finally took out the single TPOs or the single prints from that day. And we're just looking lower here. We've got a naked point of control down at 63.91 quarter, which is basically weekly kickoff low, and back to the low of the Powell bar, 63.64, with still some weaknesses in structure down below that. We got a long way to go before we're going to get 5% off the all-time high, which as soon as we start turning lower, I have a tendency to put those on my charts. And I'm not really expecting that. Overnight inventory is exceedingly short, even including, well, let's take a look. Here's Sunday night's open, kind of falling and now accelerating to the downside. So we do have some overnight inventory to the short side. We are also going to be opening with a session gap below Friday's low. All right, so that session gap is pretty substantial. Again, gap rules. We can't close the gap relatively early. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Now I'm going to take these off so they're not obscuring things. So Vince, what are we looking at here? What are we doing here?
Okay, so on my chart, what I was looking at here, I was actually looking at this on the end of last week and on Friday, and we have I called it a head and shoulders. Some people might not look at it as a head and shoulders, but I drew a neckline sitting at 64.60, right? And we took that out, and I was looking to take that out last week. It didn't happen until recently, the overnight. So we took out that 64.60. I have a measured move projected down here to 63.93s, 50s, and 63.95, which comes into play with this naked point of control sitting down there at 63.91 quarter. So for me, that's a visual target to the downside. We engulfed that entire excess tail from August 22nd. That was a huge tail. We had that big up day, P-shaped profile, and we just ate it all up overnight. So we're going to see we open. We have a huge gap we're opening, right? If we close the gap, we could ride this market back to 64.55, try to close that gap. But if we're going to keep going, pushing downside here, I'm looking for 63.91.75s and 63.52s as my targets today.
So I see your head and shoulders, and I'll raise you. I don't even know what to raise head and shoulders, but there it is. Your neckline actually worked very nicely last night for a continuation move to the downside, and you said your target is down near this naked point of control.
Correct. Yep, it's right around that zone.
Here's the breakdown. There it is. There's the target right there. Let's just call it 63.95 quarter. So great eye on that, Vince. Good job.
Thanks, Hope.
So the profile on Friday is a B-shaped long liquidation. It was supported by a loss of 2,700 in open interest. Open interest has not been exceedingly deep in either direction. Taking another look at it right now.
Except for August 26th. We had 40,000 build. But it's been waffling.
Yes.
Past few days.
26th. So that was this day here. Had a lot of open interest. We checked down to that point of control on Friday. It has overall been waffling, but increasing in time over the move to the upside. I think we've got some shorter time frame, weaker hands, laggard buyers still trapped here. I can see this thing still continuing to roll over. I'm not going to step in front of it. We do have the weekly kickoff level. If the market does show some basing there, it can give you an opportunity to limit risk in either direction. But I certainly don't want to step in front of this with this gap and the current price action just does not look all that good. Yeah, again, the profile B-shaped long liquidation supported. That was the day after the all-time high. It would make sense we'd see some long liquidation. And that might have been some weaker hands longs up there getting flat before the weekend. It was a long weekend. So we're really starting to see the squeeze going on here. I would not step in front of this. Look for some sort of basing before you start to look for any opportunities to the short to the long side in these equities markets, at least for now. But I'm always reminded with how resilient these equities markets are and have been. So this is just a pullback so far and some sort of retracement. Nobody freak out. I think it's still even safe to check your 401k at this time, but you may want to wait a few days. All right. Vince, thank you for that.
Great thing.
Jay, what are you thinking, man? We got the opening range trade in crude oil coming up, and we've got a little bit of ground to make up after that opening range trade in gold, which would have been beautiful had we waited a little bit longer. But hey, that's the breaks. What do you got for us as far as information about crude oil, Coach Jay?
Look, oil prices rose, extending the previous session's gains as traders weighed the risk of fresh supply disruptions from the Russia-Ukraine conflict against expanding output from OPEC plus members. As of 3:30 a.m. Central Time, 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Brent oil futures gained 0.9% to $68.74 a barrel, jumping 1% on Monday. West Texas Intermediate crude futures did not settle on Monday due to the Labor Day holiday and traded 1% higher, up at 65.24. We are seeing crude sell off from that. In the last half an hour, crude is down about $1, in the last half an hour or so, tagging a high of 66.03 in the overnight session. Hopes for Russia-Ukraine peace deal have dimmed after Trump last month urged Ukrainian President Zelensky and Russian President Putin to hold direct talks before considering a trilateral summit hosted by Washington. So crude was up overnight. We're seeing some selling coming into crude now. Last trade here is 64.88. You got a 57% long tilt in crude, 61% long in gold. But what are you guys seeing in the charts? Pretty nice sell-off here in crude oil. The forever range-bound market, Hoag.
Yeah, I was just going to say weekly. Well, the only thing I can say about that is balance daily. We've had a shorter time frame narrowing balance that we broke out of on Friday, adding 6,000 in open interest. We have the 64.80 weekly kickoff high for this week was the same as last week, and it was resistant. We've broken out, but we're seeing some signs of rejection above those levels. The previous a potential weekly kickoff extension could be up to 67.40, which was a previous weekly kickoff high. I've got it on my charts now. No expectation of it actually reaching there at any time soon, especially viewing this pullback that we're looking at, which is basically right back to weekly kickoff high from this week and last week, 64.80. Jay just went through the headlines. This was a breakout to the upside on a couple of measures. You got the high here from the 23rd of June coming across with two touch points there. I just moved it. Sorry about that. And another couple of touch points right here. We broke out on Friday. Are we going to see continuation? That's what I'm monitoring for. As long as we hold above 64.80 weekly kickoff high, I can see this thing still turning and recovering back to the upside. But Vince, what do you think?
On the weekly, we do have this. So I have a trend line drawn up from back in April through August 12th low there coming up, and we're in a big range, right? We're in the center of this range, but I do think there might be support down at $63 level. Based on this one trend line, that's the only thing I really have to kind of lean on while you're in the center of this range, right? It's kind of tough to trade when you're in the center of a range because the market could go either way, right? It's like a tennis ball in the middle of the court. It's going to go this way and it's going to go that way, right? But hopefully on the right side of it. So it's really, really difficult to really trade when you're in the center of the range. But, on the shorter time frame, we could probably find something to lean on. But the only thing I have on this longer time frame is down here around $63 a barrel. If that upward sloping trend line might hold, that's all I got here on the weekly and the daily here.
Okay. Well, we've got your 63 level. We got 62.90, which is the weekly kickoff low. If we reject above weekly kickoff high today, 64.80, that is a very obvious potential target for a pullback down to that level. Let's take a look at the, was there anything else you wanted to say about the daily?
Nope. It's pretty much the same. Yeah,
right. So here's the 30. Here we have, last Friday, was a kind of a normal variation day extreme with a B shape to it. But we added open interest. So there were a lot of shorts that got into this market last Friday, and a lot of them have been now squeezed out. Here's yesterday's small range. You can see the low volume here. Overnight inventory was really long. I mean, here's, let me see if I can find where we opened on Sunday night, right about here. I mean, what are that's some pretty long overnight inventory, right, folks?
Sure.
Vince, Jay, I mean, I would say that this was exceedingly long. So now we're getting a pullback. We get to the range, we close the gap from Friday's high, which is 64.53. That takes us to the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. There's a lot of weaker structure down below. And when the market, especially crude oil, when it seems to be short time frame controlled, it really tends to target these weaknesses in structure as in naked points of control. First thing we got to do is see if we can close this gap to Friday's high. Again, that's 64.53. If we can't close that gap, then we start to look for possible continuation moves to the upside. Seems to be ignoring weekly kickoff high, which is something that longer time frames might do. We're looking for them to adjust inventory here. And we're just not seeing that just yet. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It might just turn magnetic for a little while. We've expended a lot of energy since Sunday night. We're expending a lot of energy here. We're back inside the range and value from yesterday's, basically abbreviated session with very low volume. I don't pay a lot of attention to that other than the fact that the high yesterday from the regular trading hours was pretty much resisted at the weekly kickoff high, 64.80. Vince, what are you thinking?
On the 30 here, I'm watching this little kind of a channel right now with crude oil. And we are at a spot right now, like we're going to get ready to open this market, where I might be interested in actually taking a long short time frame, right? So if we open the open range and it triggers us long side, I kind of like it. It might not work, but I kind of like it. And with the trip up to probably like 66, 30s, 50s, maybe, if we get the long side. But if this long overnight inventory wants to reconcile, I mean, what was the overnight high? 66.03, right?
Yeah, it was up there.
So way up there. So, if we get long side, I like to see it tested at and poke a little higher on it. But the downside, we have a naked point of control sitting at 64.96. The gap close, like you said, 64.53. We could come all the way down, test the overnight low, 64.47. And if we can't get back inside of last trading day's value, and we defend that 64.30 area, we could still test alongside here. But if we break down below that, I see it's rotating through value to 64.07 point of control, and then all the way down to 63.70s and maybe 63.62, which is the volume point of control from back on the 28th. Yeah. So crude oil is, man, this is an interesting market right now. Trump says it's going below 60. We've been rallying since. But there's so much downside unfinished business, right? I mean, we have points of control everywhere unchecked. Yes. We have weak lows back here, 61, 65. Another weak low, 61.29. I think it's just a matter of time before we get there. But right now, what was it? They were fighting in overseas, right? Over oil or whatever was going on. So there's some headline risk right now in this market. And, crude oil, when it's headline risk, it does some crazy things sometimes. So let's see how we open here. We might have a good opportunity. 64.30s or above. I think if we hold that, I like the long side right now. But if we break down, I'm looking short.
64.30s lines up very nicely with the initial balance low from Friday, which is 64.26. You mentioned 64.50, which is basically the IB high, the high of the session from Friday. So you're picking out some interesting levels by actually looking at a little bit different things. We're heading back down to that 64.53 here. We are coming into the opening range trade, which is opening in about 1 minute. So let's get prepared for that. You get the chart on here. MCL.
Yeah, overnight low is 64.47. Overnight low.
All right. So just about ready to open crude oil. Let's see if we can chip away at that loss from our opening range trade in gold this morning. And it is open. We got the 5 minute on here.
Looking to take the 5 minute opening range again, Hoag, and Crude as well.
Looks that way. They've got the pull up now. So why don't we take a look at the poll? We've got a little bit of time here. It was a dead heat for a minute there. It's a dead heat again. Looks like the 5 minute is going to win over 60% for the 5 minute opening range trade.
Get your votes in there. Only 40 votes.
Yeah, we should look at a 10 since everybody looks at the 5.
Let's just go longer.
Well, Vince, we're willing to do anything, but it's becoming apparent with more data that the 5 minute opening range trade has kind of hurt the performance of the opening range trade.
Yep, I heard about that last week.
Yeah. So, for 4 or 5 months, we were positive with the 1 minute. We were negative in August with the 5 minute. Mostly the 5 minute, I think, was right around the beginning of the month when we started polling everybody for their preference.
Gotcha.
For this crude oil trade to trigger, I think the 1 minute did trigger a long. We did get some news. Chat was talking about, hey, there was some volatility in the equities. U.S. pulls Taiwan semiconductor waiver for China shipments of chip supplies. So if you were wondering what the volatility was there in the equities, we saw the NASDAQ sell off just a little bit, as well as the S&P. U.S. pulls Taiwan semiconductor waiver for China shipments of chip supplies. One of the bigger chip makers out there. And kind of adds to the story of the trade war that we still have with China. Haven't heard about tariffs in a little while or trade deals, but I think that kind of tells us how it's going.
Yeah, 68% long tilt in the crude oil.
Okay, S&P is right down to weekly kickoff low. Maybe seeing a little bit of buying coming in prior to the open down there. And we've got the bottom of the Powell bar in the NASDAQ. We've looked below it. A little bit of kerfuffleation there. We've got the crude oil opening range trade. We are about 2 minutes from execution. Once we get out of that, 51.10.
Oh, don't call it execution.
33.6.
You want to get executed?
No, we do not.
Oh, man.
Second here.
All right. I do like, if we
Okay.
get back in this channel, though, it might be worth a nice little shot here.
7. A 27 tick opening range so far.
27.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we've just come off that high very considerably.
72% long tilt now.
Weekly kickoff high 64.80. Looking like we're going to be opening right around it here. This looks interesting.
Yep.
About another 40
All
seconds until this opening range closes, 5-minute opening range closes in crude oil. And crude opens up at 8 a.m. Central Time. We are looking to take a similar opening range trade to what we did in gold. Looks like our stop in gold was just a little bit too tight, but would have played out. Let's see what crude oil presents to us here. 64.72 last trade in crude oil, 72% long in the tilt. We got 15 seconds. Hoag, I got a range of 64.78 at the high, 64.50 at the low.
Yes.
In the minis.
Got the stop in for the short. Stop by. All right. We've got it surrounded.
All right.
All right. Do your worst, crude oil. Do your worst. 70% long in the tilt, peeling back just a little bit, 64.71. Let's give it a minute, see if we get tagged into this trade. Crude is kind of hanging out at the high of that 5-minute range. And then once we do, we will get into the NASDAQ charts and get us going for fast markets.
Oh, almost got us in there.
I'm going to sit here and
we're back in this
wait
channel here.
45 minutes.
Nah, it's gonna tick us in long here in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, Hoag. John Jones in the chat says, I don't know why I'm trying to trade right now. I've been sick for a few days, still don't feel great. John Jones, we're going to go over that checklist in a little bit, but that's one of the things Hoag has on there. If you're not feeling great, to just, call it a day, come back tomorrow. Markets are always going to be here. Make sure you're in good health and thinking straight when we're making decisions. But no trade there in crude. Looked at the high of that range and pulled back just a little bit here. And we know crude can do this and stay in this range for 45 minutes to an hour if it really wants to.
Yeah, the record for the 1
Let's see if we
minute
get triggered.
is 57 minutes.
57 minutes.
57
minutes.
All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the NASDAQ? We'll let you know as soon as we get into this trade. Just came within a tick of getting us long. Now it's down near the low. All right. So NASDAQ. Weekly. I like to look at the weekly on Monday morning and Friday mornings just to see what we're looking at. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in balance. This is a weekly chart. Remember, this is a long time frame. So I'm starting with this bar here on the 28th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th week possibly in that range. The weekly kickoff levels did not change from last week. If you look at last week, we didn't even get close to them. It was an inside week last week. Well, possible changes coming now. Again, lots of discussion about tariff and rate uncertainties. And we're still inside the Powell bar, right? that Jackson Hole speech. We're still inside that. Is there anything you want to kind of mention about the weekly, Vince?
Well, we have 1, 2, like you said, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 2 months, right, of range right here. So 22,800 is my support area for the NASDAQ based on the weekly chart. That's the only thing I see. Like, I just feel like we've been range bound. The one thing I do see here, Hope, which is kind of interesting, is to me it looks like a head and shoulders. We have the high from July 28th, right, which I'm calling a shoulder. I'm calling August 11th high the head, and I'm going to call the August 25th high the other shoulder. If we break 22,800, I'm scared. That's just where I'm at with it. If we hold it, great. I just hope we don't break it down below 22,800 in the coming weeks. I think if we break below that, we might see some unraveling of the longs.
Whoa.
On the weekly.
Don't be scared, Vince.
And I don't like to be, bearish. I want to see these markets go higher, but we've come a long way.
Okay. Well, we are now long 5 micro crude oil 64.78, and the CYA is at 64.40. There we go. All right, let's take a look at the daily now, Vince, in the NASDAQ. All right. So this box is the Powell bar. We looked above it, rejected. We're now at the low of the Powell bar, taking a look at that. Weekly kickoff low and high, they remain the same from last week because it was an inside week last week. We didn't change anything in that regard. We have open interest, a loss of 6,400 on Friday, but again, very narrow inside day. We're not really looking at anything that important that occurred that day. It was a pretty good drop in open interest. I'm sure it was long liquidation before the holiday, and it was looked by the price action today. It looks like that was a good idea. Vince, any thoughts on the daily here?
On the daily, Hogue, I talked about this probably about a week or so ago. We had this upward trend going, and we broke structure back on August 19th, and we kind of got a rally back up, and I was calling the 23,800 an area where I would like to get shorts, and it ended up being a pretty decent area to for a longer time trade, right? To sell it up there against that 23,800. So that level did hold that I was watching, and we're kind of reversing now down. I still think this 22,800 is going to be a very important level to see if we can stay supportive of it, and hopefully we do. But right now, that 23,800 was an area I was actually looking for shorts up there to come into this market.
Good call.
Yeah, it broke structure, and then it came back and retested the high from August 1st, and it couldn't take it out, and then it kind of hit into that excess and rotated back lower. So that's what I was looking at to see if that would hold, and it did. So we'll see.
Nice. All right, here's the 30. See if we find any clues here on the 30s. So Friday, normal variation, B-shaped profile, long liquidation, supported by the loss in open interest. Where did we open on Sunday? Sunday, US 30 drag strip. All right, here we go.
Sunday, Monday.
Overnight inventory is short, including whatever happened yesterday during the regular trading hours. Not going to be largely impactful. We are opening with a gap. To close the gap, we have to bring price all the way back up to 23,397 half. We're currently trading 23, 113, 114, 115 area. We have traded down to the bottom of the Powell bar, which I'm finding very interesting. When we take a look at the Powell bar, I'm going to make sure that this is correct. So that is the overnight low of that entire daily bar. Where did we trade to, Jay? Half back, right? So we did the Powell bar.
Yes.
We got half back, found buyers. Half back, found buyers. That's what this was yesterday. Now we've broken down below that. We've broken weekly kickoff low, and we're now testing the bottom of the Powell bar. I'm finding this interesting. We were talking about this a little earlier. I didn't want to look into trying to jump in front of this thing, but if we start to see structure in a particular level, and I think we're seeing the same kind of structure starting to build in the S&Ps at the Powell bar low, that might provide some decent opportunities, or at least the opportunity to limit risk. What do you think about that, Coach Vince?
So on the 30, Hoag, it's a very, very similar situation as the S&Ps. So I was looking at this head and shoulders formation. Started back from August, say, 25th, right? So there was a little pattern there. We had a downward sloping trend line I put on from August 13th that drew it down. So we had a breakout on the 27th. We had a retest of where we broke out on the 26th. And then we called longs off of that, right? And then we kind of put in, a head on this pattern. And then we came back down, and my support area to see if we were going to break was around 23,450s. So on Friday, we're talking with the VIPs, and we were looking for this to break down here. And then the measured move didn't happen. It happened today. And the measured move brought us down to 23,073. So if you draw a line and then just drop it down from August 28th high there, and you draw it down to the neckline of 23,430s and just pop that line down, we're right there now. Finally got there. We're below value from August 20th. So maybe some longs might come in here and maybe prop this up a little bit. But we're going to have to watch this 23,035 level. But there was a nice measured move. I wish these things would happen in the regular time frame for me. They keep happening in the overnight, so
right.
Yeah.
All right. Good eye on that. Good eye on that, Vince. Nice job.
Thanks. I have to stay up 24 hours a day, I think.
Right.
No sleep, folks.
Seems
no
that
sleep.
way.
Can't sleep anymore.
No sleeping. No sleep till Brooklyn. Right. Right. Well, that is the context, risk management, and patience that we talk about every day. We are seeing some buyers coming in on these lows here in the equities. Almost to the Powell bar low in the S&Ps, at the Powell bar low in the NASDAQ. Weekly kickoff low here, 63.91. Finding some buyers down at that level. It's going to be an interesting regular trading hour session in the equities and all of the markets as always. We will see how things play out.
Hoag, are we still in this gold long? Sorry, crude oil long. Crude oil long.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Stuff. Nice trade going on there. Why don't I go over the calendar for the day? Who's on the schedule trading with us this morning? Of course, this is opening call. This is myself, Hoag, and Coach Vince. After this, we got Fast Markets coming up. Andre, Jack, Hoag sticking around, and Chike is going to be joining us for Fast Markets. Hoag, after that, is doing the morning recap. After morning recap, we got Trade with Topstep, myself, John London, and Coach Dakota is going to be here. You saw him on Slow Markets last night. He's going to be trading with myself and John London. After that, we got the Shoulder Tap, Lunchbox Trading, Hoag, Carlos P, and Coach Hoop. Then we have Mindset Matters, Hoag and Robin D. Coach Robin is back. She is quickly, I think, becoming Hoag, one of our favorite characters on Topstep
She's the
TV,
boss,
right? And I
man.
don't want to. Yeah, she's just amazing at what she does. Next question. Next question, Hoag. Uh, then after that, to close it out for the day, we got Power Hour. Andre, Dominic, G, and Jack are going to close us out for the day. And of course, myself, Coach Paul, for At the Buzzer after the close. So ton of trading for you, trying to trade, ton of tradertainment for you. And stick around. Just stick around. I just got an email. Just stick around. That's all I want to say to
Just
the
stick
people
around.
in the chat. Stick around. Should be a great show. Make sure you hit that like, that thumbs up button, subscribe. Should be a great day. Great way to start off September. 3 months left in the year, and we got a good one today. We got a good one. Hoag, let's go through that checklist before we get into fast markets.
Absolutely.
Where's our targets in crude, real quick, guys? 65.50s and 66.12, 15. What are you thinking?
I gotta check here. Let's take it. Let's do that. Let's take a quick look at possible targets. 66.26, buddy.
Yep, that's what I said. Yep. All right.
Yep.
Beautiful. Beauty.
See if we
All right.
see if we get through an overnight high. 66.
You got to get this
Bucks.
the stupid VWAP,
We'll see.
right?
I'll take it off. I'll take it off the
Take it off.
chart. It won't get in the way. All right. It is that time. Time for the trader checklist. Do your pre-market research. Take a look at the markets you're trading. Are they in a trend? Are they range bound? Where is price in relation to the range bound extremes? All of these things, just be checking out, write them down, keep them in mind. What is previous day's settlement? Remember, yesterday was not a settlement day. We're still using Friday's settlement price on all of these charts. What about volume, open interest? You hear us talk about that quite a bit. There can be some valuable information in the volume and open interest changes from day to day. What about your reference levels, like last week's high, last week's low? Yes, Friday's high, Friday's low. What about points of control? What about moving averages? Check out your reference levels. Once you've done your pre-market research, you can check and say, all right, well, pre-market research done, review your trading plan, test your platform, trading strategy review, journal review, prep your workstation, and the morning routine is now complete. Make sure you are hydrated. Make sure you get a little bit of exercise, get the blood moving, get yourself feeling good, feeling happy. Happy traders make better traders. What about trade entry checklist? Is this a good setup? Is this an A setup or is this a C setup? Is this a 1 if 1 is the best, or is this a 5 if 5 is the worst? What about your entry price? How about stop price? What about the profit target? Reward over risk ratio. How did the trade play out? I like to do this on pretty much every trade that I take. And I also will use the emotional journal to note differences in how I'm feeling and differences in physical changes while I'm in trades, while I'm before trades, after trades. I get information from that. Once you're done with the trading day, review your trades, review your journal, and get plenty of rest. We should all be pretty much rested after this 3-day weekend. Hopefully, we are all rested. And then remember the trading psychology resources. You do not want to overtrade. No FOMO trades, no impulse trades. Remember, impulse yells at you. Intuition whispers. Intuition whispers. Don't trade angry. Don't trade if something is going on outside of trading that is upsetting you. Don't trade if you are sick. Don't trade if you are hungover. You only want to take these risks when you are at the top of your game, recognizing that. Maybe go into a practice account and remind yourself why you don't trade when you're sick or hungover or anything like that. So there is the trading checklist. Do it every day. Do it every day. Because if you don't do the homework, you don't get to play. there's the trading checklist for you.
Thank you for that, Hogue.
Nice.
I know JD sometimes likes
Love
to put a little fluff news piece here, and I think I got one. Seems fitting after the barbecues and everything that everyone might have had this weekend. After more than a decade together, Kraft Heinz ketchup is breaking up with hot dogs. Ketchup and hot dogs no longer under the same company. The food giant said it plans to split its businesses into two companies, unwinding an industry mega merger that married two packaged food behemoths. In the breakup, one global company would focus on sauces, spreads, and seasonings, while another would sell grocery staples in North America. So Kraft Heinz breaking up after a decade. I know the the Chicago guys out there, you never put ketchup with your hot dogs anyway, so you probably welcome this, but it's a staple at my barbecues for sure.
Ketchup has absolutely no business on a hot dog.
It's for
You know,
toddlers.
Spirit filed
Well, not-
Chapter 11 too over the weekend. Spirit Airlines filed
Say that one more
Chapter
time,
11
Coach
over
Vince?
the weekend.
Jack says it's
Spirit
for
Airlines
toddlers.
filed Chapter 11 over the weekend. Yeah,
Who did?
I don't know what they're in. Yeah, yep.
Right. Well, Vince, we're getting pretty close to the end of the opening call. I know that you always have some really good advice and some good thoughts for your traders in your VIP group and for traders on Topstep TV. What do you got for us on this synthetic Monday, which is actually a Tuesday?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna say, we strive for consistency, right? So it comes from preparation, discipline, and how we execute our trade. So stick to your plan and manage your risk, and try to let the probabilities work in your favor. That's all I can really say. We're all striving to get to that level where we're consistent, and keep your emotions. Try to keep them in order the best you can, because that's where we make mistakes, right? We get emotional, and then we start to make decisions that maybe we wouldn't normally do. I know it's always happened to me. Whenever I lose discipline, I end up with a setback, and then you got to work harder. So just plan your trades and trade your plan.
All right. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Jay. We got a busy day on Topstep TV here. Of course, we'll see Jay back on here with Trade with Topstep at 1:15. And we are just about ready to get into fast markets. But as always, I'd like to welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome to all of you. Don't mean to pick out the top, but the early birds get the call outs. We got Fatimar, we've got Enki, we've got Rich Quaz, we've got Shubham, we got Dan Trader, we got Grillionaire, Yabbersmack Holdings, Anastasios, Nick Nichols. But a fine good morning to all of you. Don't forget to breathe. Breathing is very important. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. We got a great lineup the entire day today. Looking forward to see what our good friend Chike does today to find that 100-point banger in the NASDAQ. I'm gonna find that secret sauce. I'm gonna reverse engineer that on you, Chike, and we're gonna see if we can't figure that out. But a great trader. It's gonna be a great time, and it's coming at you right now. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders.
Whoa.
The bell's a little early this morning. We still got 3 minutes, but get your extremely weird post-Labor Day vibes in the gate. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, Andre. How's it going?
What's up, Jack? Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. The bell is ringing, but we still got a couple minutes. Who we got in the house? Number 71 on the big board, lower right-hand corner. Joining us from the UK, Chike in the house, lower left-hand corner. The Hogue, upper right-hand corner, in front of that beautiful mountain still. Jack in the house here on Fast Markets. Let's get right into it. Chike, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. Thoughts coming into this trading week, my friend?
Yeah, it's going good. Enjoyed my bank holiday. Just chilled out a bit.
Very good.
Yeah.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet. I
Thoughts
like
coming
it.
into
Okay.
today. Yeah, thoughts coming into today. I I'm really looking just to limit my exposure today, because like I don't like how much overnight dictated the price, like 500 points down. Typically when overnight moves like more than 300 points, it really messes up my ability to discern the market. So I'm just gonna look and just wait and see if there's any opportunity there for today for me. In terms of my 245 trade, it's already been invalidated, so I won't be taking that at 245.
You got Hoag's attention. Why has it been invalidated already?
Just the movement, just the movement.
Very good for
You
those
mean
that
it
are
kind of already played out?
Yeah. What,
Yeah.
Chica, really quick, what's the 245 trades? 15 minutes into the New York session. Typically, if thens, you'll take the trade 15 minutes in after the New York bell, looking for, 50 points of risk for 100 points of reward. Typically, you take it, but it has been invalidated before the bell is even rung, Chica.
Yeah, exactly. So I won't be taking that today.
All right. Any levels, any prices of interest you've got your eye on in the NASDAQ? Last trade, 23,098.
Maybe 156, 23,156. But overnight it was just not respecting my levels. They just like sold through all of my levels. So I just want to see how when the market opens, how New York session respects the levels. But I'm going to be looking for confirmation, so I'll be looking at the book map to actually see that there's orders stacking at those levels before I'm taking anything.
6. Okay, very good. 23,156. Jack, hello. Happy Tuesday. Last trade in the ES 63.98. What did I miss? Catch me up to speed. We are selling off coming into this Tuesday.
Well, first, some people ask in chat, you disappeared for 2 days. Were you at Burning Man? That's all we want to know.
The burn. Yeah, stay tuned to find out. I was not at Burning Man, unfortunately. That dust storm looked horrendous. But shout out to all of those that were there. No, sorry to disappoint. I was not at Burning Man, Jack.
Well, I wasn't too plugged into the charts over the weekend. I looked once when it opened the other day, and it was up, and now it's quite down. This is good technical analysis here. Spooky market, a month ahead of Halloween. I'm not sure. I got to see the open here. Part of me wants to go all in and just like buy it right here, or it's just going to be sold to oblivion. So let's see when the bell rings.
All right, Hoag, we got about 4 seconds coming into the open. We are now open. I'll let you get locked in. Here we go, everyone. Let's get into it. Hoag, a little bit more sound coming in here. Let's let the first minute bake, and I'm going to throw it to you, Hoag, for that opening range analysis. We got the house account is long 5. Michael Crude from 64.78 in the money there. A little sound coming in here in the NASDAQ. Just looking for about 5 points off the lows. 23,060 new lows in the NASDAQ. 23,052. Look at that chart down and to the right from the overnight trading activity. Same with the ES. About 2 points off the lows there. Trading 63.91. 50.50 on the tilt. Chica's guys eye on that level of 23,156 in the the NASDAQ.
Also 23,036s as well.
I'm sorry, one more time?
23,036s. I'm seeing right now there's a few orders there on the book map. I'm just going to see if this level can be respected.
036.
I don't want to be...
Good.
Yeah, I'm not going to give it much breathing room.
You've been in this game for a long time. Like, what's happening right now? It's like everybody switched their opinion over the weekend.
Well, I mean, looking at a bunch of articles and stuff over the weekend and this morning, the powers that be, the talking heads, whatever it is, they're all blaming this pullback on uncertainties about tariffs, uncertainties about employment, uncertainties about rate decisions. All of those things, of course, have been in the markets for some time. We just put in a new all-time high in the S&Ps last week. We did not, however, in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has been presenting as weaker. Opening ranges have been left at the dead-ass high. The S&P is basically open right at 63.91, which is this week's weekly kickoff low. We did see some buyers coming in prior to the open on that. We've got overnight inventory severely to the short side. I'm just wondering, what level is it going to take for buyers to come back in and start scooping this up again? I don't see anything that's that terrible or scary. Like Jack said, you know, it's the month before Halloween. September does tend to be seasonally tough on the equities. Not scared of anything here just yet. I'm just trying to be patient, looking for some sort of basing to possibly see an opportunity for a long. Now, we have the Powell bar closing at 63.64 half. The halfway point was supportive. We broke through it this morning. Maybe we're going to get a check down to that base low, right? 63.64. And we're at it right now in the NASDAQ. We're at the Powell bar low. I'm going to see if we find any basing here, if we find any buyers coming in here. But I don't want to step in front of the downside here just yet. Opening ranges remain the dead ass high, guys.
So, Chike, you're out. What was that trade you got long from 036?
Yeah, took it to, I believe it was 80s. Was it 75s?
Nice trade.
Usually I'd like to hold that way longer. It's just the fact that we sold off like 500 points before the open. But typically, I would like to see 100 points come out of that move.
Sure.
But I just don't want to be that guy that calls the bottom. So I'm happy just to see profit and just take the profit.
Okay, all right, great. Update that P&L when you have a chance. Chike, nice trade. Get long from 23,038. Get out around 23,080s. Last trade, 23,080s right now. ES right around the lows, 63.87. Dow is selling off as well. We do have a number in about 11 minutes. 11 minutes till a number, then another number at the top of the hour. Heard Hoag talking about those levels. Well, where do you get those levels? Pin to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. On that, have a little real estate on the screen for those. If you don't, I can do you one better. Indicators tab, top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels. Have those slapped overlaid right there on your charts. Nice trade, Chike. Any levels we're looking at, Jack?
I would actually...
Go ahead, please.
Sorry. I would actually like to see it touch our 156s again. So, just going to see what happens there.
500 on ES. Right, trading right here on the bid. Filled 63.87 quarter.
Chike, what are you seeing at 156?
156.
Just one of my levels from the past, but like it's been like quite strong. So I actually took a trade off of 156. I can't remember when.
All right.
It was last week. But yeah, I want to see it touch 156. That's not to say it's gonna respect it. I just want to see how we interact with it.
All right, close it in. That about 30 points to go from 23,156 in the NASDAQ. Last trade.
But I like how the 36s have held.
They have.
Yeah, we're seeing buyers coming in down here. Just took out the high of the opening range. NASDAQ.
Turn around there, Hoag. Turn around. 70% long, 69% long in the tilt in the NASDAQ. Looking for perhaps a reaction or see how we test the about 30 points higher from here, 23,156. Let's see what happens when we get up there. That 500 lot was filled on the bid in the ES, so it's about 87 quarters, 63.87 quarter. Filled 500 times on the bid. Trade 5 points higher from there. Right now we got 79% long. 79% long in the NASDAQ tilt right now. Average price 23,129. Pretty much right here, right now. Heavy long tilt. Got a number in again. Number in 9 minutes. What do we do with this? Go ahead, Jack. Oh,
I'd probably wait for the number, but we are right in an area where there's been some support before in the ES. Like, I don't hate the buys, especially with like a wider stop. I'm also interested in what do we make of, we have this Trump meeting at, what is it, 1 o'clock today?
see that.
Does anyone know what that's about?
Yes. No, it just says makes an announcement from what I'm seeing here. Makes an announcement. That's at 1 p.m. Central.
Last time it was about FIFA.
That's right. It was, or
that was a
Chief
good
Design Officer. Chief Design Officer was another one. I do. Okay,
Kiss,
82% long.
Going to the Kennedy Honors was another.
That's right. 82% long in the NASDAQ tilt right now. So trade 23,140. Very, very heavy long tilt in the NASDAQ. About 8 minutes to go till the number. Let's see how the market reacts. If we get up to those 23,156 is about 10 points to go, but very heavy long tilt in the NASDAQ right now. Trade 148s. Wow. 150s now. She could keep his eye on those 156s.
There's your level, Chike.
Yeah.
Sure. See how we react to that. Keep an eye on this NASDAQ tilt. Very interesting to see. Very heavy tilt. This early
NASDAQ.
into
I think
the
we just kissed it.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't really kiss it just
Yeah, we
yet.
did. NASDAQ much stronger than the S&Ps right now.
Yes, it is. NASDAQ stronger than the S&P. S&P stronger than the Dow. Dow very heavy. Can't get a true bounce off the lows. It just printed 45,088. That's trading the Dow.
Well, we've been getting a good bounce in the Mag 7, actually. They were all down pretty much 2% to open. Now most of them are back to 1% or a little bit more.
Overnight VWAP 23,234 in the NASDAQ. About 80 points away from that right now. Keep an eye on how this price reacts. It's 23,155 right now.
Folks are pointing out Bitcoin, too. It's pretty disjointed from the stocks right now. Bitcoin's up about 1% in the spot market, while we're down, obviously. ES and NQ, both down about the same amount, as is the Russell. So this is a pretty uniform stock selling.
Oh, interesting. Still got that heavy long tilt in the NASDAQ. Let us know if you take that trade, Chike. Really quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Be so kind. Let's see what all those barbecues were looking like over the weekend. We're in your Topstep swag. Trader station setups. And where everyone's trading all around the world here watching Topstep TV. You got hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets at Topstep TV on X. 5 minutes till the number. Oh, it looked like opened up at the dead ass high, but that did turn around. So what do you make of this first 10 minutes of the New York session, Hoag? Selling right off the bell, and then the buyers did step in. About 100 point bounce in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is stronger of between ES and NASDAQ. What do we make of it? Let's see that turnaround. Maybe the buyers want to step in and hold it down here, Hoag.
Well, overall, the NASDAQ has it's come off a little bit further than the S&Ps. The bottom of the Powell bar is where buyers started to come in the NASDAQ, and we haven't gotten there yet in the S&Ps. We're still dealing with weekly kickoff low 63.91. It just seems like the S&Ps want a little bit more of a sweep to the downside before we may find some of those buyers. There is an NPOC, naked point of chill, naked point of control, comfort level from days in the past, 63, 51, 75. We've got a lot. We do have, some weaknesses in structure down below in the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ has certainly attracted, at least for now, some decent buyers. We are positive 1,400 in the Delta in the NASDAQ and negative 1,800 in the S&Ps as far as Delta is concerned. So both of them telling a little bit of a different story. I do see that the S&Ps will probably seek a little bit more of a sweep to the downside before attracting any real buyers here. We'll see how that affects the NASDAQ. But NASDAQ is looking good.
Yes, it is.
Also, if we go to my charts, we also pre-market came pretty close to what I call the danger zone into 30-year, 5%. We just about touched it, right? And it's been more than a month since we've done that before. You can see, going out, these are 4-hour bars. There's been a lot of resistance at that 5% yield. Will it hold today? We shall see.
All right, 5% indeed, danger zone. Look at this, NASDAQ still going higher here, 23,172 last trade. ES still beneath 6,400 about by 4 points, 63.96 last trade there. But NASDAQ, look at 81% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ and continue to push higher here in the first 12 minutes of the New York session, and 3 minutes till the number. That number is manufacturing PMI. And top of the hour, I'm sorry, 3 minutes we have S&P manufacturing PMI. And top of the hour we have ISM manufacturing PMI. Heavy long tilt. GK, no trade?
No.
Okay, very good. Very patient trader. Looking for a setup. Didn't take the first 15-minute trade. Not going to, I should say. Very thin on the ladder here as we approach this number. Jack, any prices, levels that you got your eye on in the ES? Trading 63.92 right now. Where's the bottom of this thing?
We're kind of away from the fat round numbers. We're trading 63.80 right now in the SPX.
Okay.
I'm going to let this development. There's going to be some bigger moves today. I don't know. It's been a while since I've felt this way, but I feel like that spookiness inside me right now.
What is this feeling,
like,
Jack? Let's explore
I don't know.
that.
It's like a gut bad feeling. about this.
Oh, it tastes
Like impending danger.
Yeah,
Ooh.
like impending danger.
Ooh, sounds amazing. Oh, look at gold trading 35.52. My, oh, my. Oh, we were talking about last week. Is there more room in the upside in gold? There is.
Oh, yeah.
Where can we take this? What's all-time highs? 36s? Above 3,600? Or even higher? We are trading
Well,
35.
spot gold actually hit all-time highs.
Kidding. Is it on dollar weakness? Take a look at the 10-year. 4.28% there. Like Jack was saying, he's got his eye on that 30-year. 4.96% on the 30-year yield. Once we get to 5%.
Can I show you something
Yes,
that's also
please.
like giving me the spookiness inside me?
Yes, please.
Is okay, this is the 10s 30s spread. 4 hour. Up and away.
What is that? When you say that 1030, 10-year versus the 30-year yield, what are you seeing there? And we see up and away. What is that telling you?
Well, it's telling me that people are repricing risk on the long end of the curve, but I don't know. That's a pretty. Let me see if I can go out to something like in the daytime range. So, I mean, it's a pretty serious move. Now,
70.
we are going back to kind of where we were in 2020, 2021, but like movements
2 seconds,
that
Jack.
quick. No problem.
S&P manufacturing PMI expected 53.3 actual. In line, 53 in line. Number top of the hour. Go ahead, Jack.
No, that's it. It's just something unusual that I'm keeping my eye on. Like the bonds, like previously when we had the sell-off in April and everything else, the bonds were a bigger story, and I think they might become a bigger story again if 30-year especially gets above 5%. Especially since we're cutting rates.
And what is that? Take a look at Fed Watch tool. We got September 17th FOMC policy decision. Looking at 80, I'll call it 90% probability of a 25 basis point cut. It's in about 2 weeks from now, or 2 weeks from Thursday, I should say. GK, NASDAQ still trying to push higher here. 3,160.
Yeah, I actually think I think that might have been the low. 23.36s. I reckon we can get back up to the 300s potentially.
You did get long from there. You did get out. You did say, Chica, you don't want to be the one that calls the bottom. Now he's saying perhaps we did find the bottom down there. We'll see if we can get to overnight VWAP. About 50 points to go in the NASDAQ here. Again, selling right off the bell, and it's just been grinding its way higher. First 15 minutes in the New York session. Trade 23,182. ES struggling to keep up with the NASDAQ. And ES still beneath 6,400. Even buyers coming in here in gold. 35.56 last trade. And house account long in micro crude from 64.68. I'm sorry, 78. 64.78. 10 cents in the money. What are we looking for upside target there in oil, Og?
Well, long target 66.26.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side, which we've kind of reconciled. We looked below the weekly kickoff low 64.80. That's pretty much where the market opened It's looked at both sides. It's currently holding above. There's 64.95, which was a naked point of control where we've already reached. How about overnight high? I'd be happy with overnight high right around $66.
66 even. All right. $1.20 to go. Look at this NASDAQ tilt. I've been talking about it so far all morning. 84% long now on that NASDAQ tilt, and it's continuing to grow and continue to push higher here. Dow just sold off. New lows there. ES wants to take a peek, see. Dow's going lower. Well, then ES go. Did see a little bit of selling coming in here.
We're seeing some pretty good selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. We just kind of removed the majority of the positive delta coming off these highs here. So some aggressive selling coming in here. I would imagine a lot of that are possible longs that bought it lower, just kind of getting out.
A little profit.
S&Ps have not taken out the high of the opening range.
What does that tell you,
left it behind a long time ago.
When you see that with the ES, have not taken up the high of the opening range. We're just trading 63.92. Perhaps some more selling to come in. Look at this. NASDAQ is just relentless with this buying. 23,000.
Tremendous machine.
A tremendous machine. 186 is trading. Look at this thing push. Nice no trade there, Chike. 30 points to go overnight. VWAP. Nice recovery in the NASDAQ. Who else took the long in the chat down there around 23,035? Gets lows put in 23,025. Chike likes more room. You're talking about 23,300 perhaps?
300.
More room.
Yeah.
Got 110 points for that. Wow.
Yeah, the VIX was up 20% this morning, down to 15% up at the moment. Still below 20.
Interesting thing in gold. Gold might be giving us a failed upside auction. We've got to wait about 1 minute for confirmation.
Last trade gold, 35.52. We were up around 35.58. Hoag, they did smack it down about $5. Keep an eye here in the next 30 seconds for that failed upside auction, but it certainly does look like see if the sellers do want to continue pushing that thing down. Right now, look at this NASDAQ. Yes, right here, 6,400 now. 6,400 and a half. They're a little tug of war going on over there. 6,401s. Will the NASDAQ do all the heavy lifting and push this thing higher? Dow woke up, said, okay. Triple M in the chat. That's the strangest 200 point NQ move. All right, that was a very interesting move to say the least. All right, now to 23,205s. Yeah, we're talking about 180 point turnaround, 200 point turnaround. In the last 20 minutes. There you go. Kiss overnight VWAP.
All right, it's a failed upside auction.
Video's ripping.
Confirmed, Hoag?
Yeah.
You ripping?
Yeah, we were trading what 35.53 when we first started looking at it.
There's your 200 point turnaround.
46 in the money already. Look at that.
Look at that go. All right, ES finally is like, okay, fine. NASDAQ, you're going to go. I'm going to follow 6406. Yep, 6406 in the ES. About a 50, we'll call it a 20-point turnaround. Bottom out at 63.83. More buyers coming in the NASDAQ. More buyers coming in here in the ES. What a turnaround. And right off the bell, we saw just selling. Once that got exhausted, the buyers have stepped in. We got 83% long in the ES tilt now. 83% long in the NASDAQ tilt. Heavy long tilt. 70% long in the crude tilt right now. We're trading 64.07. It's our rocking right now. We got a number in about 9 minutes. Top of the hour. What a turnaround.
What do we got? We got ISM.
Oh, yeah. All your PMIs.
Yeah. All them PMIs.
Look at that. Let's take a look at the ladder here in the ES. It's about 50 on the bid, 50 on the ask. Anything going on in the NASDAQ? I got 80 lot there to the upside. Continue to cook here.
We lost all that delta up in the NASDAQ. We're back up 1,700. All those, if they were getting short up there, they just got squeezed.
Yes, they did. Dow turnaround. 85% long on the ES tilt. That might be one of the heaviest long tilts I've seen in quite a while. In the ES heavy long tilts, NASDAQ. 85% long in the ES tilt right now. Trading 64.09.
NASDAQ right to VWAP. Wow. We've got weekly kickoff low in play right now in the NASDAQ, 23.212.
212, okay. GK, what do you make of this rally? If indeed we saw that the bottoms
like
there, you want to see? Okay, if we get to 300s, 23,300, we got about 70 points to go to the upside.
Yeah, so
there.
if we get to 300s, I want to see 370s hit, and then we go back down and kind of just consolidate within that range, like between 370s and like the 200s for the rest of the session.
Okay, look at this thing go. More buying.
VWAP in the ES.
Sure did. Congratulations to those that got long down there. Up about 30 points. 30-point turnaround in the ES in the last, I guess, 23 minutes or so.
Right at 6,400 on the dot, pretty much, in the SPX right now. So it could be an interesting place for a rock fight.
64.15 offered 900 times on the ladder. 900 times.
And that is exactly that 64.15. That's pretty much 6,400 in the SPX.
Interesting. There you go. Good stuff, Jack. Closing in on about 7 points to go to get there. Call 5 points now. 64.10 last trade.
And it is some
5
long
minutes.
tilt.
Mm-hmm. Sure is. And it got stronger and stronger as we pushed higher here. Anything on the NASDAQ ladder? That 1,000 lot was pulled. And moved up to 64.29 now. 64.29.
Cowards.
I mean, looking for a better fill. Looking for a better fill. Come down. Will they get filled? I guess that's the question.
827 on the offer at 429 in the S&Ps. 64.29.
NASDAQ not done. Look at this thing go. NASDAQ not done. More buying coming here. 23,250. We're buying in the ES. 64.15 half now. Now turnaround. What a turnaround. You're looking for 23,300.
What a Tuesday.
Incredible. Everyone's locked in. Let me turn around indeed. 71% long in the NASDAQ tilt, 77% long in the ES tilt. And they have been riding that wave higher in both. Look at Dow turnaround as well. See what happens with this number in about 4 minutes. This one is, oh yes, US ISM manufacturing PMI. We got some construction spending in there as well. Also, we have on the schedule, we have a 6 month and 3 month at 10:30 a.m. Central.
Schedule?
Schedule. That's for Chica. Yes.
Schedule.
Schedule. Yes. Yes. Noon Central, we got a 52-week bill auction. Then 1 p.m. Central, Trump makes an announcement.
Bully.
Yes. 70% long on that crude tilt.
Stop that with the long tilt and the crude.
What do you got there, Hoag? I'm looking at 70% long.
Yeah, we're long, and I'd rather it be even or short.
Are you you're talking about you want to fade the tilt there, Hoag?
Yeah,
at least in crude.
Pretty much. Crude is anytime it gets to 80, you're better off getting out.
We got 300 lot on the bid in the ES here, about 2 points to the downside. 64th quarter, call it bid 300 times. 800 lot was pulled on the offer to the upside. Let's see if this 300 lot gets filled on the bid in the ES. Again, saw a hell of a turnaround. Selling right out of the gate once that New York bell rang. And we were about 30 points higher in the ES, about 200 points higher in the NASDAQ on that turnaround. Let's get this number out of the way in 3 minutes and see where we go from here. only get up to those 23,300. You want 300? What you want, Chica? You want 370s to be the high of this session? Essentially, what you said.
Yeah, 370s.
Okay.
Or 412s.
Or 412s. Moving the price on me.
But 415s.
We keep moving the price on me, man. We keep going.
sorry. No. So
all good.
Either or. So 370s or 415s.
Ah, okay, very good.
But I would prefer 370s.
We can get there. This might be a little more profit taken here, Hoag, before that number.
Yeah, let me know if you do. I don't hate the shorts here in the ES around that 6,400 SPX level.
That would be, you said 64.15 in the futures.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Maybe more like right here. Like we're pretty much right at it right now.
Yes, we are.
We got the number coming out in 2.
Yep, we'll get that out of the way. Hoag confirmed failed upside auction in gold.
Yes. And now it's kind of right back up there. We didn't get the full rotation, which would be to the initial balance low, which would have been all the way down to 38.60. I'd be cautious to take it again if we do break out of that IB high, which is 35.54.40.
540. Okay.
1 minute.
60. Yeah, let's get this out. ISM manufacturing. Is this an inflation gauge? I believe it's an inflation gauge, if I'm not mistaken. And
Yeah, the
S&P
price is paid component. Yeah.
Yeah. And 15 minutes ago, S&P manufacturing PMI came in line. Expected 53.3, actual 53. ISM manufacturing prices paid 65 expected. Expected 65. We'll see what comes out. What's up, Hoag? Sorry about that.
No, I'm not bad. Anything below 50 is contraction. Anything above 50 is expansion.
Okay. We got also construction spending in there month over month. Expected minus 1%. Minus 0.1%, I should say. 5 seconds. Price pay. Here we go. Actual. Got it. Looks like we're pushing higher here. What is the actual number again?
53.
53.
That's good.
Yep, it's better than expected. We go pushing higher here. ES now is should more buyers coming here. 64.20. Pushing higher. 64.21.
That's the PMI August 53. It was expected at 53.3. The ISM manufacturing indexes are, however, lower than expected. They were looking for 49 in the ISM PMI for August. That came out at 48.7. ISM manufacturing prices, they were looking for 65.1. That came out at 63.7. Is that non-inflationary?
Sounds like a win-win there. That's good. Again, after that number, we did see some buying coming here in the ES. Popped all the way up to 64.25. Back down to 64.20. NASDAQ saw some buying as well. Pop that thing all the way up to 23,280. 20 points off of that right now.
Yeah, so our second trip to the IB high in gold, I kind of tried to warn everybody against taking it. Right now, it's breaking out above it. It doesn't completely invalidate it until we put in a new session high, which would be above 35, 58, 30. But when we don't get the full rotation and we come all the way back to the IB high, I tend to skip that trade.
All right, no trade. Dow is in about 3. We bottomed out as 45,000 even in the Dow. Now trading 45,338. No more numbers for the time being, so we are in the clear there. Let's see if we can trade this thing up. House count's still long from 5 micro crude from 64.78. Last trade 64.98. 20 cents in the money. Where do we go from here?
Well, we can certainly hit a few news stories if you'd like, Andre.
I would love to do that, Jack. Thank you. What do you got for me?
What I got, Andre, is the poor Russell 2000 index. It's been 955 days since the Russell 2000 was at a record high, which now eclipsed its streak from the great financial crisis, and all that's standing in the way from the longest no new highs of all time is back in 2000 to 2004. But you can see here, it has not been a great time for the small caps. Sorry.
I feel bad. You feel bad about that?
I feel bad
Jack.
for them. I feel bad for them. I think there's a lot of structural factors in this. There's been higher interest rates, private equity. Not a great time for the Russell. But if you think about it, that makes it a very tradable market. It's been in a range pretty much since 1,000 days ago. So maybe check it out. I did place one Russell trade while you were out the other week, Andre.
What? And?
Yes, I did. Fed watch. Andre mentioned, despite all the sort of chaos last night and into this morning, 90% probability that we will see a rate cut in September. That's been holding pretty steady. And one last thing, I thought this was just a good thing for people to remember. I love this meme.
What is it?
Me thinking I'm good at investing. The bull market is your dad holding you up to the hoop. I see a lot of this when I cruise Wall Street bets from time to time. But remember, the market is in charge of all of us. And that's what I got for now, Andre.
Yeah, bull market, you're a genius trader. But no, investing-wise, absolutely. Look at that daily chart. I'll do all the talking for you.
Bad, close your eyes.
I used to do that with my kids and think I was a good basketball player.
Oh, it's great. I used to, one of my best friends growing up had a hoop, and he lived next door to a young lady who eventually was like a first-round draft pick in the WNBA. And she would play with us when she was like in 4th grade and we were in 8th grade, and, you know, we'd still swat her. But you know what? It made her better.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
It felt great. I was terrible, but
the Crude is just not going to move, is it?
Gotta go. Gotta pick a direction here.
Yep.
70% long in the tilt, and NASDAQ. Okay. Turned around a little bit. Didn't get to those 300s, Chike, did we? We got close, probably with about 15 points. Stuck in the middle right now.
Yeah.
Just staying higher in the ES. That tilt did flatten out 50-50 on the tilt in the NASDAQ. The summer trade's over now, Hoag, right? It's in the rearview mirror. No more summer doldrums if there ever were some. This is.
Kids are back to school.
Yes, they are.
You know, sewn up the Hamptons houses,
Not in the
and
Hamptons.
they're back to work.
They're not in the Hamptons. That's always there. All the traders are back. They're seeing the movement. They want to roll this thing over in the NASDAQ. 2011.
yeah, a little bit of pullback back to VWAP and the ES.
Yeah, what are we looking at? 15s, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
64.14. Carlos in the chat says, I'm still in the Hamptons. Oh, lucky you.
Oh.
You go to Surf Lodge.
Be nice being Carlos.
Carlos, did you go to Surf Lodge for close out the summer? 64.15. Where do we go from here? In the ES, again, NASDAQ 23,216. Right off that opening bell in New York, we did bottom out 23,025. Chike took the long around 23,035. And we just have not looked back. We'll see what happens to get to these 23,200s. In the NASDAQ, about 8 points to go. From there, anything on the ladder? Nothing really jumping off. You're in that tilt. I
What's
can't
our
say
position,
this.
Hope? Just long the micro crude.
Hey, real quick, fellas. We have
Yes.
a live fund. We got a live funded trader up. You heard this right. $69,000 right now. $69,000. We've got to be exact, $68,993. A live funded trader up, real profits, and we got another one up 22,000, up 7. Another one up 18,000. We'll keep you posted on that. But yes, we have a live funded trader up $68,993 right now.
I reckon they're in shorts.
It's amazing.
They had of it, right? That is, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll follow that. Yes, that is massive, massive. I've never had a day that big, so good on you. Let's make sure we hang on to those profits. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. We got Sebastian. I just passed my 50K combine last week. Just got level 2 data from Topstep. Tell me, how do you use it to trade? Sebastian, first of all, congratulations on passing that 50K combine. Use the level 2 data to your advantage. It's just keep an eye on those big orders that come in. I don't know if you're trading ES, NASDAQ, or what, but it's interesting to see when those big orders come in above and below the market and see if they do move, if they do get filled, and see where it goes from there. We'll be calling that out.
Actually,
look at gold here. Gold's pushing higher. What's up, GK?
I was going to say I actually used those orders to get into that long at 36s. Because I said prior to that I was looking for some orders to stack on that level before I actually took it, and when I saw it, then I was happy to take it.
There you go. Yep, just watching that order flow, seeing when those orders come in. You guys use it, and saw the base come in. You did see gold pushing back up here, 35.60. The tilt, okay, flattened out of the tilt in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we still got Nvidia down 2.4%. That's the biggest mover in the Mag 7 right now. Amazon and Google down 1.8.
Pushing. I get through these 200s. What are they calling the tops here in the New York session here in the NASDAQ? Or was it just a little profit taking? I want to get along. Overnight range. We got a 420 point range, even more in the NASDAQ. Overnight highs, 23,461. We bottomed out at 23,025. Right when that bell rang. Again, this is part of the reason why Chike said no trade. Again, taking that 15-minute after the New York bell. Did not see it because all that downside pressure, Chike. Then you got long, so you did flip your bias, I'll say. And you let the market generate information, Chike. Nice trade there. Right now, no trade zone.
Yeah, I think we're kind of sticky around that 6,400 SPX level right now. That's pretty much exactly where we are. The trick is figuring out which way it will break from here.
Indeed. $1 million question.
Yeah, that is the $1 million question.
23,200 here in the NASDAQ. About 80 points off that recent pop right after that ISM number from about 11 minutes ago. Yes. Pretty much hugging overnight VWAP. 64.14 last trade.
Nothing on the economic calendar until 1 when Trump makes an announcement.
Yes, folks, that's all.
I'm excited for this.
An announcement.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get it. Hopefully we can pipe that in. The drama. Jack, update on the whole Lisa Cook thing. Where are we with that? Just catch me up. It's tied up in the courts now. Is that all there is to it right now? Okay.
Yeah. It'll be tied up in the courts for a long time. If any of you have ever interacted with the justice system in some ways, you know it takes a while.
Oh. Have you, Jack? Nope. Never mind. No, don't just stop it right there.
Hey, I can say this, Andre. I have never been arrested.
Well,
true story.
That makes one of us. Okay. 64.14 last trade in the, I'm just kidding, 64.14 in the ES last trade. Look at the NASDAQ, 23,218. And that tilt did flatten out.
what was the reason for her getting fired, or Trump trying to fire her?
Well,
Uh,
well, where do you start?
You want the short answer or the long answer?
Discrepancies in mortgage.
The short answer.
Applications.
She tried to claim 2 primary residences on her mortgages. There's a longer answer too, but we'll see. But this will be sorted out by the courts. As I mentioned, you know, she's appointed like a 14-year term, so I'm
Right.
sure that they will take this as long as they want.
She's also a little hawkish, leans to the hawkish side. And obviously, the president and the administration wants their rate cuts sooner or later, and they might get it. Well, looks like they are going to get it in about 2 weeks. But yes, Lisa Cook found crosshairs of the president. All right, buyer stepping in here, 23,238 last trade in the NASDAQ. And those 200s did hold. The ES push higher from here. 64.16. 416. Gold cooking here. And crude just stuck at $65. $65.04. That's kind of about 30 cents in the money or so. Yes, NASDAQ, Dow, bit of a holding pattern. One trade, one winner for Cheek, eh? Back and forth. I do step, and we'll get back to see what that delta is. Back to these 23,200s in the NASDAQ. Flurry of selling, flurry of buying in the first 30, 35 minutes. And right now, market's just digesting all that price action.
Here, if we go to my charts, you can really see, one second.
Okay.
How we've flattened out right here just around the 6,400 level in the SPX.
Yes, we have 64. Okay. And again, that's coincides with 64.15. So
64.12 or something like that.
Okay. John Ross says ES is getting ready to rip. I'll tell you what it is. Gold's continuing to get pushed higher. 35.60.
I'd actually like a short from the 453s in the ES.
Okay. So 453?
Yeah. Touch and go. Just touch and go.
If we get there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. If we get there, yes.
Rally.
Yeah, it would be last trades. 64.15. Gold is not done pushing higher. It's down 35.61 last trade.
I'll probably be looking for that throughout the week, though. The 453s.
453.
I'm going to write that down.
100%.
So, Andre, even if Chike is not around, we will have to go to short that. Yep. Written on my graph paper.
Very good. All right, continue to grind a little lower here. 23,193 now. So we're beneath those 200s in the NASDAQ. Yes, 64.09 now, 64.08's trade. 25 points to test those lows put in about 45 minutes ago. All right, well, it is a new trading week. So you know what that means here at Top TV. That means a new tip of the week. We're trying to educate and help everyone out around here. So here is, educate yourself. How about that? Understanding the financial markets you are trading in. I have 100%. Learn about different trading strategies and styles. Or stay informed about economic indicators and events that can impact the markets. Education, 100%. That's all part of the prep. You watch Opening Call with a Hoag. That's Jay and JD. But yes, absolutely. Educate yourself. Be prepared. Know what's coming out and how it may or may not affect your particular markets. And yeah, learn about the different strategies and styles for different markets, whether it's gold or crude or NASDAQ or ES. Each market has their own personality and fundamentals for that matter. So make sure you educate yourself. Don't be flying blind in these things and getting blindsided by a number. Say, oh, I didn't know that number was coming out. That's what TopstepTV is here for. Bringing those indicators, bringing those events into real time here on TopstepTV. I like that one. Also, if we want, we can do that live leader. Let's do. Look at this. Okay, there's the man. There's the person right there, up almost $69,000. Number 2 on the big board, Guan. Look at that. And we got Joshua also up $23,000. And we got another one, $17,000. And Doom, there you go. Doom number 82 on the big board, up a couple $100. Look at those big numbers, 69 G's. My gosh, they had to have been short on the way down. But that's your live look at today's leaders. We'll keep you updated. We'll follow that story throughout. But 69,000.
Is that realized or unrealized?
That is realized right now. It is
Realized.
realized.
Okay.
Yes, as of 18 minutes ago.
Yeah, I was
That's a
getting a little
crazy
nervous earlier when we showed that and we started bouncing because I presumed that they were short a significant amount. But
Yes.
holding steady.
60. Not sure what the record is, or if that matters for that matter, but we'll keep an eye on that, see how it goes. I'm sure Topstep Risk and Department team is contact or monitoring that throughout, but that is one hell of a number. We got the bottom of the hour in about 12 minutes or so. NASDAQ chopping around 23,222. And Guan is unreal. Number 2 on the big board. Right now we got number 71 on the big board. Chige in the house. Showing good discipline. One trade right around the lows. Said he got out because he didn't want to call the lows, Chige, but not bad.
Yeah. If it was if it wasn't right at market open where we touched it, I would have probably held it a lot longer. But it's just because it was right at market open. I wasn't really trying to. Yeah.
Gold not done.
And we had numbers as well, so
Yeah, we had everything. Yeah.
424 is 424.
Good start to the week. Good start to the week. Gold trading 35. Gold's about $6 off overnight highs. Trading 35.63. Those all-time highs in gold. Take a peek here.
And that, my friend, is why we don't take the failed upside auction the second time when it doesn't get a full rotation back to the initial balance low in gold.
How about that, Hoag?
Yep. More legs to the upside, Andre.
Yes, there is. All-time highs in gold for this contract, 35.95.60. About $30 to go there. All-time highs. Will ES or NASDAQ react to it?
Well, we're pinned at the moment. They say, Dre, options rule everything around me.
Orium. Yes, they do. Orium.
Yeah, Orium.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have quite the same,
doesn't.
pizzazz to it, but
no, like cream. No, it doesn't.
The truth.
I catch it. I got you. Yes. What? So when we're stuck, right? We're stuck around the 6400s in the spot. So you watch that, Jack? You watch for a moving spot then, or the options, I should say. How do you track that? Because you're always referring to it, and it does give us good insight and perhaps what may or may not happen next. So we see the movement over there, and then wait for the futures to react, if at all.
I have some like gamma indicators and such, but really you can be pretty sure around the big round numbers there's going to be that, especially a 100 spot like 6400. And I find, like, especially in April when things were selling off like crazy, is when if you're looking for places where it's going to at least stop or maybe turn around, it tends to be at those big round option levels. So yeah, it's something I'm always looking at in the background.
Educate yourself. The week here at TopstepTV. Oh, you like a new test of those highs in gold? 35.69. Can we get up there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all buyers right now.
Okay, all buyers. Let's go with that. All buyers. How do we get with the trend? How do we?
Where do we get that second time above the initial balance high becomes a support level. So that's the cheapest way, is recognizing that we didn't get the full rotation. Here's what we're looking at. So this is a 30-minute chart. The initial balance was established. We looked above the initial balance, and we couldn't close a 30-minute bar above it. That says, okay, we're looking for shorts. We got a 100 tick break off of that signal, but it didn't get to the target, which is the initial balance low. If it doesn't get to the target, the next time up, if it breaks out above the initial balance high, the initial balance gives you an opportunity for a long by establishing risk below, right? So we break out above it. We try and get long. If we hold above the initial balance high, we stay in. If we take out the initial balance high, we think about maybe getting out or at least trimming some of the risk on that. But now you see what's been happening. We've been moving higher. Let's look at this on the 5-minute chart. So here is that first failed upside auction. Okay, now here's the push back above, push back down below, closed this 30-minute bar above it. The next bar puts in the low right at the initial balance high. There's your entry, and then you can see if we could see some continuation for the way back up. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it to the long side still. Andre, we've been seeing open interest increasing over the last 6 days on negative delta. What's that tell us?
Higher.
Longer time frame buyers in the market.
The market is a bit of a holding pattern for now. Take a look. Crude stuck to $65 even right now. NASDAQ 23,230, call it. ES trading 64.11. Dow trading 45,268. Quick announcement, just to like to pass this all along. Know we have some issues with the new dashboard. Also would like to pass out. Our team is currently looking into these reports, and we'll share updates as soon as we know more. Again, we are aware, and the team is working on some issues with the new dashboard. Hang tight. We'll keep you updated as we get information here on TopstepTV. So we'll keep you posted on that. But gold is not done. 35.64. 35.64 last trade. $5 off overnight highs. $30 off all-time highs.
Sweet. I saw a couple people in chat riding this long on gold. Good job for you.
Good on you. Well, let's have any pressure to the downside on equities. Not necessarily that there's a correlation, but just something to keep an eye on. Is gold moving? Is gold moving higher? Weaker dollar? Uncertainty? Both? Or, like Oak said, just buyers just keep coming in and squeezing those shorts. But gold not done. We're about $2. $2 from highs. Here, gold is the star of the show right now. 35.67. Look at this thing go.
So
I had 35.69.
A weekly kickoff high at 36.16 in gold. Largely a measured move. $50 from there right now.
Yep, that would also be all-time highs.
Yep.
ES stuck. ES like, nope, okay, nothing just yet. But gold is the star of the show. Dow has rolled over a little bit. 45,225. 228's now trade. GK, very patient. I like it. We're just in a holding pattern. Obviously, no trade for the time being. You readjust, recalibrate your prices of interest targets as we've seen this kind of digestion in the NASDAQ for the last 15 or 20 minutes or so in terms of prices, or you still just stick to that, looking for 300s to the upside? And I'm not sure what the downside is, but what do you do with this as we see NASDAQ just stay in this channel?
I'm kind of just waiting.
A little bit of a bull flag. So
yeah, for me, I'm just gonna wait until I actually get into my areas of interest. Typically, they remain the same. I don't really like to change them too much because of how they're created. Like it's not really changeable.
How they're created. What do you mean by that? How they're created? These levels of interest that we're watching where the volume and price are, or and how? What do you mean by that? How they are created?
Where volume and price are basically.
You're not gonna tell me, man. I know what you're doing to me, man.
I just did.
I just did. Oh,
I
good.
just did.
I know you did. I was seeing if I can get more out of you, but yeah, I feel you. Where the volume is, how
We're waiting.
Trades. Yes, we are in certain prices. I get it. Always trying to get more. That's why Chike's number 71 on the big board, man. That strategy stays locked in. Bottom of the hour, about an hour into this New York session. Anything anything you're looking for in any of these certain markets? Does first hour any information, perhaps upside or downside auctions in any of the markets, or are you looking for the first 90 minutes?
Well, we got the NASDAQ, which looked at the Powell bar low right after the open. GK found a long down there somehow, somewhere. It was a great long. And we've been kind of one-time framing up since. So now we've got a little bit of a pullback here. This is a 5-minute chart. And as price continues to pull back, it's cutting off volume. So I'm looking at this as a potential for a bull flag. We're not going to know it's a bull flag until it proves to be. However, if we do get a breakout above this upper trend line, then maybe we can see this market kind of continue to move to the upside. What's a little bit conflicting here for me is it's right at weekly kickoff low, 23,212. If that becomes magnetic, it becomes kind of a chop shop. So I'm going to stay patient. And if we can see a breakout above this bull flag with some volume, then I could see us, continuing to resolve to the upside. I know we've got a long way to go before we're going to be able to close any gaps. The session gap from Friday's low would be 23,397.5. 97.5. Can we get there? Of course we can. We're going to see another V-shaped recovery on this? Of course we can. Who knows? But of course we can. I'm watching that 5-minute bull flag. We're just kind of looking at a breakout above it here.
Yes, we are.
Might be an interesting opportunity. We've got the same sort of situation here in the S&Ps. So, we looked below weekly kickoff low, rallied, seeing a pullback, lower highs, lower lows on lower and lower volume. This could be another potential bull flag breakout right now, right here. Let's watch this in the NASDAQ.
23,250. Last trade. ES also trying to get above those 6420s. We did pop above 6420 from that ISM number from about 30 minutes ago, but right now still holding beneath 6420. Last trade 6416, call it. We did see the NASDAQ push higher here, perhaps a bull flag. Bull flag mean? Bull flag means there might be some more room to the upside as we sit in this channel, right? See that push higher, look at the 5-minute. Then we sit in this channel around the upper end. And we can't necessarily push lower. So what happens? Buyer step in and want to take this thing higher. But we got to get into the 270s, 23,270.
Yes, that would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good. We're seeing a little bit of a failed breakout in this bull flag now. This could pull all the way back to the lower trend line now. Let's call it 23,167.
167. All right. Are you looking at the 5-minute, Hoag?
Yes.
Definitely NQ.
Yes, NQ. Then ES, lower end of that range. Look at the 5 minutes, 6405. We have been able to hold above 6400s for the last 40 minutes or so. We'll pull back in gold. Some selling coming in here in gold. Gold now trading 35.59. We were up around 35.67. About $8 sell off there in gold right now.
Buyers ain't ready to buy this shit yet.
When are we gonna buy it, Hoag?
Oh, there's a nice pullback in gold.
Yep. $10 right there.
Right.
Still stuck around 6,400 SPX.
I like the patience. I like the patience right now. Oh, we get that set. We get $8, $9, $10 pullback in gold. It's tricky right now. More buyers.
I'd like to get close to the IB high in gold to look for a possible long 35.54, 40.
54.40. Okay. 55.
Let's see if we get it.
Yeah.
Just helps limit risk. We're still just kind of hanging around here in crude. I mean, we're basically right at our entry point, right at weekly kickoff high, 64.80. Not getting any movement in crude oil, at least not yet.
No, indeed. And NASDAQ stuck. Well, the buyers want
reversal in gold.
In gold, you're seeing that?
Yeah, 3-bar reversal. The 5-minute chart right here.
3-bar reversal. That would be to the downside, correct?
Yes, it would.
What do you look for in that setup? We hear about, Dakota talks about it all the time. Show us what the setup is there, Hoag, on your chart. 3-bar reversal.
Okay.
3 5-minute bars.
So, to me, like a perfect 3-bar reversal would be, an up move. The last 2 up bars are engulfed basically by the next red bar. So this, up, 2 up bars completely engulfed by this red bar. You can preempt it to kind of limit risk, but it may not work. You never know if it's actually going to work. And you never really do. You never really know. But yeah, this is a pretty good 3-bar reversal. We got 1 minute to confirm it.
Yep, see that. All right, we're at the upper end of the range here in the ES. Just looking at the 5 minutes. 64.18, now 19, 64.19s. Can we get above the 64.20s? Watch this. Will the ES actually lead the NASDAQ higher this time around? ES got to go. NASDAQ chop around 23,255. Buyers did step in the ES. See if that bull flag does play out. Dow seeing a little bit of buying as well. 45,340. Rolling over a little bit. 71% long in the NASDAQ tilt. Again, we saw 84% long in the NASDAQ tilt right prior to that 9 a.m. Central number. We'll just look at that.
All right.
Bitcoin's up 2.2%.
What's it trading? What's Bitcoin trading?
I looked at the spot. It's 111,682.
All right, Ho, we got 35 after has come and gone. 3-bar reversal still because we're seeing some buyers. Gold's tricky today.
It's a 3-bar reversal, but they don't always work. And think about the bigger context of gold. The bigger context is it's in a strong up move. I gave it a B. The upside auction in gold today. Coach Vince gave it an A-. So we're both we're both, as far as context is concerned, looking for opportunities for longs.
So Vince gave it an A-. You gave it a B, Ho. You're much stricter then.
Yep.
Sounds like when it comes to grading. It's hard to pass. Harder to pass Hoag's auction class. Yep. Come on, Gold. Do better.
My son used to call me Big Mean Daddy.
Big Mean Daddy. I mean,
wow. Watch out for Big Mean Daddy.
Did you live up to
Daddy?
Did you live up to that, Hoag? Were you indeed the Big Mean Daddy? Or was he just, I know.
I'm a softie. Are you kidding?
I know. Oh, I think we might got some more. Look at the gold. Gold turned around. Look at that. Gold now trading 35.65. How long on that pullback?
I mean, above the IB high, we're long. I still believe that.
Digital Entrepreneur says the re-entry was at 35.60.62. Yeah, I want to get that pullback indeed.
I don't know if we can just get crude oil to do something.
Yeah, crude's been dormant right now. Trading 64.84. House account long 64.78. 5 micro. Feels like the ES might want to pop this thing, but then they're going to have to find some more volume to push it higher here. 64.17. NASDAQ looks like it might want to break out here. Again, got to get into those 270s, about 15 points to go there. Not seeing much on the ladder just yet.
Oh, we might be a little bit stuck until this cryptic announcement at 1.
Announcement. What is this announcement about here? Gold. Damn, gold.
It's a tremendous machine.
It is. What do you like that? 36.15. You said about $50. Weekly kickoff high.
Yeah, that's 36.16.
Okay, damn.
It remains there for a couple of weeks now.
Who bought that dip?
36.16. The previous level.
Jack, that's I have seen that a few times. The announcements about SpaceX, but then again, we'll see. We'll see where that. If there's a microphone, camera there, then we'll see where it does go from there. But initially, it says it's about SpaceX, Jack. So,
yeah, it's weird how the internet just kind of goes off the rails on long weekends, and I'd be fascinated to find where all these various rumors come from. But it's wild.
What rumors? What rumors are you referring to?
I don't want to fan rumors, but like I had multiple people text me like, "Oh, here's the rumor." I'm like, "What? Labor Day, leave me alone."
All right, we'll pull back here, and all right. So yes, NASDAQ looks like there'll be this channel on the 5-minute. NASDAQ, that channel lower end of 23,200, been beneath there in call it an hour or so. Upper end in the NASDAQ, 23,260, call it. Haven't been above that in about an hour or so. ES, look at the 5-minute. Lower end, 64.06, call it. And 64.19 for the last hour. Trade in the middle of both of them right now. Oh, that rumor. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know how they grow. You know what I mean? Like, it's all a cesspool, besides here on TopstepTV.
Thank you. Thank you. I love it. All right. Well, hey, we were talking about the courts earlier with Cook. Also, we saw that a lot of these tariffs just get appealed and get pushed higher up through the courts. Well, lo and behold, Navarro had something to say about that. And
I bet he did.
Oh, get a load of this. Let's bring in Navarro.
This case is arguably the single most important economic case that has ever come before the Supreme Court. If the lower court's ruling is upheld, President Trump has correctly said that will be the end of the United States, because it will be impossible to defend ourselves from the fentanyl poisoning and all of the trade environment, which is hollowing out our supply chains and creating very dangerous problems for the American people.
Well,
Jack,
sell-off makes sense now. It was going to be the end of America. Like, that seems pretty bearish for U.S.-listed companies.
The most important economic case that has ever come before the Supreme Court. Seems a little hyperbolic, but hey, if so, we'll follow that here on TopstepTV throughout.
America's been around, for a while. We've been through a lot of weird shit along the way.
Not like this.
I don't know if tariffs are what's going to do it, but
not like this.
Who knows?
Here we go. Gold, not done, Hoag.
Don Freeman says, tariffs saved me from daily drug use. Well, there you go.
Well, so
proof is in the pudding.
Supreme Court, yeah. Let's see if the Supreme Court wants to agree with that. 35.68.
Huh. NASDAQ is just magnetic towards weekly kickoff low. Just won't leave it.
$3,208 last, now 205s in the NASDAQ. For those watching that 5-minute chart, You know, if you do take new highs, gold, new highs, 35.70.
Andre, because I'm not about that life, maybe you can enlighten me. Do they charge tariffs on drugs? Like, if you go to a dealer to buy drugs, do they are they now like 30% more expensive?
I mean, I have to talk to that. We have to get some boots on the ground for that one, Jack. But maybe Don Freeman can expand on that a little bit more.
I'll do some research. We'll figure this out.
Don, if you could expand on that just a little bit. Yeah.
Anybody got a guy?
We got some guys in the chat, guys and gals in the chat.
We could probably find someone in chat.
Yeah, I think it's got some insider knowledge there. Hold on. All right, we got NASDAQ now
selling off a little bit.
Yeah, we are 23,002. Trade 23,188. Gold popping here. It's 35.71 last trade. New highs there. NASDAQ going to sell off now 20,185. 150 points off the lows. Now ES closing on those 6,400 evens. About 3 points to go there. Still like those. Anything with those 156s, Chike? 23,156? Or
no. Nah.
No.
I just want to see how it reacts. Yeah. I'm kind of using it to gauge if we're going up or down, based off of like how we're reacting to it. I still think we're going towards the upside, so the 300s. But like I said before, I'm just limiting my exposure today, just because of like how big the range is, or how big we've moved already.
Like you're playing defense today a little bit, right? You got your one trade.
Yeah.
This trade.
Yeah.
A little bit defense. I like it.
It's the start of the week, so no reason to shoot for the moon.
Yeah.
There's a trade here somewhere. There is. I'm looking for it.
Oh.
I reckon it's long.
I'm staying locked in.
You reckon it's long? I see that. Well, maybe 6,400 evens, but gold not done. Gold is still pushing higher. New highs, 35.72 just printed. More buying in the house in gold. We're closing about $20 from all-time highs in gold. Price would be 35.95, call it. What do you think about 6,400 evens in the ES? Anything doing there? Big fat round number?
Kind of
points from there.
Kind of like it, just because I think, in the absence of other news, that we kind of drift back towards that 64.12 to 15 area. So if we get farther enough away,
gold just pop up $5 right there. It's 35.75. Gold is on the move to the upside. Gold up about Gold is up about $30 in last hour and 15 minutes. When that New York bell rang, we're trading around 35.45s, call it. Just trading 35.75. Gold pushing higher, moving this thing up and to the right. NASDAQ selling off as well right now. 23,180. Now 178's print in ES. Closing on 6,400 evens. Last trade 64.02. 50-50 on the tilt. Across the board. And Crude just stuck. Crude's happy to be trading 64.90 right now.
to use the lingo, Dre.
Yes.
This was some beta behavior from the bond sellers this morning. Couldn't even get it to 5% and then got smashed.
Jack's looking for 5% in the third year. We got close.
Yeah. I mean, I would, so it's inverted because we're looking at yields, but I would keep on buying it around there until, that's why you have stop limits. Been holding up pretty good.
New highs gold. Gold not done. 35.77. Who's long gold? Anyone long gold? There you go.
I hope somebody is.
LA up $1,000 on that gold. Well done. Well done.
Nice.
Gold is a beast. Gold lovers in the house.
Where my gold bugs at?
Yeah, that's right.
Ron Paul 2012. Do it.
All right, 6,400 even pretty much trading right now in the ES. NASDAQ trading 23,170, down about 80 points or so in the last 12 minutes.
So that potential breakout of the bull flag in the S&P and the NASDAQ just did not bring any volume. It's the one thing you want to see on the breakout of it is volume. And it really just disappointed. You can see it right here. So that was the original breakout of the original trend line. And volume was the same as the previous bars. So there was no increase in volume on that. Higher probability of failure. We talked about maybe going back down to 160s after that. I think we could come all the way back down to 130, 135s on this very bar. Heading that way already. Finally getting a little bit of a bid here in crude oil. We're now back above our entry point. Just been holding on to that sucker.
63.99 last trade. So the buyer's going to want to say, put the line that says, saying we're not going to go beneath 6,400s. This is their moment to do it if they do want to defend those 6,400s. NASDAQ still selling off. I'm going to call it 23,160. Keep an eye on this ES. And lows put in about 15 minutes ago, about 15 points from that. 63.83 quarter were the lows in the ES. And we'll continue to push lower here. Damn.
Yeah, so I'm long from 64s.
6,400? Okay. How many times?
In the ES?
No, sorry, the NQ. I just got stopped there, though.
Okay.
So I just got stopped at 46s.
Very good. 23,146. That was the last trade. ES did dip beneath 263.97. 96 half, call it. What's the tilt doing?
Oh, it's on now.
Wow. I think they're going to want to try to hold these 6,400s. Yeah. Crude right back to $65 even. More room to the downside in the ES and the NASDAQ. Dow selling off just a bit. Would you look to take a long again, Chike, or you saw the setup? You got it. You limited your risk out and then back to.
It depends how we react to this level. So I don't like it when it touches my level too many times, because it kind of just weakens the level. So if we do just sell through this, and I'll basically just delete this level.
GK, when you get stopped out, do you want to see the market just completely go through that thing and just continue to go lower and along? Or
Yeah.
Be wrong. You want to be very wrong. I'm with you. What we got here? We got about 10 minutes until the top of the hour. A little bit of selling. Roll over about 80 points in the NQ in the last 10, 12 minutes. ES sold off about 20, 25 points there. ES trading 63.97. Points between those 6,400s.
Andre.
What do we got, Hoag?
You got a shooting star in the 5 minute in gold.
I see that.
Reversal patterns have not been very successful, but there it is.
Yep, you see that wick? See that wick got topped out there at 35.79. It came right off of $5-6, but it looks like the NASDAQ might want to take this thing lower. It's going to move NASDAQ or ES. Which one's going to go first? Crude finally woke up a little bit. $65.11 there.
Thank God. Let's make crude oil the star of the show for the next hour. With a nice rally. It would be nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they rallied this thing. All right. We're going to a holding pattern right now. The star is going to continue. Try to take this one step lower. Stay tuned to find out. Right now, we're bringing James. James, come on in. Let's take a look at some P&Ls and payouts from our top 5 London traders. What is up, James? Happy Tuesday.
What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. JD's still out on vacation, so I am here with your P&Ls and payouts from Friday. Let's go ahead and take a look. Here come your top 5 live funded P&Ls from last Friday, August 29th. Coming in at number 1, we have number 1 on the big board, Dan C, earning an astounding $55,000 out of the live markets last Friday by trading the NQ and the NQ alone. Good on ya. Also, number 2 on our funded P&Ls is number 3 on the big board. We got our boy Braden C taking home $14,000 on Friday. Lena, L-E-E-N-A, Lena is coming up in third with $12,225, followed by Nestor G, number 12 on the big board, $9,608. And finally, 5, Yay C, $9,319. Astounding work from our live funded traders in the markets on Friday. Congrats to you all. Now, let's see who took home the bacon for the long weekend. Number 1, look at this. GH, number 9 on the big board, took home $65,000 from the live markets out of their live funded account. That's more than I used to make bartending. All right, that is some serious trading. Congrats. I hope you had a wonderful holiday weekend. Hope it was long and relaxing, knowing that you just paid yourself $65,000. Number 2, Martin, number 212 on the big board, also pocketing $11,000. That's nothing to be ashamed of. 11K is a very nice payday. Number 3, Nicholas D, 151 on the big board, $10,000. Congrats to you. 4, Antonio R, 171 on the big board, pocketing $7,000. And Deborah, number 29 on the big board, $5,605 going into the long weekend. All you live traders are straight killing it. Keep killing it. We love watching your progress. It's an impressive numbers from our live funded traders. That's what I got for now, Andre. Back to you.
Incredible. Nice trading. Well done. Numbers indeed. We got a live funded trader.
We got leaf blowers for the next 1 minute.
So what do we got? All right. We got live trading Guam. Number 2 on the big board, up $69,000 as of 55 minutes ago. 63.98. Last trade in the
gold we can lean on. Yes, there is.
What do we got?
I'm trying to justify a short in gold here.
Short,
but it's just not a strong enough level. Overnight high, 35.78.40. I'm looking for a longer level to look for any shorts, longer time frame level.
Why short, Hoag?
That shooting star.
What is that? Okay, shooting star. Obviously, we see on the wick we popped up to.
Yeah, it's a reversal pattern.
Yeah, basically the buyers are running out of steam up there. Is what you're seeing.
I mean, generally that's what the shooting star kind of looks like. But if you remember a couple of weeks ago, Andre, we found a really good short off a shooting star, but it was right up against a weekly kickoff level, a more important level. I mean, we have been rallying for days with a healthy upside auction, and I'm not about to sell it. You know, we talked about selling the failed upside auction, which was that was a 100-tick move, which was a decent opportunity, but we're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. We're overall one time framing higher. I can't sell it without some sort of longer time frame reference level, and I just don't have one up here. Doesn't mean it can't work. Anything can happen, but I mean, you can see we've got this shooting star, but we're not breaking. We're just hanging here. So I can't short it yet, and I'm looking for a level that's more important than just the overnight high, and I'm just not seeing it. We did sweep the overnight high and kind of came back down inside. That's another reason for a short, and it's pretty cheap. Maybe 30 ticks of risk on this, but I still can't take it. We're above the IB high. We had a failed downside auction that didn't perform. Now we're seeing the market continuing to push higher. Yes, we've got a reversal pattern. It's got to be really cheap to take it. It's not cheap enough just yet.
I like it, Hoag. Talking it out. So you watch it play out in real time. If thens. Don't get the trade.
So here we are.
Take it.
we got to the 135s in the NASDAQ, which is basically this trend line off this potential bear flag. And we're seeing some buying coming in. Same thing we're seeing in the S&Ps. We've got this trend line. And, down here against weekly kickoff low, we didn't see the volume coming in on the potential breakout. We saw some pretty good volume coming down, but back down to this trend line. So this could be an interesting opportunity to limit risk as well, especially as close to the weekly kickoff low as it got. 63.91 weekly kickoff low. The low on this 5 minute bar was 63.95. So 5 points of risk on that long.
I like
looking, man. I'm looking. Locked in. There's opportunity here. Let's get it.
That's damn right. 6400s. Last trade in the ES. 23,155. Last trade in the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
look at Crude.
Those 300s don't look
Waking up.
as likely as.
They're tilt doing here. 57% long ES. Inclined to agree with them.
Yeah.
Look at Crude go. Crude finally woke up. $65.29. About 80 cents off overnight highs of $66.03. The Crude was in a channel for about, the last hour and a half, 2 hours. I think you might want to take this thing higher. What's going to happen with the ES? ES struggling to stay above 6,400 for now. Seeing the buyers want to take it. The sellers say, nope, not so fast. 63.97 last trade. That's like 23,147. Gold $3 off the highs. Trading 35.74. And question, Chike, what about the 300s, Chike? They're asking 150 points from there.
I was saying that I don't feel like it's likely anymore. And if it is, I wouldn't really be looking to take this 367 trade today, at least.
Okay.
I typically like to take my levels within the first 2-3 hours of the market. So if 5 o'clock comes, then I will be removing these and then just looking and playing them tomorrow.
It's a number of interests. What's that, Jack? What's that price we wrote down?
453, 64.53.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to taking that one myself.
Well, can I interest you in a buy? We'll get it up there. Make some money.
Yep. 6,400 even. Last trade, top of the hour. Ooh, top of the hour is coming and gone. We got London close in 29 minutes. Also have that, 3 and 6 month auction, bottom of the hour as well. $64.01. Last trade, ES. I'm gonna grind this thing higher. They're gonna tricky. Buyers might want to take another shot here in the gold.
Yep.
35.77 last trade. Markets, they all got their own mind of their own right now. That sell off in ES and NASDAQ, I'm now to weird prices. Now 6,400s. That's where the market is stuck in the ES. And NASDAQ's 30 points to go, back to 23,200. Gold right back up, says Hoop. And $3 off the highs.
Yep.
Anything on the ladder? Not seeing much. GK, what price did you get long from? About 15 minutes ago? 60s?
Let me check.
64s? Okay.
164.
Yeah, 64s, yeah.
Right back there, 23,170. And your close on the hour, 28 minutes.
So the D's all-time high in gold, 35, 85, 80. That's the December contract. The current front month. We could easily target that today.
The 85s?
Yeah, just the December contract.
Okay. Roger that. Buyers tried sneaking in there in the NASDAQ, and sellers said, not so fast. Get up to 23,179. Smacked it down about 20 points, down to 159. So last trade, 23,160. Same with the ES. They trade taking that thing above 6,400. A couple points beneath there. Hoop, new highs cattle. Love it. And let's go crude. Crude grinding high here. House account is long. 5 micro crude from 64.78. Let's trade 65.32. Hoag, how do we want to manage this? Ooh, what do we got there? Mindset matters. Oh, hey, Hoag, how do we want to manage this trade? How, if we're long 5.
I'm not lennying it.
Okay.
I'm not lennying it. Overnight inventory. We did close the gap. Rejected the gap. Just a slow grind to the upside. I don't know. I'd like to see somewhere up near overnight high, 65.80, 65.90. Take a couple 3 off up there and see if we get up to 66.26. That naked point of chill, happy place from times of yore in the markets all the way back to 3rd of August. No, we're holding above VWAP now. Rejected the range from Friday. Range high. We just ticked it. And now we're kind of one-time framing higher. We're seeing okay volume on this 30-minute bar above VWAP. I don't really want to monkey with it too much. I'm just gonna let it fly. I mean, I don't want to be accused of being a Lenny.
Do you move the stop? Have we adjusted the stop at all?
Haven't moved it at all.
Okay.
Haven't moved it at all. Let's see if we can find a if I were to move it, it would be below this swing low. Maybe below this swing low, 64.70, which still is, a little bit of loss on the trade. I don't know. You want to take a vote?
No, we'll let it play out. We'll let it play out.
Let's see what happens.
We'll see what happens indeed. Looks like the NASDAQ, they want to take another peek to the downside here. 23,140s, 140s. Go find some more buyers as well. 577.
Very methodical. Going down in the ES right now. Getting near that weekly kickoff low, Hoag.
Yeah, what's that price?
63.91.
91s, okay.
The rough start to the week. We're hitting that low.
Yeah, if we get beneath...
It's all upside from here.
It definitely isn't gold and crude. Hey, Chike, if we get beneath what price in the NASDAQ would you perhaps like to, maybe we can go test the lows again, 23,025, or is that not looking to the downside?
There's a potential. There's a potential to retest it. I just want to see us close below these 156s for that to start that movement to start to the downside. But yeah, there's potential to retouch the lows.
Everybody needs those 156s. We got more buying coming in here in gold. Can gold continue to tap on some new highs? About a buck and a half to go. 35.78.
It's a delta update for the equities. S&P's up 1,000. NASDAQ up 1,200. Now that is a regular trading hours session only. It does not include the overnight. Does not include yesterday. Oh, actually, it might actually include yesterday. As a matter of fact, hang on. Let me double check this.
Sounds good. Right.
It's been a while since we had the chance to talk about it, but 50-day moving average in the SPX is, 55 points away from here to the downside.
Okay.
We haven't touched that bad boy since Wednesday, April 30th.
Oh, those were the days. Wait, that's wow. Interesting. That's the 50-day you said?
50-day.
Really
200-day is down 59.61.
Wow.
We got a ways to go.
Yeah, April really weighed things down. All right, gold. Gold up and to the right. More buying here in gold. As I might want to go to the downside here.
Yeah, that does include last night. It's S&P Delta's up about 2,000 right now, and that's just today's regular trading hour session.
Positive. More buying.
Positive
offers.
Right.
There you go. New highs gold 35.81. Oh, what's that? 35.85? That's the price you got in the D's contract?
Yeah, that's the December all-time high. The December contract only. 35.85.80.
All right, so about $4. How about that? Gold closing on all-time highs for the December contract. ES staying beneath 6,400, trading 63.94. NASDAQ holding on for his dear life to stay bid here, 23,137. We got those positive deltas coming in, so the buyers are trying to make a stand. Right now, we got Crude. Crude did wake up, $65.30. Also, the Euro closed, London closed in about 22 minutes at the bottom of the hour. Take a look. What do we have on tap for today on Topstep TV? Well, I'm not going to tell you. You know who to throw it to? Throw it to my main man, James. James, what do we got on tap for today?
I'll tell you, Andre, we got a lot of good going on today on Topstep TV and including the rest of this week. But today, you've heard us talk about it all last week, and that's right. The myth, the legend, Robin Dane is back today on Topstep TV at 1 p.m. Central. Robin will be sitting down with Hoag and answering your questions live. If you took the long weekend to think of a question for Robin Dane, well, there's still time to get your question in. We're going to pin the link in the chat for you to get your question in for Robin and then be back here at 1 p.m. Central to see if she answers it live. Robin Dane, she's known across Wall Street as the trader's coach, and she's worked with professional traders and hedge fund managers to sharpen their mental toughness. Can she help you? Well, you got to tune in at 1 to see if anything she says rings true to your trading style, and if your question is read and answered live on air. Even if you don't submit a question, this segment is wonderful to watch. She provides, amazing knowledge that you can take with you in any of your trading any day of the week. So 1 p.m., be there. Robin Dane is here. Also, later this week, Thursday at 1 p.m., we have another Topstep X API session. Andy A is coming back, and he's sitting down with Coach J. Now, Andy has been with us the past couple weeks, showing off how he uses the Topstep X API access in his trading to do absolutely incredible things. If you've ever thought about checking out the Topstep X API access, or you're wondering what can it even do for you, this is a segment you don't want to miss. Tune in as he goes through his bots and all his coding and shows you just what's possible when you unlock the features of Topstep X API access. That's going to be this Thursday at 1 p.m. So, all my coders out there, tune in to see how you can start utilizing this in your everyday trading. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, all my coders out there.
House of Dane.
That's right. Oh, House of Dane, indeed. We get those questions in there, pinned to the top of the chat. Again, later today. But before we get to Robin Dane and Hoag, we do have coming up after this, we got the morning recap with Hoag, of course. And, Jay, Mohammed, Coach Dakota, chopping it up, trade with Topstep. Lunchbox trade with Hoag, Carlos B. and Hoop. And, of course, after Hoag and Mindset Matters with Robin Dane, got myself, Jack, and Dominic G for Power Hour. Where's we gonna take this?
Where's a dome?
What's that?
The old debate, Dom versus Dome.
I think it's called a dome.
I was thinking about House of Pain, obviously, Andre. I think before Power Hour, we should get something like a house DJ, do something like Wisconsin in the third quarter, where we all play House of Pain and jump around.
Madison.
We can't do that because we'll get kicked off of YouTube, but we can come up with our own song.
Get in trouble. Yes. Right.
I've actually started experimenting with the Topstep API.
How's it going?
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Is it for the 245? Yeah, the 245 or the 15-minute in the New York session. That trade. You looking to
Yeah, just a
automate,
bunch,
perhaps?
just a bunch of stuff.
That's all
Yeah.
you're gonna tell me. That's all you're gonna tell me. Just a bunch of stuff.
That's strong praise.
No,
from
but you know
GK.
what? You know what? I don't know if it works for the live account because it only lets me place it on my practice one.
Well,
I need to check those.
Hold on. Just practice in the yeah. That's what the practice account's for. Just test.
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah. Of course.
Pull back in gold. Look at that.
We'll measure it on air sometime, Chike, but I'm pretty sure your blood pressure is probably half of what mine is.
It's incredible.
You're a
Ice
cool
cold.
operator.
Ice cold. $7 pullback in gold. 35.74. Topped out 35.81. 76% long on that crude tilt. Okay, they're going to sell this thing here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's trying to grind this thing lower. 23,125. About 100 points to go to tap on those lows made at 23,025. Yes, 9 points to go from the lows. Trading 63.92. Now grinding a little lower. Right now, it looks like the NASDAQ might take the lead here to the downside. With
Pretty interesting on the 4-hour chart, looking at the ES right now. I mean, my sort of A+ would be if we break out down here and then buy it on the way back up.
What price? You want to see it? You want to see? Yeah,
More of a
for sure.
range. We're at a 4-hour chart. Like if we broke out below these lows of the day, and then they fail to do so, I think there could be a great buy there.
Low of low of day 63.83. 9 points to go for those lows to get tested. Here you go. NASDAQ might be picking up some steam to the downside. Certainly looks like they're trying to. What do we got here? Something's on the ladder. What do we got? I got 600 lots to the downside. 23,110. It's 600 times in the NASDAQ. 18 points.
What'd you call yourself, Hoag? Big mean daddy? I just want to remember that for a t-shirt.
Yeah.
600.
If I had to be the disciplinarian, I was big mean daddy.
Oh, I'm terrible at that stuff. I'm gonna push it over too, Hoag.
I know it's.
Wait,
Jack,
terrible.
where did you say you were looking to buy for the ES?
I think that if we're pretty close to the low a day right now, it's like if we take out some stops below that and it comes back into that range, I'd be interested in buying. I just like buying it in general right now, but we'll see how it reacts down there.
Okay, yeah. Because I have 375s that I might be interested in, but I just want to see how we react.
Yes.
If we do break the lows.
Anywhere in the high 70s is very interesting to me. So here's a little pinky shake. If it gets down there, we'll take a look at it.
What price was that? Oh, 70, 63, 70-ish?
74.
75. Yeah, I had
75s.
75s.
All right, last trade 63.91 in the ES. NASDAQ accelerating to the downside here, 23,119. We got the 600 lot. We're getting closer to that thing, about 8 points to go. 600 lot, 23,110. Bid 600 times. Head fake to the downside and pulled. Thank you very much. A little too close. Here we go. ES wants to grind this thing lower. 63.90. 6 points. 7 points off the lows.
All right, I'm trimming the risk on this crude trade to 70. We're gonna lose 8 ticks on it if we lose it all.
Okay. It's gone. Yes, it was pulled. It was pulled indeed. 23,123. Looked like we were going to go make a run for the lows. Let's be more methodical if they do it this time around. 14 minutes till London close. So got a 3 and 6 month auction. Bottom of the hour as well. Got number 71 on the big board. Chige in the house. Very stoic. Very just locked in, man. I love it. You'll get, yeah.
Oh,
90 points
man.
to go. 90 points to go in the NASDAQ to test the lows. 7 points to go to test the lows in the ES. Lows in the ES, 63.83. Lows in NASDAQ, 23,025.
This is a weird day, man.
I didn't see this one coming. I didn't see the sell-off coming.
It is weird.
It stopped at a
the
weird
entire
spot.
Yeah, I was
Country is
surprised.
collectively
So-
hung over or something.
The rally, it's weird when the rally just kind of crapped out. We were talking like bull flag and there's more gas in the goose to the upside. It just petered out. Now here come the sellers. How low do they want to take this? If we test, I think there's some stops beneath these lows in the ES. 6 points, now 7 points to go for the lows. NASDAQ's closing in on this thing too. More selling. It's accelerating the downside now. 23,100 trades. We are down 150 points in the last 45 minutes in the NASDAQ. Down about 30 points in the ES in the last 50 minutes or so. 4 points to go to lows in the ES. 63.86. Wow. NASDAQ also.
You think maybe the markets are a little bit weird today because we've got just tons of employment information coming up. Wednesday jolts, Thursday ADP and jobless claims, and the unemployment situation on Friday. Always something to look forward to.
Good call. Good call, Hoag. Short trading week, jobs week here. Make sure you stay tuned to Topstep TV. You have wall-to-wall coverage. A huge week for jobs reports, like Hoag was saying. Got ADP. We got initial jobless. We got Nonfarm on Friday. We're going to be all over that here on Topstep TV. Pivotal for FOMC decision in 2 weeks from now. Pretty much, is that the last main data point that they're going to be looking at? We got inflation.
We got CPI at some point.
CPI? Okay. Between now and then.
GK, how close?
We got the beige book on Wednesday. We got to remember to get the beige book.
I will.
GK, how close do you live to like Barclays headquarters? Can you check in with them in the next few minutes, or is it a hike?
Oh, Barclays Bank.
Yeah, just want to see what they're
Do you guys
thinking.
have Barclays in the US? Oh, yeah, they're just down the road. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I know their CFO.
Really?
He gives me calls. He
Really?
gives me calls and no.
Don't say that, GK.
No.
Oh, GK.
Nah.
Yeah, we got Barclays here in the States.
Okay.
They got their name on a basketball stadium in Brooklyn as well. 23,105 last trade in the NASDAQ ES. Got 4 points off the lows, trading 63.87. Might go test this thing. 50-50 on the tilts. In the equities, Dow selling off as well. 10 minutes till Euro close. You got your eye on gold over there, Hoag?
Yeah.
It's kind of stalling out.
Always.
Stalling out 35.77.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. In the 5-minute chart, it's been really holding this 20-session simple moving average. We're kind of range bound up here now. Just hanging at the overnight high. Not ready to sell it.
Yeah, the buyers are going to try to defend these 23,100s, I should say, in the NASDAQ. We're about 12 points higher from there. How's that delta looking, Hogan? It was positive, right? We saw the positive delta all the way down. Is this still positive? The buyers still trying to fight the good fight.
Yeah, it's still positive. I just gotta tally it up here. Give me a second.
And we're looking at delta. We're seeing how those are market orders coming in. Positive delta, market buy orders coming in, just lifting the offer. And negative delta.
I'd prefer I prefer if ES breaks the low, but NQ doesn't. That's when I would think that we go back up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, talk to me.
It's still
Talk
around
me, right?
positive 2,000.
All right, so the buyers. All right, Chica, you want to see ES break through the lows? About 3 points to go. And if NASDAQ does not make new lows, then what's the trade there? Long in the NASDAQ?
No, long in the ES, 375s.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Give it to us.
Yeah,
New highs
63.85.
go crude.
Well, that is good.
63.75. All right, let's see if this does play out. It looks like they're going to try to test these lows in the ES. 2 points to go. NASDAQ, it's looking about 75 points to go for lows there. You're close 7 minutes.
May see a bit of a pullback in gold now. Either that or it's a good place to buy it. One of the two.
It's about $5 off the highs in gold. Yes. See the lows day in its sights. It's trading 63.86, 3 points. NASDAQ stronger.
I want something to happen fast, but it's just not happening.
That's all right. Stay patient. GK looking for a setup, perhaps in the works here. And GK looking for ES to make new lows. 4 points to go, and the NASDAQ to not. NASDAQ want to see strength in the NASDAQ as opposed to the ES. Let's see if the ES wants
to be
to
tough.
turn around.
Nvidia's down 3%. Google down nearly 3%. Amazon down 2.5%. Apple down 2%. Pretty red day in the Mag 7.
Yeah.
Our sentiment indicator, Palantir, though, is somehow up. I mean,
Always.
They were down.
Always.
They were down $7 pre-market and have come to the flip side. It's pretty crazy to see with Nvidia being down so much.
Why is Nvidia down so much? I remember after earnings, we made new all-time highs after earnings last week. Yeah, now it's down.
Oh, I think it's some of the China stuff, but also it's just that, they're valued at $4.4 trillion.
Not bad, man. Not bad.
They're a good company.
I'm not nervous, Andre.
About this Crude
Nvidia.
trade? I wouldn't be either if I were you, Hogue. You're long from what?
Yeah.
90s, 95s.
Yeah, average.
Hogue
about
owns
100.
1 million shares of Nvidia.
Yeah, I wish.
Crazy. It's crazy
so
that he
right.
still does this show.
Yeah, it's still on here.
Yeah, I wish I had 1 million shares.
He's in love with the game.
Committed to the game. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, ES could not do it. Could not get down. Could not tap on those lows.
I'll be big mean daddy then.
Oh man. Seeing there's a chance. Indeed. Yes, we are.
Did anyone win that Powerball yet?
You know what? That's a great question, Jack. What a setup. What a setup. Let's find out more about that Powerball if we're good to go. Bring that. Did you know what was going on behind the scenes? Get this in here.
No one had the winning Powerball ticket Monday night. The jackpot has jumped to $1.3 billion after no ticket matched all the lucky numbers. While the largest prize went unclaimed, at least 2 tickets sold in Montana and North Carolina won $2 million, according to the Multi-State Lottery Association. Next chance to win big will be Wednesday. If someone wins the jackpot, they can receive the $1.3 billion over 30 years, or a one-time payment of more than $500 million. Both are before taxes. The odds of winning are 1 in 292 million.
1.3. Is that good? Is that high enough for you, Jack? Will you jump in there?
Yeah, I'm gonna head to the 7-Eleven after this. Just gotta send something really quick to production.
$1.3 billion. How much Nvidia could you buy there, Hogue? You just load up. Double that in no time. 1.3 billion.
There would be signs.
Oh, yes, there would be signs.
trying to get the expected value here. What did they say? 1 in 292 million?
You gonna buy all the tickets? Every combination? Is that what you're doing there? What do we got here? 50-50 on the tilt. Euro close 3 minutes. Euro close 3 minutes. It could not test the lows. Could not crack the lows in the ES for this most recent sell-off. The NASDAQ.
So we're getting close to buying those lottery tickets. Once again, not financial advice, to being kind of a even expected value. If the odds are 1 in 292 million and the tickets cost $2 and it's 1.3 billion, we'll cut half off that and say you get 600 million or something like that.
I think we can do this.
And I have the value of it being at like $2.05. We could arb.
We're getting
all
close.
The tickets, Andre.
We're getting close.
Maybe there's something in this.
What
There you go.
what if 5 people win?
It'd be,
Then
well,
we're ruined.
Yeah,
Unless we have all 5 numbers.
And then you're in break even?
yeah. There goes our plan.
It's like Bruce Almighty when everybody wins the lottery. And they get $14.50 each.
Someone put that in the chat. Someone said that in the chat.
One of the first times it hit $1 billion while I was still at the trading firm, the firm itself bought like thousands of numbers. And I was thinking the whole time, like, man, how bad would this look in like 2010 if the $1 billion lottery went to some D-bag trading firm?
It'd be incredible. It would be absolutely incredible.
It would be pretty funny. That'd be a great story.
People would be up in arms about that for sure. All right, 1 minute to Euro close. It did look like the buyers were going to give it a shot. Did not get the volume. That could be a bad sign for the longs down here. He definitely got smoked. And in the NASDAQ, they took that thing up to 23,126, and then they immediately sold it right back down. 63.88's last trade. ES. Euro close 30 seconds. Let's see what happens after that. Again, we got morning recap coming up after this. I trade with Topstep with Jay and Dakota and Mohammed. That's going to be must-watch TV. Here on Topstep TV, they got Hoag and Carlos P. and Hoop for lunchbox trading. Then we got Mindset Matters. Everyone get there on time, sit up straight. Robin Dane is in the house. Submit those questions, pinned to the top of the chat. And I'll be tuning in for that.
And I have a graphic, Andre. I always think about this.
I love it.
Favorite Onion headlines. Winning lottery numbers so obvious in hindsight. They are. You just picked wrong.
Uh-huh.
I was going to pick those.
I know.
We used to have a firm. Yep. Work for a certain firm. Excellent in picking out the numbers after the fact. All right, Euro close has come and gone. And we get the more selling coming in here. Chica, you still looking for this setup? ES new lows? And
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give us those lows.
And those lows looking to crack beneath 63.83. 2 points to go there. NASDAQ trying to figure out what to do. 23,100. Now we're into the 99s. Right before that right before that Euro close happened, you see some buyers try to pop it, and sellers step right back in. So this might be getting, yeah, here we go. Ken in the check. NQ can't push up. It's feeling a little heavy. Got that positive delta, so they're trying to fight or hold the line right here. Weird time. They did not see this turnaround or sell-off coming. Weird spot. What's going to happen here?
Forming the golden arches on this 4 hour.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Is that a double bottom then? What we're looking at?
A double top.
Yeah, that too. Range. See Mohammed here in a little bit. right, let's see if we can hold this. Oh, look at James. James, where are you walking to? Oh, I'll throw it to you when ready. He's on the move.
He is.
All right. Yeah, he is. All right, come in here. Where are you walking to? James, come on in. We'll keep an eye and see if we can do
Out of
some
that alley.
lows. He is. Look at that power walk. James, come on in. We got some big news here. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at him. Is he stretching?
Sorry, just getting my sweat on here. Getting ready for another hot week of Topstep TV. If you're wondering why I'm on a treadmill, well, it actually ties into our first story. The upcoming movie, The Long Walk, inspired by a Stephen King novel, is doing a new promotional material for influencers. In the movie, a group of young men go on a long walk, and the last one standing wins a multi-million-dollar prize, while the rest sadly die. It is a Stephen King novel. Well, one theater in Los Angeles has set up walking pads that I'm on right now going at 3 miles an hour, and you too can show up and watch The Long Walk. Here's the kicker. If you slow down under 3 miles an hour, or you get off for any reason, you are ejected from the theater and you do not get to finish the movie. So, in the spirit of that, I'm going to do all of news 2 from the walking pad under my desk right now. Oh, get ready. It's going to be a long one.
All right.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be pretty easy, but actually walking and talking at this volume.
I was going to say, we got like 5 hours left. We should just keep on checking in on you.
Just to leave the camera on, never take it off. So, interesting challenge. I thought that can't be too hard. Walking 3 miles an hour, watch a 2-hour movie, no big deal. Just an interesting way to market a movie. This happened over the weekend. I don't know the results. I can't find an article that says if what you get when you win, how many people stopped walking. But yeah, this movie's coming soon. Walk to a theater near you. Also,
well done.
Bigger news over the weekend. I'm sure a lot of you already saw this. It was an uproar at the U.S. Open. Some rich asshole stole a cat from a kid. Tale as old as time.
This guy.
When one of the players was handing a young fan his hat, kid touched it in his hands. He could feel it in his grasp, and then wouldn't you know it, a man worth 15 million times his net worth snatched it out of his hand, put it in his wife's bag, and then responded on social media later saying, "You snooze, you lose, kid. Be faster next time." Also known as get good. Well, I don't know if you guys know this. When you tell a small child on national TV to get good after taking their hat, the internet isn't really on your side. So this guy doubled down on it, and I don't know if you saw his response after he said get good. He also said, "I'll remind you, talking bad about people on the internet is slander, and I will sue you." So,
come on.
To Peter Skezarek, come get me, bro. My name is James Harden. I live in Chicago, Illinois, and you're a stupid idiot.
Wow.
So, sue that.
No.
I mean, anyway, had better news to this ending story. The tennis player found the kid, gave him the hat back. So, happy ending for the kid at least. But you saw it here. Guess what's coming up soon, Jack? This is for you. Registration is now open for Microsoft Excel World Championship 2025.
Oh.
That's right. If you ever thought that they couldn't turn a sport out of a spreadsheet, you're wrong. Don't worry, there are no finances involved. What they do instead is they put some sort of games or puzzles you have to figure out inside of Excel, and they tell the contestants to, well, essentially figure it out by any means necessary. You can code, you can tweak, you can excel your way to greatness. There are other side competitions, I imagine, including why your grandmother's monitor won't turn on, how to get your coworker's email to show back up after they accidentally collapse a little tab, and, other such fun things that people call on you when you are an Excel championship master. So, Jack, when are you going?
December 1st through 3rd. You gotta get back into it.
December 1st through 3rd. Can you
5 years ago, I could have been a power.
They host this in the HyperX Arena, which we toured. So, we saw that place. I can't imagine just a bunch of guys in there doing spreadsheets on that massive screen. But we will
It's awesome.
keep you
Watch
up
the
to
highlights.
date.
It's really cool.
Look at him.
I was going to say, we'll keep you up to date in all the steamy details of the Microsoft Excel World Championship as it happens December 1st through 3rd, only in Las Vegas. And for anybody out there who thinks they can do it, registration is only $50. So, pony up. Anyway, that's the move. That's the news. Time to pick it up. I'll see you guys later on.
Wow. That's
All right,
well done,
thanks,
James.
Getting it.
Yes.
And he's still going.
He sure is. Man, he hit the sell button as well. Well, that was all that important breaking news was coming at you. We did make new lows in the ES 63.77. We just bottomed out at. NASDAQ did not make those lows just yet. So 40 points to go there. This might be the setup we were looking for. Perhaps
Yeah.
along
Close,
in the-
GK.
Yes. Talk to me,
I'm
guys.
looking at the 63.75s. Just want to see some orders on the book map appear there as well. We're seeing a bit, but not enough for me to have full confidence in this move. As we get closer though, there should be some more orders should come through, and I'm probably gonna take this trade.
I got my trigger
75s.
finger ready.
All right, all new lows ES, new highs Crude coming shortly. And on that note, I am going to sign out for recap prep. GK, everybody, it's great to hang with you. Great to hang with all of you. I'll see you in a few.
Thank you, Hoag. Yep.
See you then, Hoag.
Coming up after this, got to see the lunchbox trade. You'll see Hoag in Mindset Matters as well. We are scoping out a long here, perhaps. We're talking the ES. Last trade, 63.80. Did break through the lows. Those lows around 82s. Bottom out at 63.77. Felt getting heavier and heavier. NASDAQ did not make new lows. 45 points to go for new lows in the NASDAQ. Last trade is 23,070. 070. A little heavier here. Now selling off. Anything on the books? Anything on the books here?
Everything
on the
selling
web.
besides Palantir, apparently.
So we got some more
Come
buying here
on.
in gold. More buying here in gold. Buck and a half off the highs in gold. Again, gold up and to the right for most of this New York session, topping out at 35.81. And on the NASDAQ, gonna see a little bit more selling here. About 40 points. 40 points to the lows in the NASDAQ. Those lows 23,025.
Down 400 points in the Nazi Daddy. Close to down 100 points in the ES right now.
Looks like we're going to make some new lows in the ES here in fast markets. Did not see this. Did not see it rolling over like this. All right, there we go.
New lows.
Yep, 63.77
Gold.
even. Now about 80 points off lows there. Trading 45,080. We're going to step on this gas here to the downside. $30 points to go in the NASDAQ. Test those lows. And House and Shige looking for perhaps along around 63.75. About 3 points from there. The NASDAQ do it. Will NASDAQ make the move lower this time? ES to fall again. NASDAQ has not tested the lows that were put in right off the New York bell. Still haven't gotten there. ES has. Dow has not. Crude pushing higher here now. $65.54 last trade. House count long. 64.78. 64.78. 5 micros.
If NQ can hold this, that'll be very good for us.
Are we in? Did we take the long?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I have a limit at 75.
Okay, working 75s. GK watching the NASDAQ. See if the strength can hold. He called this. This was the setup we were talking about last 15, 20 minutes. We got one of the if-thens. If ES makes new lows, check. If NASDAQ does not make new lows, we'll see if that holds. Crude continue to push higher. 65.53. Again, 52-week auction at noon Central. No. Just 75, Chica. Not front run it at all. One chase. 60, 75, 75s only.
Yeah.
Like it. Jack, are we working 75s? How do we want to see this come in?
Oh, I want to see how it reacts to the low of the day here.
Okay. So 63.77. Let's see how price reacts. There's nothing on the ladder just yet. We saw that 600 line on the E or the NASDAQ. That got pulled. It looks like the ES is flirting with the lows. 3 ticks. 50-50 tilt. So that has a level off. 81% long on the crude tilt. And it has been pushing higher here. Volume stacking down here. Chica, are you watching the volume down around these prices?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. We might get it. All right, we're on the lows right now. Could not break it just yet, but we're trading 63.77s. That's the lows. NASDAQ not quite there. So about 30 points, 35 points to go for the lows in the. Oh, they are holding these 77s right now. They're trying their damnedest to hold it. It's just going to be one of those methodical sell-offs.
Could be. Or the big one.
Not the big one. I did not see this
1,000-point down day.
Did not see it rolling over like this. It's holding. They're holding. They're going to hold these 77s. Still did not take it. Working a bid on 63.75. RDK saying sellers are absorbing all the buyers in ES. No sign of reversal for now. Okay. 50-50 tilt. Now NASDAQ. NASDAQ might be peaking. Just down tick new lows in the ES.
1 tick.
Yes, they did. Now NASDAQ kind of look like they're going to down ticket as well. There's some hesitancy. They're hesitant to really push this thing lower for now. Gotta watch the volume. Barely. That was not very convincing with that down tick. Now the NASDAQ might want to take the lead here. Well, that's that money making time. Who's that? That's that money making time. I like that. Chica's like, all right, make that money. That was very unconvincing on that down tick. 63.76 and the orders just barely down ticked. And we're back up to 63.79s now. Was that it?
Patience.
Now the NASDAQ. Yeah, now, here we go. New highs gold.
1.0.
New highs gold. 35.81, call it. Call it 82s. We're talking all-time highs here in this contract. We're about $3 or $4 away from December contract all-time highs in gold. Got crude grinding higher. Also that heavy long tilt, 79% long on the crude tilt right now. Where do they want to take this gold? 10 minutes left here in Fast Markets. We got morning recap coming up after this. But it feels like this is the moment. This is line in the sand. That's how they down tick the. Wow.
They didn't want to quite give us 75s.
No, they didn't. That was unconvincing to say the least. I'll tell you what, last time James
get in.
Yeah, last time James came out with that breaking news, if he's still walking, we did see the markets hit the sell button. So let's bring him in here right now for some live performance bonuses. James, come on in.
Come on, market, do your thing. I know, start moving, because we got things to show you, including these live performance bonuses being racked up by our live funded traders. We have 2 new tiers unlocked. Dan T, you saw him earlier. taking home that bacon in the live funded P&Ls. He's number 1 on the big board, and he is pocketing an additional $1,000 bonus by hitting tier 1 of the live performance bonus. And again, also under him, Brendan O, also unlocking $1,000 and live profits of $33,252. Brendan is number 19 on the big board. We got top 50 big board players coming, earning, and making their money. So congrats to you guys. I can't wait to see your names going on to the next tier. That's all I got, Andre. Let's see if hopefully my magic works.
Just like that. It may actually
No,
have
a little bit.
It might have actually. Not. It's just. Okay, we got a point and a half off the lows. Now the NASDAQ struggling to catch a bid here. 23,054. Struggling to hold. When the buyers tried right when Euro closed, they tried popping that thing up to 23,112, call it. Sellers smacked it down and it was looking up. Okay, we got new highs in gold. Gold is not done. 35.83. Since the New York bell rang, gold is up. Damn, gold's up $30 so far in the first 2.5 hours of the New York session. I'm sure. Stay tuned for morning recap. Hoag's going to break down all what's happening in gold. Closing on all-time highs in the December contract. All right, Nelson has it. Look at the gold.
Mesmerizing.
It is. Gold is not done. We'll put pressure on the equities in the ES. We did not get the fill. Great patience. What's the P&L looking like, Chike? Well done. Nice, not bad start to the week. Slow roll it in here. Hey, Chike, when you jump off of fast markets, will you continue to trade? Will you still take this trade if it plays out? Will you still get off from 63.75? You still working the bid once you get off? He's on mute. He's on mute. He's locked in. He said, "Don't talk to me, Andre. I'm locked in on this trade." Yes, I'm going to take these 63.75s. That's the setup.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. We still take, once you get off air, will you still work these 75s as long as the NASDAQ holds?
Yeah. Potentially. It depends because past 5 o'clock, I don't really like to take my trades. That's why I'm kind of debating if I should take this or not. Because 5 o'clock is usually my cutoff for trades like this.
You're testing, is it back testing that told you this, or just in terms of like mental capital or volume dries up?
Yeah. Back testing.
Okay.
I typically don't get the big movements that I want to see in the direction of my of the trade. Typically, it's the first half of the New York session that actually gives me what I need. So I don't think I'm gonna take it.
All right, we just
close.
Yes, we did. Just made new lows. Just grinding this thing lower. 63, 75 even is now 74 in the orders print. Did you pull it? Did you cancel it? Or are you in, Chike?
Yeah, I pulled it.
Hold it off. Trade off.
Yeah.
What about the house?
I'm gonna monitor it. See if it. I'm gonna monitor it. See if it still plays. I still like it. It's 5 o'clock for me. That's why.
I think it's the setup's the setup. I think we did find the risk. What would your risk be on this, Chike?
5 points. I'm gonna paper trade it.
We can paper trade. We'll trade. Well, I think we can take it.
I would take the 71s.
All right. Working 71s.
I think that's fair.
I think so too.
Yeah.
374. NASDAQ still got 10 points to go for lows there. 23,040. This is just the grind lower. It's not exactly just a straight down sell off. NASDAQ down 230 points in the last hour and a half, call it. ES down 40 points in the last hour and a half. Lows put in the ES. NASDAQ not so fast just yet. NASDAQ's stubborn. ES just going to grind this thing. I wonder what that delta is. Yeah, I'm sure Hoag will talk about the delta. Give us a delta update in morning recap. Chike, so paper trade. You would be long from 75, correct?
No, yeah, long from 75 on my stop at 70.
Good.
I'll
What would your
stop a
upside
better
target
entry.
be? Yeah, what would your target be?
Probably 94s.
94?
Yeah.
There we go. Risk defined, upside defined, 94. Stop around. What would ours be, Jack? Right around 69? Around 65?
Well, if I take the 71,
Yeah.
give it at
Here goes
least
the
10
NASDAQ.
points.
Here goes the NASDAQ. NASDAQ just grinding this thing lower. New highs gold. Again, how many times have I said that this morning?
I don't know if the NASDAQ
35.85. Those
breaks
might be all-time highs. Stay tuned for morning recap. Not right there, all-time highs in the December contract. NASDAQ still struggling. We're about 4 points off the lows in NASDAQ. 23,029. 4 points off
I
the
took
lows.
a long from the NASDAQ. I like it.
You long?
Yeah.
All right.
Just 6 points. Just 6 points.
What price?
We got
you get?
long one in the ES to join
Love
him.
it.
31s. 31.
23,031. Jack, we got, what do we get in the ES?
73 half.
Yeah, same hoop. I got that price too, 73 half. Okay, 1 ES. Let's see if the buyers want to step in here. The Chike long from, how many NASDAQ did you buy?
1.
1 NQ, 23,031. I was got long, 1 ES, 6373. I was going to get long with number 71 on the big board. Chike in the house. PEI says trying to catch a falling sword. I don't know. Is it a falling sword? It kind of feels like it's just kind of waffling lower.
Yeah, it
Well,
does.
Well,
That's
we
why
waited a
I'm
good
keeping
long
my wrist
time.
very tight.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
let's see it. No. Yeah, NASDAQ hesitant, being much more stubborn. It's the downside than the ES. Again, the start of the morning has been gold again. Well, I think it's about $10 off all-time highs. I think I got 95s up for all-time highs, right up around there. Morning recap. We got Mohammed, Hoda, and Jay. We got Mindset Matters. We got Morho. We got Jack and myself in Power Hour. I want to see this trade play out, but we got morning recap coming up next. This NASDAQ is being stubborn. We also have a trader up $69,000. Yes, live fund and trader number 2 on the big board. Wham! Up $69,000. Coming beneath them, we got 22,000. Another one up 17,000. So we're going to keep an eye on that story throughout the day. But things are just going to start. We got Trump making an announcement. We got both the House and Chike long right now. And I feel like this market's about to start cooking. Can the buyers take this thing higher? Can gold make new all-time highs today? We're just getting started on this Tuesday. Markets are moving. They're going to be tough. Everyone keep grinding. Stay locked in. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. House and Chike long. Come on.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. I'm Hoag. Good to see everybody here. Happy Tuesday, Synthetic Monday. Markets are always a little bit strange to me after the day after a holiday. Maybe it's because the charts are a little different. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure, but we do have a good house trade on crude oil right now. Not so good on gold. We have trades in the S&Ps. We have trades in the NASDAQ. Let's start with the gold. Tough trade this morning. The 5-minute opening range trade, which you all like to vote for that 5-minute opening range trade, which is good. That's fine. Here, let's get the right chart up here. So here's gold. Opening range 35.52.70 to 35.48.40. We got short 5, 38 35.47.40. Kind of missed that one a little bit because it just kind of broke right at the end of 5 minutes. We weren't in that for very long. We got stopped out at 35.54, a loss of $342. But with the trade in crude oil right now, we could be out of that and be back to break even for the day. Now we're seeing gold continue this move to the upside, which we were kind of expecting, and right to all-time December contract all-time high, 35.85.80. Our current high just above that, 35.87.20. So we did reach our visual target of the December all-time high. Let's take a look at crude oil now, and a decent trade in that. What were we looking for as far as context is concerned? A lot of overnight inventory was long. A lot of that overnight inventory was reconciled prior to the open. Now, Friday's gap high, session high on Friday was 64.53. The market opened with the opening range below the weekly kickoff high of 64.80 and just closing that session gap to Friday and rejecting pretty much right away. So the opening range trade, let's go to the 5-minute chart so we can get a closer look at this. Opening range was relatively large. Looks like 64.5 to 64.78. So a 28-point tick opening range, not point, 28 tick opening range. Got us along the 5-minute opening range breakout, 64.78, 5 micros. Flopped around quite a bit around weekly kickoff high, finally rejecting below it. Our original stop was down around 64.40. We've moved that stop up to 64.70. Still not in profit, but we're just kind of watching these swing lows. And I'd like to see, of course, this market hold above 64.80. It's the weekly kickoff low. We want that to be supportive, don't we? So the market kind of flopped around, started, kind of holding above the initial balance high. No failed upside auction. The market closed that first 30-minute bar up above. Well, actually, it kind of left a little bit of a failed upside auction, but holding above VWAP, I was like, all right, we're going to be good with this. Continuing to push higher. We just put in new highs about 15 minutes ago, maybe 20 minutes ago, really hanging up near the highs. So we're going to hang with this. Not going to money it, but if we do start getting up into the 65.70, 65.80 area, we're probably going to take 3 off, move our stop into profit, and then just watch the rest of the free trade happen today. That's if it happens. If it doesn't, it's all right. Best loser wins, right? All right, let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. GK, very, very calm, very calculating, not giving up his secret sauce. I don't know how he found it, but he found a beautiful long in the NASDAQ down here, 23.036, man, just right at the low there. Took a nice profit on that up at around 23.080, about a $424 profit after commissions and exchange fees, actually just exchange fees there. So market pushes higher, puts in the initial balance high. We can't take that out. We come all the way back. GK started to look for longs. I would look at that as about a halfway back attempt at a long. That one didn't play out as well. A little bit of a loss on that one. Got long one, NASDAQ, 23.164. Got an exit at 23.146. Just kind of said, okay, This one isn't working out. Got out. That was about a $350 loss. Now they started looking at longs again near the initial balance low. Now, Chike, when fast markets finished, was long one, 23,031. His target is up at 23,148. He's looking at point of control for the exit on that trade. It would be a very, very nice trade. And the house account joined GK on the long, but in the S&Ps, taking a long here, one ES 63.73 half. Really not sitting in any profit yet. I'm a little bit concerned because we did close this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low. We were talking earlier about the S&P probably looking for a sweep possibly to the low of the Powell bar here, 63.75. A little bit of a comfort level down here, a little visual level, 63.5175, a naked point of chill, a point of comfort from days past. We'll see if the market targets that. But of course, the house being long, GK's possible target for the house account, 63.94, another point of control about halfway back through the regular trading hour session today. So that is our house account and on-screen trades today. I hope you're having an excellent trading day. And everybody's positive. If you're not positive, hopefully you are trading your strategy and, accounting for everything you do. That's how we get better at trading. And, well, now I think it's time for our quotable quote for the day. I like this one. All right. I don't know who wrote this, but I feel like my dad could have or I could have. We were talking earlier, when I had to discipline my children, which everybody hates to do. My son used to call me Big Mean Daddy. But this quote, I think, is really apropos, especially when it comes to trading and how difficult this is. The most dangerous man is one who has lost everything but his will to rise again. Be that man, son. Let nothing break you. This is a difficult thing to do. If you quit, you'll never know if you are close to finding the success you are looking for. And there are many layers of success when it comes to trading. Sticking to your strategy, that's a layer of success. Maintaining an account, that's a layer of success. Every day you find a little way to get better at what you're doing, that's another level of success. So don't let this break you. Being a good trader has nothing to do with who you are as a person. Let's get on the right side of the market. Have a great rest of the day. You'll be seeing me quite a bit. We are looking forward to seeing Mo back here. Mo is going to be here with Coach Jay and Coach Dakota with Trade with Topstep. 3 of your favorite people on Topstep TV, all in one segment. What more could you ask for, folks? This is Topstep TV. This is great stuff. Let's go.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Topstep TV and Trade with Topstep. Hoag said it. You got some of your favorites here. I know I'm the favorite, chat, but can't tell these two guys that. We got Mo and Coach Dakota here with us. How you guys feeling today? Mo, I'll start with you.
The favorite. You're the favorite, Jay.
Yeah, he
Depends on who
is.
you ask, Dakota.
He is.
Depends who you ask. Depends who you ask.
If we are the children of Topstep, Jay's the favorite.
I think Mo would actually be the favorite because he's the one that gets us the most likes.
okay,
Mo
you
gets
got
us
a
the most
point.
likes for sure.
It depends. Let's see how much we have now. We have 400. Let's prove that, guys. Let's prove it.
Let's prove it. Let's prove it. Mo, let's start with you. How are you looking at the markets today? I know you said you took some trades earlier. How are you seeing the markets today?
Yeah, actually, it helped me today when I was with D in Eurotrade for first time with D. Actually, was reading the market early in ES, and I don't trade that time of the day. Usually, I don't. It's not my favorite time of trading. However, in this morning we were looking for this short around 6,438. I mean, it's there. You can see it all. We said we had channel during the half day yesterday, Monday. So that was one first leg down, and the market rally a little bit. And whenever you want to sell a low, and it is a low, you can see at that point that was a low, and we are trying to sell a low because the sellers still have control. So whenever you want to sell a low, make sure that you see with your eyes buyers are trying and failing. And this is exactly what buyers did after making this high. They try once, you can sell this one, but if you wait to see the another try here, sell the other one. So it was two opportunity to sell. I didn't take either of them because I don't like the trading that at that time. I'm not comfortable because market was very slow and I don't want to wait for it. I have other things to do in my life at that time. So I didn't take that trade. Actually, it worked out very well. However, the market gave us a nice trade later on the day. Same, selling the 21 moving average. Keep selling because nothing changed in the market. Market sell off. So sell the 21 EMA until it's proving wrong. What trade I took, actually, it was the opening range trade. This one, yeah, it is in the 5 minutes. You can see this was the 30-minute range between 6,416 and 6,383. Whenever the market trap higher, and then they made this fair value gap. Okay, whenever you see that gap, the sell is at the close of that candle that made fair value gap with a stop above that gap and 1 to 2 risk to reward, which is successfully met exactly here, and we're still at it. I mean, I just exited that trade, looked out of my account at $1,000, and that's more than what I need.
That is a great day, Mo. That is a great day. Great trade, man. Great trade. Thanks for breaking that down. Coach Dakota, how are you looking at the markets today, man? I know we were on slow markets last night. Gold is still rallying.
We were
that slow markets
we were watching gold just keep going straight up, and that's basically where I made most of. That's where I made everything. That's where most of my trades were. Let's see, am I sharing my screen? Yeah, I'm sharing it. Yeah, long gold. Just been long gold for quite a while, and overnight it worked out really well. But in the NASDAQ, I was pointing this out during slow markets with you, Jay, is these 23,400s is a strong level of support, and we broke through it. We broke that right at London. The London session, we broke down. We're down here back from August, these August 20th lows. We're testing it. I mean, 23,000 is a big round number. I was kind of looking for this market to maybe test or break through that. The low of, it looks like we made this morning, but we're finding some buyers step in. I'm still looking for it to push down. Yeah, I'm just kind of enjoying the day, enjoying this volatility. I was talking about how the summer doldrums, we're kind of past that. We're seeing more volatility into this market, which has been really nice for the day traders. The day traders, us in general, we like volatility. We like these opportunities, and there's plenty of opportunities today on both sides. I mean, look at that. We pumped up what 250 points this morning, and then sold off right back down. So there's opportunities on both directions.
We dipped down to the low tick of the opening range and bounced from there. We did see the house and Chike get long at the end of fast markets there. I believe the house got long from 63.75 in the S&P last trade there, 63.82 evens. 71% long tilt in the S&P, 74% long tilt in the NASDAQ. Crude oil long tilt 74% and gold 51%. Did see gold pulling back just a little bit here. NASDAQ last trade 23.082 half, and gold made a high of the day 35.9140. A couple points off that all-time high there in gold, and last trade 35.8630. Jack just put it in the chat. House is long from 63.73 half. Jack, let us know if you do manage that trade at all, but that's a great entry. I know Chike was looking for that entry at 65, so he ended up taking it in the NASDAQ, but a pretty good trade there. Mo, you were talking about something in the green room. You said you came back, you're trading really well. I asked you how things are going. You said, they're great. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on. The chat's been looking for you. They said, where's Mo been? But you're back with us on the show. You were telling us a little bit about your last month. How's it been, Mo?
Yeah, last 3 months, actually, if I'm looking at my performance, it was good. January, February, March, April, wonderful month, crazy month. I made a lot of payouts there, around $250,000 maybe. Then, I don't know what happened in May, June, July. It was just, the market is kicking me out. I said, enough. It's not like that, but I'm sure that I start doing things, either they are not working anymore, or maybe I start having some ego where I added more indicator, which I realized during my step back. I took a vacation, I took a holiday for 1 week, 10 days of the market. Yes, I watch the market, but I don't care. I don't have any goals in trading. Just I don't want to lose the touch. That's it. Then I write down all my new things that I have changed. Because if you change something, the result will change. If you keep everything the same, don't expect different results. So I said with myself, I said, okay, I added a couple of things here because I like them, because I thought at the time they are helping me. Then I added VWAP. I added the 100 tick Renko chart. I added different indicators in my chart, and also I added new entry patterns. I said, you know what? I mean, I was doing well before them. I didn't need them. You don't need a lot of weapons to kill one man. So let's remove it, because it becomes difficult sometimes if you add something, you used to have it in your chart, and then it's difficult to delete it because you feel some connection with that one. Yeah, you feel it's necessary. You're afraid that if you remove it, you will suck in trading. But that wasn't the point. I remove all emotion. I love whoever introduced VWAP to me, but it's not working with you, man. You are doing better before. So I removed it. I removed the Renko chart, and then I come back to my strategy, original strategy. How can I make it even better? Simply, I noticed that I always exit with 1-to-1 risk to reward. Always. First target 1-to-1. I enter with 3, I exit with 2. I enter with 2, I exit with 1. So always I take partial profit at 1-to-1. And when I notice, if I waited, most of those trades will give me 1 to 1.5 easily. Most of them, 90% of the trades that successfully get to 1-to-1, almost 90% of them went to 1.5. So I said, I'm leaving money on the table. However, I took the full loss if the market went against me, and that's not good management of it. So I decided I will never exit less than one and a half, and that improve, and it's exposed my profit imaginable thing that I couldn't even believe it. I said, in one trade, I don't need to trade anymore. That's enough. I don't worry about the trade. Either you exit full or you take half at 1.5, and then you trade your stop whatever you want, because you already took more than your risk. So those two things, removing indicators, too many indicators, especially those newly added, and enhance your risk to reward. You don't need to complicate things. I think is what wonderful. I am challenging myself. I used to trade with 150 account. Then I said, you know what? I will do it with 50K, because if I couldn't do it with 50K, 100%, I will not do it in 150. Not 100%, because sometimes some guys said 50K is difficult than the 150. I disagree. Account is an account. It's all about management of your size. So I passed the 50K first time, and I lose it, and then I do it another time. So now I am my 7th day. I did already a payout with small amount, moving very well.
To hear, Mo. Great to hear. Making some adjustments, and you made some adjustments, right? You thought you needed to add some things to your trading, and then you kind of pared it back and said, hey, you know what? I don't need these things. And I think a lot of traders go through that, right? Oh, I heard somebody talk about this indicator that works, so then I need to add it. And the real secret is that every indicator works and no indicator works, right? It's about your interpretation of it and how you can use it to make trading decisions at the end of the day. Coach Dakota, you talked about that a little bit last week. You did a little bit of a trading plan, right, during slow markets.
Yeah.
Kind of what Mo is saying, you wrote down a plan from start to finish, and sticking to that plan and not really, adding things into it, I think is key for your trading. We've seen you trading pretty well, up 44 grand in your combine today. And if you're following Dakota on X, posted a recap of some of your trading on the personal side, right? We focus on both. Tell us what's been going well, Dakota. What adjustments have you made in the past, couple of weeks or so?
Yeah. I mean, Mo, you make a great point, right? What's the point of having a 1-to-1 risk reward strategy when you close your trades out before it gets to 1-to-1, right? I do that myself. Traders do that. Where there's a lot of emotion when it comes to trading, and for me, it's focusing on quality over quantity. I talked about this a lot the month of August. I talked to Hoag on the phone. I've talked to various team members. Hey, when I'm on air, traders love for me to talk about trades. Traders love for me to be in a trade and talk about it. But in the reality, that's not how it works. And as much as I want to sit here in front of everybody and be in a trade, scalp this, scalp that, and just find opportunity everywhere in these markets, which you trade long enough, you stare at these markets, you're going to find a trade. Like, there's opportunity every minute in these markets if you look hard enough. That's kind of what my trading has been. And then doing it on air, we all know the pressure of doing it in front of thousands of traders. Us being here on Topstep was just adding to it. So, quality over quantity is my biggest thing. That's what I've been focused on. It's been really great in my futures trading for the past month or so. And here we are. I'm putting that into practice. Last night I was long gold. Coach Jay, we were talking about it. Up $4,000. I'm going to continue to grind this out, just like everybody else, just grinding it out, going through the motions, always changing. These markets are always changing. We need to change as well. Like you said, every single indicator, it doesn't work 100% of the time. And heck, you could say you just buy whenever there was a full moon. You're going to be right, 50% of the time.
Exactly. Dakota,
the reality of trading.
Would you say?
Go ahead.
Would you say that even the GOAT has to lose sometimes to learn in order to learn?
Or we just run out of time, Jay. We just run out of time.
There we go. So with that being said, let's throw it to Gabe. Go ahead, Gabe. Do what you got to do.
Legendary NFL coach Bill Belichick made his much-anticipated college coaching debut in Chapel Hill, North Carolina on Monday night. It did not go well in front of the home crowd. His Tar Heels got on the scoreboard first, but from there, the Texas Christian University Horned Frogs dominated, scoring 41 unanswered points. The game ended in a 48-14 blowout win for TCU. That's the most points a Belichick coach team has ever allowed. Belichick said after the game, quote, "They were just better than we were tonight."
In college sports.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Yeah, and you know, kind of just tying that in. You know, of course, Bill Belichick, one of the greatest of all time football coaches, the greatest in my opinion. Like you guys were saying, making adjustments, right? Making adjustments, playing a different game, and you have to learn your playing field, know what works, know what doesn't work. Bill's going to turn it around. I have no doubts in that. No doubts in that. Let's take a quick look at the markets. 23.71.50 last trade in the NASDAQ, 63.79.75 last trade in the S&P. We got gold, 35.90.80 last trade in gold, continuing to grind higher, a couple ticks off the high of the day in gold here, and crude oil 65.58. Any trades that you guys would be looking to place right now? I know, Mo, you're locked up right now. Dakota, I believe you're locked up as well. Any trades that
Not
you
right
would be
now. I'm looking
to place here?
Yeah, I'm looking for this market to return back to the lower days. I've been watching it, these bounces. We came down and we tested these lows, and so I'm continuing to I'm looking for continuation to the downside. Like if we look at the daily, we did break some major trend lines, and I mean, we take a look at this. We talked about it a little bit. Is this really a head and shoulders? Maybe, maybe not. But we take a look. There's a shoulder ahead. Oh, let's see. Oh, there's a head, and there's a shoulder. And then what you determine is the neckline. I was watching this to see if we'd hold. And the fact that we broke through this major support that we've developed over the past week or two, and we didn't just break. We broke with a lot of momentum. So the question is, are we going to bounce off these lows from mid-August? And this is a decent level of support and resistance that we've seen throughout July and August that we are at right now. And so the question is, do we break down and we come down to the bottom end of this? And the bottom end, let me make this a little bit cleaner for traders so they could see it. So this is that level. This is support resistance level. The next one I'm seeing is if we do start to break down, can we come down to these, 22,800s? So I'm going to lean towards yes, because we broke through with a lot of momentum. Usually when we see these sell-offs, it could be like maybe 1 or 2 days, but we'll see. We'll see. This is a big decision zone, these levels. If we break through, I don't have any levels until we get to these 22,800s. We have non-farm payroll this Friday. It's a shortened week as well, so I'm short biased. I'm short biased until we get to maybe this level, or we show some better market structure, especially on the hourly time frame. Kind of a top-down view, right? I'm not zoomed in to the 5-minute looking for scalps. I'm kind of looking for overall market momentum. Here's that support from August 20th. I wouldn't be surprised if we bounced off this, but I'm kind of leaning towards more of a retest of that 23,000 level and a retest of these upper 22,000s. That's kind of my lean. The fact that we broke through. I mean, we started this sell-off in London. We didn't even look back, right? We did. It's just straight down. We had that little rally that lasted an hour, and that completely got sold off. So maybe more selling pressure going into the rest of this afternoon. Or I'm completely wrong. We just buy this thing up, buy the dip. We'll see. We'll see. I've been watching.
This was a pretty big dip. I mean, this was a pretty big dip.
Nvidia's down.
And smaller lenses.
Go ahead.
The smaller lenses here, similar to the ES trade that I saw in the opening range. I see it very clear here similar to it in NQ. However, in NQ they haven't reached their 2-to-1 target yet, which is also supporting the idea of Dakota here to go short, because this was the opening range, the market trap higher, and then they show that fair value gap up there. So the entry is at 23,146. The bad news, it requires a stop around 100 points here or what? It's almost 81 points. As long as the market is below 23,227, and we still have potential to visit 22,980. We have to wait.
Yeah. Yep, I'm with the same.
22,980.
I mean, we talked about
Yeah.
the Super Bowl
And
last
also,
week of earnings.
the
Nvidia.
2000 tick chart also, they showed a channel which is oversold up there here. So this oversold means that it's exhausting as long as we are inside the channel. If we are over the channel, that means that we are strong enough to make that overshoot and will continue. However, if we get back inside the channel, that means there are trapping buyers here, and it looks for me, it's a trap of these highs, and we just need to break this trend to see the new low.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the Super Bowl last week of Nvidia earnings, and Nvidia is down. It was down almost 4% today. We're still down 3 1/3.
What is it at now?
3 1/3. We're down just over 3%, 3.3. Google's down to about 2.5%. I mean, it's just a massive sell-off in tech. The only thing that's up is Bitcoin and MicroStrategy is basically that Bitcoin rally. And then gold, right? Gold that we were talking about, all-time highs. Did we get to all-time highs today here in gold? We were talking about it.
We'll see. We're not far off of it. We are not far off. I have an all-time high in gold.
We're like $5 away, all-time highs here in gold. All-time highs
35.95.60. 35.95.60.
Yeah.
Last trade in gold here, 35.91.10. Has a high on the day of 35.91.90. So pretty close there. And we'll see. We'll see if it gets taken out
right there.
in the next. I mean, can we do it in this half an hour? Is the question. Also, how do you trade that if you do?
Maybe. Just like what we were talking last night, Jay. You close your eyes and buy it.
Just buy it.
You just buy it. Look, we're pushing. We keep
Scary.
going. We're new session high.
There we go.
Right there.
35.92.
There's another session high.
58% long tilt in gold. 72%.
It's a sell-off in NQ now. It's a strong sell-off in NQ right now. They did their.
All right. What are we?
This is why I hate. This is why I don't trade. I don't want to use hate, but this is why I don't trade NQ, because this was, if in any other market, this was enough trap. No, in NQ they need to do another one. So this is why I don't like to trade NQ. So they did a triple trap for the sellers in here, and you can see this strong sell-off. I'm just waiting for this to break this channel, and I think this is going south.
The trend is your friend. Today the trend is down for the NASDAQ.
Yep.
The trend is down. Speaking of today, what else happened on this day, Gabe? September 2nd, 2025. What happened on this day?
Man, it was the Great Fire of London. On this day, the Great Fire of London, the worst fire in London's history, began accidentally in the house of the King's baker. It burned for 4 days and destroyed a large part of the city of London, including most of the civic buildings, Old St. Paul's Cathedral, 87 churches, and about 13,000 houses. The Great Fire is actually commemorated by the Monument, which is a column built in the 1670s near the source of the blaze in the city of London, just north of the London Bridge. It still stands to this day. But that's our trip back to history here on this day, September 2nd, 1666, the Great Fire of London. Back to you guys.
That's why the market's selling off today, huh?
Sell it all today. Thank you for that, Gabe. Accidental fire by the baker. I wonder what kind of bread he was making. Seeing the NASDAQ pop just a little bit here, 2380 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6382.75 last trade in the S&P. Do have the house and count long from 6373.75 in the S&P. So good trade there. Mo, you were saying you hate the NASDAQ, or in your words, you'd rather not trade the NASDAQ. Have you had to make many adjustments trading the S&P? And we got a question from you. And I was actually curious as well, because I heard you mention a fair value gap. I don't know if I've ever heard Mo mention fair value gaps. Is that something that you added to your trading, or were you using that before?
Yeah, actually, there is some days when you look at the market before, when you're prepping yourself to the market, see the behavior of the market today. It was just sell off. It is not normal day. It's not what we used to see in NQ. So I said to myself, this is a one trade day. This is, I will pick one trade. I will take it. If it is lost, I will lock my account regardless of the result, because it's not working. I will not ruin my account today. So this one strategy that I have learned through the years, actually, and I start back testing this. It's simple, easy. I do it if I want to take only one trade. So I open the 30 minutes, wait for the open of the market, mark the high of the 8:30 candle, 8:30 Central Time. Okay? Mark the high and the low, and then go to the 5 minute, and then wait for the market. That was the 5 minute at the time. Wait for the market to break either up or down and come back inside with a fair value gap. So why fair value gap? Because fair value gap means there's a market maker, or let's say big liquidity is pushing the market very hard. It's not small retail. It's somebody with big liquidity that can push the market. So that was here until all these candles, 5 minutes we see now. I was waiting for that fair value gap to create it. Nothing. And then you can see this push. This push, now we see there is a fair value gap here between two candles. There is some gap inside. So that is a signal that a big player here is pushing the market. So I want to be with that big player. So the entry is at the close of the candle that confirmed the fair value gap, because until this candle, you don't know if this one is coming back to close the, maybe they will not know fair value gap. But after this one is closed, you know for sure there is I'm not saying you have to enter at the close, but sometimes the market just move. So I took the entry here with not an NQ, it was an ES actually. So, and with a stop at the high of that fair value gap. That's it. And you target 1 to 2. If you want to be more comfortable, you can take 1 to 1.5 and it just tagged it and straight off up. So I backtest this one many times. The problem, you have two problems. Number one, sometimes the market is not doing this. It continue going higher. So you don't do anything. You just watch the market moving without doing anything, because there is no strategy saying if the market goes higher, just buy it. No, this is maybe other strategy, not this one. And sometimes the market is never giving you that fair value gap. It's just going like this, you know, and the day is done without that fair value gap. So you have to be consistent and disciplined in taking that trade. You don't have the trade every day, but if it presents itself, why not?
Take it. Got to take it. We did just see the equities push up just a little bit there. NASDAQ did trade above 23,100s. Last trade right now, 2388.75. S&Ps did push above 63.85s for a minute there. Last trade, 63.83.5. Coach Dakota, we have news coming out later in the week. We were talking about it last night. We got JOLTS tomorrow. We have non-farm payroll. Does that influence any of your trading decisions intraday at all? Right? Does it help set
not
expectations
today,
for the outcomes of your trades? Okay.
Not really. We need to, and this is something that I'm always trying to get better at. And it's not letting our bias on these markets and world events like bleed into our trading. And a better way, since let me explain this. Let me explain how I mean is like we might have an opinion about the market of how a certain news event will affect it, right? Like, man, we're going to be cutting interest rates, so that means this market must be doing this, or it needs to do this. And then it does the opposite of what you think, right? That's where the phrase and what we say, markets could be, irrational longer than we could say solvent. And we must trade what we see in front of our charts. The price is right, regardless of our opinion. And that's, I mean, the market came down and we were selling off today. And some people, there's plenty of people out there that's thinking, market shouldn't be down today. We should just, we should It should be a positive day. And here we are, where we've been selling off. I need to get better at that. I think everybody in the day trading aspect needs to get better at that, right? Because we're day trading ultimately. Day traders typically trade based off of price action, what they see in the day to day, and not the deeper fundamentals or what's going on in the longer perspective. And a lot of times we do get caught up on that. We get caught up a lot on what's happening in the world and all the news that's happening, and forget that sometimes it doesn't really matter what the news is going on, as long as we know when it's going to be moving the market and how to manage the risk. And then we just kind of ride these waves, and we just trade the intraday, day trade aspect of it. So that's what I'm looking at. We do have a little bit of understanding that when there's a big news event, the market tends to be a little bit more choppier going into it. Today was not the case. It's a trend day down, and we have buyers stepping in. And so the question is, are we going to look for this market to continue retracing, or is there going to be a selling opportunity to go back to the lows of days before the end of the day? Because we have what? 3 more hours today, about 3 more hours of trading today. I'm watching gold. To see if we could push these all-time highs.
Yeah.
Looking at the net.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mo.
I just want to answer some questions here regarding what I have said, if you allow.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not an ICT trader.
Yeah, go ahead,
I don't like this. I don't like this putting a hat on every trader. He's an ICT. He's a Fibonacci. He's what? You have a strategy. You take something from everything. It works for you. Do it. It doesn't. I don't care about ICT. I don't care about anyone. I care about my portfolio, my management. I only take this idea from the ICT, whatever you call it, that helped me to give me a signal. I like that idea. If the market push between 2 candles with a gap between the low and the high, and that is what fair value gap is, that's an indication there is a liquidity coming in the market. Maybe you can find another thing giving you that information. Maybe looking at the volume, maybe looking at the DOM, maybe looking at structure. I find this very informative. So whenever I see a candle, you want to call it ICT, call it whatever you want. If I see a candle that closes in between of them, a candle that never closed that gap, that's a signal there is a strong liquidity going down. I don't look for any fair value gap. I look for a very specific one. Only the one that comes after the open, making a trap and going inside. I think Hoagie call it upside failed auction, I think. Something,
failed
it's all around the same idea.
It's all the same. So at the end of the day, Mo, we trade the same price. I just put it in the chat. Mo trades Mo CT, whatever that means. At the end of the day, Mo, if you have a process to make...
I don't know what the hell is ICT, by the way. I never learned ICT.
I mean, you said it best. You said it best, Jay, is at the end of the day, we're all looking at the same price. We're all trading the same markets, right? I mean, it doesn't matter how you're reading the NASDAQ, how I'm reading the NASDAQ. We're trading at 23,080s. At the end of the day, it's about consistency. It's about being able to trade, making money. Like, that's what we're in here for. And I've heard it.
You know what I compare it to?
Don't be an enemy for yourself. Maybe there's some good information. Don't just ignore it because you hate ICT. You are the loser, not ICT. Take whatever works with you. Don't be so personal with things.
Yeah. What's up, Jay? You said?
I was going to say, we have traders all the time like, oh, this is the right way to do it. This is the right way to do it. Like you said, at the end of the day, we're all trading price. It's almost like somebody speaking Spanish and saying English is a bad language, or Russian is a bad. It's all a way to communicate. right? And at the end of the day, we're communicating the same things, just saying it different ways. So, if it's not something that resonates with you, you don't speak that language, that's okay. Find your way to communicate, because that's ultimately what we have to do in the markets. And we have gold continuing to push new highs. New high here in gold, 35.93.10, a couple points off the all-time high here. In gold, equities popping just a little bit as well, 23.105 last trade in the NASDAQ. House is still long. The S&P last trade over there is 63.86 evens.
Yeah, this
same language.
looks very strong now. And this is
So many
this
different
is
tools job done too.
NQ is confirming, the overshoot now more than one time. So this is strong. This is strong from these lows.
Yeah, buyers really stepped in
pushing
at
it.
those 70s. Yeah, buyers stepped in
Yeah,
at
they
those
did.
70s. That's what 40-point bounce. 40-point bounce now. The last couple minutes.
Yeah. If somebody wants to sell this, you need to see buyers failing before that. Wait for the buyers to try to make new high. Whenever they failed to do it, maybe that's your opportunity to sell.
Do we turn green today? Can we turn green? That's the next question.
So it's weird because Friday or yesterday was a non-settlement day, right? So in order for us to turn green, we got to get all the way back up to 23,461, which was Friday's settlement, which is about a 1.5% from here. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I'm gonna throw it over to Gabe real quick. Yeah, I mean, we have seen crazier things. Gabe,
We
some announcements real
we
quick.
have indeed. Real quick, I got two major announcements for you guys today. We have Rob and Dane coming back from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Central Standard Time today for Mindset Matters with John the Goat Hoagland. Also, by the way, Trump is supposed to be speaking potentially during that hour. So make sure you come back, hang out with us. We'll pipe that in as well. And then as a secondary event today, later this afternoon, we have Coach Robert in the Discord classroom. We'll be doing at 4 p.m. a all about Topstep X session. So if you are curious, maybe you're new to the platform, have some questions, want to go look through some of the demonstrations and tutorials he'll be doing, this will repeat every Tuesday, 4 o'clock. And that'll be in the Topstep Discord. If you have not joined Discord, I will throw the link here shortly. But for that Rob and Dane link, by the way, it's in the top of the chat, just so you know. If you have questions, get your questions in for Rob and Dane. Link is pinned, and then I'll throw the Discord link in there here now. But I'll throw it back to you guys. Let's finish out this hour.
Yeah, Trump is speaking, by the way, today. Trump is speaking, so watch out if he said bye or something.
Do we know what he's speaking on?
Let's see.
Do we know what he's speaking on? I'm looking. I don't see it. I'm sure it'll be a bunch of things. Dakota, you were talking about NVIDIA getting sold off before. We saw some, I see a headline here on NVIDIA. NVIDIA rejects the rumors of H100 and H200 GPU shortages. I'm not sure if that headline, that initial headline that there was a shortage of GPUs was why NVIDIA was selling off, but NVIDIA rejects that rumor.
Yeah, I mean, what, buy the rumor, sell the news? This is the opposite, right? Sell the rumor, buy the news, depending on is the rumor good or bad for the stock. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I said, we had NVIDIA earnings last week. We have today. I mean, you could say that the tariff decision, or like, are these tariffs illegal? Talk about bonds, talk about treasuries, talk about the upcoming non-farm payroll. I mean, could be a lot of reasons why these markets are selling off. I'm not too worried. Like I said, we're day traders. I love this volatility. This is much, much better volatility than we typically see during the summer, right? We was talking about July when we were fighting over, it seemed like, 80-point range today in the NASDAQ. And then today we're seeing, 200-point swing, started in the London session. I'm just curious to see, I mean, it's a shortened week, and I mean, there's opportunity. I mean, since we've been talking, since we've been on air, like the last 5-10 minutes, like that's 40 points. That's 40 points. There's opportunities. I'm watching this, waiting, being patient. I'm leaning towards the short side. I'm still looking for this market to maybe go back down and test these lower days. A lot less likely now, but I am flat. And let's just see how this market starts reacting in these 20s.
And the NASDAQ pushed just a little bit. I see a little mini headline maybe. The U.S. holds back on China trade threats as it weighs Russia sanctions. We are seeing the NASDAQ push up just a little bit here. I got a New York session VWAP at 23,143. Last trade in the NASDAQ 23,123. I got some updates on house account trades as well. Hoag let me know that he sold 3 micro crude at 65.75, holding the other 2 until the end of day. We got crude oil last trade over there, 65.72. So nice trade. Hoag called the high of the market there.
There we
house
go.
account is still long the S&P, I believe. And if we're gonna go green, let's hold that one, Jack. 63.92 last trade in the S&P. Yeah, we are seeing the equities push just a little bit here. But we are going to go into a break, man. This was too short. We need to do this again, guys. But Mo, anything you want to say before we go?
Just be careful with yourself. Don't push it very hard. Sometimes all what you need is one trade.
There we go. There we go. Coach Dakota, any words before we go? We know we're going to see you for slow markets later today.
Yeah, slow markets later. It is Tuesday, shortened week, and like Mo said, all you need is one trade. Trading is optional. You do not even have to place a trade today if you don't like the price action, if it's not setting up.
Absolutely. Don't force anything. The market is going to present opportunities. It's our job to execute on them. Coming up, we got Jack and Ben here for Shoulder Tap. We got Carlos P joining Coach Hoop and Hoag for Lunchbox Trading. If you haven't done so already, Mo already asked when we got on here, so I'll do it, Mo. Hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family too as well. And we'll be right back. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
Everybody get a little tap, tap, taparoo. It's shoulder tap. I'm Jack, joined by risk manager Ben in the house. How you doing on this Tuesday, Ben?
I'm doing well. I feel pretty rested over the weekend, and had quite a barn burner of an overnight session. So risk team was awfully busy this morning. We got in, and I'm really pleased with what I've seen, Jack, and I'm happy with our team and the way we've coordinated with some of these live traders. You know, there were several people who got 8 traders who were up over 5 figures on the day in live markets. That's a fantastic day. Some of those, you know, multiples of 5 figures, and I know we've got a leaderboard we can pull up here, but big dog Guan taking home locked in 68,000, basically $69,000 in a live trade. Really impressive stuff, and I want to just quickly share the way that one of the things that the risk team does for our live traders is try to help protect them from themselves when they're up considerable amount of money. We don't want anyone that, you know, is up 30, 40, $50,000. We've seen cases where, you know, traders are up $100,000 intraday. You know, we don't want them giving up 30 or 40% of that money back, right? There's a certain point where you need to cinch it up more and more and make sure you're taking home the lion's share of those profits. So this session was a great example of that. You know, it was really strong move, about 400 points lower in the NASDAQ, you know, overnight. And I think what happens, especially, you know, Guan is a perfect example of that. When you have a large position on that you've taken for a couple hundred points in the NASDAQ or any market for that matter, and, you know, you're coming up on the 8 a.m. Central Time, 8:15 Central, you're moving into what is the regular trading hours open for equities. You can start, you know, that greed monster on your shoulder, I think, starts to tell you some wild stuff like, oh, you know, bear market's here. We're finally rolling over. Let's, you know, this is a quick flush lower, and I'll be at, you know, 90 grand or something like that. You tell yourself, I've been there. Everyone on our risk team has traded. We understand what those emotions are like, and so to have a, you know, a team at your back, we step in and just, you know, communicate with our traders. Hey, we want to see you lock in a certain amount, and, you know, if you get below this threshold, then we would liquidate you and just lock you for the day. You know, Guan was at that point. There was kind of a quick flash lower, and then a bounce, right? What we often see in those regular trading hours open for equities after a big move lower, you get kind of a profit taking pop higher, you know, right at the open. And you know, if you've got 15 lots on and you've taken home unrealized, at least you've got 50 grand, 60 grand, 70 grand in unrealized profit sitting there, we want to make sure you take that home. So we worked with Guan, made sure he locked it in at 69,000. It's a fantastic day. Several other traders here, similar story, you know, making sure they're locked in and don't get half or more of those gains wiped away on a quick bounce at the regular trading hours open. So good day from a risk management standpoint, working with the live traders and booking some big profits. We're really happy with the way this morning played out in particular, Jack.
Awesome stuff. And looks like Chike is on this live list too. We both took the same trade at the end of fast markets, him in the NQ, me in the ES. Looks like he's up 528. House account is cooking on that one contract right now. I'm a sicko, so I'm kind of trailing it. You know where I'm trailing it to? I want to see a recheck of the 6,400 in the SPX. This is going to be an all-day affair, but I've locked in at least 400 on the trade. We'll see how it goes. But this isn't about me. This is about tapping shoulders. Who do we have today, Ben, that we're going to talk about?
Yeah, let's pull up the card for Ju Yoon. Trading with us from South Korea. in a 50K account. Average daily P&L is negative here. And been in this account for quite a while. 132 days traded in this account. There's been a lot of back and forth action. Profitable days, put up a few $1,000s here. The best day in this account was just shy of 10 grand, a $9,800 winning day. But this is someone that's just a little too comfortable or familiar with the daily loss limit.
Mm-hmm.
The 50K account, this $1,000 DLL, that's what we have set for Ju and we hit it awfully quickly, Jack. That was one of the first things that I noticed when looking at these trade reports is just how fast we're making it to the daily loss limit. Risking your daily loss limit, we talk about this, it feels like multiple times a week now, but daily loss limits are a great risk management tool. The one, default out of the box might be a little wide for you depending on your trading style, but you can always set that within the platform, cinch it up a little bit for yourself, cut it in half, cut it by, 2/3 if you need to. In this case, I don't know if that's necessary. It could be advisable, but I think the larger issue is sizing relative to the daily loss limit.
Mm-hmm.
This trader's taking 1 or 2 lot positions in, the E-mini S&P, E-mini NASDAQ, and the gold contract. Those are big contracts. The S&P being the smallest of them, and that the notional value of those contracts are huge, and what you would need, especially if volatility picks up. We've been in a very low volatility environment for the equities for quite a while now. If real volatility returns to these markets, it's going to be even more difficult, I think, to stay alive or stay in these trades. Multiple trades getting stopped out at the daily loss limit in 1 minute, sometimes less. Another piece of that is the part of the session that this trader's trading in. They like trading in the first 30 minutes of regular trading hours, which there's good opportunities there. That's when all the stock traders are participating. Markets are fully open in the U.S. and it's not as though there's not opportunities in there. We call it fast markets for a reason, though, right? There's going to be quick
Right.
moves, and even if you've got a 1 lot on, you can zap a $1,000 daily loss limit in short order. So I think just sizing down a little bit, if that's when you see the most opportunity, that's when you'd like to be participating in the markets. Sizing down is pretty much the only way to do that without consistently banging into that DLL. So what sticks out here for you, Jack?
I was just doing some math on my phone calculator. So your nominal exposure on 2 NQ contracts is like $925,000. So if you're trading $925,000 of exposure with a 1K limit, my friend, you are very, very, very leveraged at that point. I don't think that that's the way. And you could still catch huge moves, right, with cutting down the size. We often talk about, praising people for cutting losers short and holding on to winners. But the exception to that rule is where your losers are all short because you're just way over leveraged. So you're in and out in under a minute. Sometimes it would appear. So this report to me screams over leveraged. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah, and there's good things to take out of here. The problem is they just are overshadowed by losing too quickly, right? You don't maybe a good trade idea ultimately, and what could have been a winning trade, just got crushed by that initial volatility. I mean, if you're trading the first 10 minutes of regular trading hours open, you're going to need a relatively wide stop loss, even if you're correct on the trade idea. So. Like you said, Jack, the nominal value of those 2 contracts. I mean, you're talking about with 2 E-mini NASDAQ contracts and $1,000 daily loss limit. You're at 25 points that you could be stopped out. That's the blink of an eye. At 8:35 Central in the NASDAQ. So just be aware of that. I think sizing down could fix a lot of things and ultimately give the good and the positive aspects of this trader's style and strategy to shine through. That's what I think needs to happen here. This is someone who's shown to us that they can trade profitably, through the XFAs, and so that transition to live, it's in some ways and elements might be difficult, but sizing down, improving yourself in live will ultimately earn you additional exposure. We want to size up and scale up our best traders, but you got to prove it in live before we open you up more.
And I do shudder to think when I occasionally do see one of these DLL days where the average loser is a very long time. I can't see any of the unrealized P&Ls that occurred, but something tells me that if it happened, that there was at some point a very large amount of money on the table, right? Because they're going to get stopped out right away with that size. So, yeah, just something to think about. Wider stops, wider profit targets, less size. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's right. That's all I got today, Jack.
Well, excellent. Well, Ben, thank you for sharing today an update on our house account trade. I've moved up the stop loss to like 1-to-1, counting on this 84 support. So if we get tagged out, it'll be $500. But I'm hoping that this runs to Valhalla, which is the 6400 SPX. But we'll keep you updated on that. Stick around, by the way, because coming up next, we got Hoag, Carlos P, Coach Hoop going to be in the house, the Chameleonaires. It's going to be a blast. So stick around. Ben, thanks again. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. See you then.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
right, welcome to Lunchbox Trading. Hopefully you got yourself a nice peanut butter and jelly sandwich, something like that. We've got our good friend Carlos P back with us. He is a NASDAQ trader, and he is also on Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters team. We got Coach Hoop with us. How you doing today, Coach Hoop?
Doing good.
Good.
Volatility.
Good. Well, yeah, it's been kind of a slow grinding volatility a little bit here. Kind of a strange day, usually after a holiday for me. And Carlos was just talking to us in the green room about how he does well on days like today. I don't know if it has anything to do with the holiday yesterday, but not so much today. Carlos, tell us a little bit about how your day went today. And do you have any trades on now?
Yeah, so no trades on right now. Just flat watching the market. But yeah, like I said before, days like today are usually when I trade well. I feel like my strategy works well on days like today, and things usually go better. Unfortunately, had to reset my combine, my VIP combine. Just had a unfortunate situation happen earlier in the market that I think just put me on tilt, and then realizing that I wasn't trading well in a day that usually I would trade well, I think frustrated me even more. So I ended up having to reset, right? And thankfully ended at least a little bit in the green, up $1,000 in this combine. And I did well in another combine, but my focus is really on this VIP combine. Just an unfortunate day, but in the day we live to trade another day. That's the point here. So that's just full transparency. And the days like this happen, right? Even though it's a day that I usually perform well, you're not always going to perform well, right? And you have to be okay with that. And I think today I kind of let myself down, right? In just maybe having to accept the loss, and I didn't want to. And it's something that maybe would have saved me more money, right? And time that I put into the combine. So definitely learning lesson today, right? You never stop learning no matter how experienced you are.
Nope.
Yeah, lessons that I've learned over and over again are what you're talking about right there.
Yeah, I hear Hoag in the back of my head a lot of times when we go directional. I always tell him that don't fight a directional market. I'm like you, man. I reset a combine today too. I'm with you. I do that with my traders. I do 100K combine with them along the way, and yeah, I mean we're human like everybody else, man. There's full transparency. Gold is just an absolute beast to a market, and sometimes you think you can trade and watch price action and not leverage yourself. And my guess is that's probably a little bit, Carlos, what happens. You're like, hey, I got this, man. I've traded this type of market before. And exactly. Then, the markets always humble us, right? They let us know.
And I mean, even just not even following the rules I set for myself, right? Usually when it's, very volatile on days like today, I do size down, and I didn't do that today. Again, I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting it to be this volatile, but regardless, once I saw how volatile it was, I should have made the adjustment like I usually do, and I didn't, right? So, I mean, what I'm happy about is at least I can point to what went wrong today, and I can fix it, right? I can address it. I think it's worse when you kind of don't know what went wrong, right? That may be a strategy issue or just something else, but at least I know, listen, I didn't follow my rules. I didn't size down when I should have. I fought a directional market, and I let my ego even get the best of me a little bit, right? Even though I felt like days like today should be good days for me, if it just isn't showing that I'm reading the market correctly, then I need to step away, right? And so those three things kind of let myself down in, so I know that, for the rest of this week, that's something I got to keep myself on check for.
So you had some pretty big expectations for today. You were looking to really knock it out of the park today.
Yeah, and again, it's funny, right? When you feel like that, that's when it doesn't happen, right? The days where I kind of came in just feeling like I'm just, it's a normal trading day, I'm not expecting much. Those are when I've had my crazy days and my nice days. And the days where I feel like this is going to be it, it's the complete opposite, right? And I think maybe it's a mental thing, right? Building it up so much in my head that I end up disappointing myself. It's just funny how that works.
Yeah, it does seem to happen that way a lot, doesn't it? Like, you put your guard down on a day like that. You say, "Oh, this is my kind of day. I know I'm just gonna knock it out of the park today." And you let that left down a little bit, and you get a right cross, and that's it. Now it's like, okay, now it's game on. I'm going to beat this thing, and you just end up beating yourself.
Exactly. I think that's a perfect description of what happened to me today, to be honest.
So what would you do after thinking about this? And we know that this happens to everybody, and it has a tendency to happen, more than once, right? I mean, we would think that we would be able to stop putting our hands on the hot stove once we figured out it hurts, but with some of us, me included, need to get that burn a few times before we recognize I got to change something here. Is there some sort of a trigger internally or externally that you're going to try and put into place to make sure that when you are triggered and you have high expectations for a day that doesn't turn out the way you're expecting, to just stop at some point and just to be able to walk away? We know how hard that is, but is there some sort of a mechanism, even if it's internal or even external? Just lock yourself out of the account for the rest of the day. What are you going to do the next time you feel this way?
Yeah, well, definitely take advantage of the lockout feature, which I usually do, and it's something that didn't do today, but that's something that I always recommend to traders, is using the lockout feature and any other feature that is available on Topstep X. I think for me, just personally, I make note of days like today and kind of just remind myself, this is why you have to keep your ego in check. So definitely, let's say going into tomorrow, I'm going to be more patient, going to be more just less, I guess, more humble, right? Like you always say, stay humble in your trading. Definitely didn't do that today, right? So something that tomorrow I really need to make sure that I am approaching the markets with a humble attitude and not expecting, the world right from the markets. And I'm just going to take what's given to me, take what I see, and be happy with that, right? Because there are also times where if you have your eyes on a certain number and you don't reach it, you're not satisfied, right? And again, not that I consider myself to be an amazing trader at all, but I have been trading for a long time, and sometimes I do struggle with, let's say, appreciating a day that's only $500 in the green or $600 in the green, because I'm used to seeing numbers in the thousands, 2,000. So that can also be a struggle for me. That's something that I've been trying to I guess appreciate more, right? So that's why, like, let's say today, I'm just happy to be up to 1,000 in this account, even though I could technically run it up to 3,000, right, to reach the 50% mark. But knowing how I just wasn't reading the market correctly, I was able to get 2 or 3 good trades on to reach me to this point, and I'm most likely going to stay there for the day on this account. I'm not going to push it, and just try to approach tomorrow with a new mindset. I think that's very important for me. It's something I've been working on, not only in this combine, but just in general in my trading, is just appreciating the small days, for sure.
Yeah, you really don't want to. I don't know. Every time I start to feel like I'm discounting a small win or a small winning day, it's like, why am I discounting that? It's a win. It's a winning trade. It's a winning day. You don't want to belittle profits. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I always, me and my dad have say this. We laugh about it with each other, where it's like, in trading, you can make $500, $1,000, and you're upset. But if someone were to hand you $500, you would happily take it, right? You wouldn't then double and say, put it, double and give me 1,000. Right? You would take that cash. Exactly. So it's just funny, the dynamic, with trading, how sometimes you could be desensitized to that money, right? So me and him always kind of try to keep that in mind, where we make it a reality, right? And it's like that $500, you would love to get $500 cash right now. So be happy that you made $500 today.
100%. How's your dad doing, by the way?
He's doing good. He just got back from a trip, so he's getting back into trading this week. But he's been doing good. He's been making adjustments, right? He's in a stage right now where he's trying new things, or I guess he was trying new things. And he's kind of going back to what seems to be working for him, right? And I told him, like, you're still very early on in your futures trading journey. So I'm like, try different time frames, try different indicators, right? See what works out for you. And don't just take what I'm saying, right? I'm like, take what I'm saying, but make it your own. If something doesn't work for you, then don't use it, right? So like one of the issues he has is, I was telling him maybe he should try the 5-minute chart, because I didn't feel like he was holding trades long enough on the 1 minute. And just after back testing, after just, trying the 5-minute compared to the 1 minute, he still has more success in the 1 minute. So I'm like, listen, I trade with the 5 minute. I feel like the 1 minute may be too chaotic, but if you can trade with the 1 minute chart, then that's great for you. There are plenty of paths to success, right? So it's like, stick with that and go towards that. And thankfully he's been trading better since making that adjustment. But it's just, at the end of the day, it's stuff that we all go through, right? When we're starting in the future.
Sure.
So he's learning to take that information and make it his own, which is really good.
That's great. Just going to go around the horn here and talk about what these markets are doing. Equities are still pulling off those lows pretty good. We had Chike was long at the end of fast markets, and he just reached his profit target a little while ago, 23,148. NASDAQ trading 23,160 right now. House account still long. The S&Ps trading, well, right around 64. That's Jack's magic number. We're still long 2 micro gold from down at 64.78. We got out of 3 of them at 65.75. I've got an order in to get out of the other 2 at 66.20, or whenever the day ends. And gold continuing to push to the upside at all new all-time highs today for the December contract. Yep. Oh yeah, it's just settling right now. So probably going to slow down a little bit, maybe, in gold. At 35.93. Yeah, Hoop's laughing because gold can do anything. I mean, technically the regular trading hours have ended, but if something happens, if something changes, gold can certainly make some decent moves after that level, after that time. So, yeah, your dad is I can't believe he's looking at a 1-minute chart, but hey, to each his own. But I'm sure that he knows, and I'm sure you've told him and others have told him that the things that he's seeing on that 1-minute chart can also be useful in a longer time frame chart. So if he's looking to expand his time frames, just take what he's learned in that 1-minute chart and look a little bit further out. We'll look forward to getting him back on here one of these days. Hoop, what was your first day in trading like?
Man, God, that's going back. I remember being, much different environment, being scared, standing in a pit of 40 other guys trying to bid an offer on a one lot. A little easier now behind the screens, except now I'm accountable to myself a little bit more than fighting 40 other guys for an order. And gold's just, you said it pretty much when TopstepTV came around, and we've been watching gold for, a year and a half. It is a beast of a market. And when it goes directional, it's amazing. It's like few markets I've seen. And it's the show right now. Definitely.
And one of the reasons I've learned to like it so much is because you're using open interest and delta and volume. It has a tendency to tip its hand. It doesn't always work that way, but it does have that tendency to tip its hand.
Longs have been piling in for sure. It was very evident the last 3 days, and I've been saying that. It's an old school open interest thing, but when open interest increased like 40,000 in 2 days, and we're going up, we're going to keep going up. That's just what the market likes to do. Where you got kickoff at, Hoag? 36.14. I remember earlier.
Yeah, it's
kickoff,
up at 36.16.
16. Wow.
Yeah, it's looking at it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It can see it down the road. I don't know if it's going to get there, but
Carlos, do you trade any other markets outside of NQ?
Really, I only ever look at NQ and ES. Me and Jay, funny enough, we were being tempted to trade cattle because every time we were on week when I was on Thunderdome, it had that perfect move right when the session started. But other than that, no, I've invested so much time into the NQ that and the ES, I just feel like I stick to what I know, right? With the hours I trade,
only reason I say that is during rollover, and I've kind of said this to my team. I said, start looking at a secondary market outside the equities, because I think Hoag and I have the same opinion of rollover. It's business that needs to get done, but that doesn't mean I need to participate in the chop sometimes. So yeah, that's the only reason. Like, I don't care if it's Coach Jack with corn or but I just the metals are super directional. I mean, if you like the NQ, I mean, soybeans, which is, I call it more of the NASDAQ of the greens. I just, during rollover, I just see so many traders get chopped up, and I said, this is a good time to have look at a secondary, even if you have traded in a, practice account.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've considered even trying gold. That's just a market I've seen more often. Never really pulled the trigger on anything because I just, to me, like I said, I feel like I've built so much, almost like muscle memory, right, with the NQ and ES. But definitely something I don't think hurts, right, to try, and I think it definitely could benefit anyone, just having other markets to trade, right.
Yeah.
Have you noticed, Carlos? Have you had a difficult time trading during rollovers? I mean, some people probably don't even notice it. I guess a lot of it would depend on time frames.
Yeah.
Man, a lot of folks have a really hard time.
I feel like for me, it's kind of split down the middle, to be honest. I've had rollover weeks that have been great, and I've had rollover weeks that I wish I took vacation on, right? I think it's, just it's situational, especially with what's happening, let's say, outside of the markets, right? And like just politics and all that can also have an effect. So to me, I just think it depends. I approach it with just, more of a like a carefulness, right? I'm understanding its rollover. I'm not expecting a lot, but I feel like results have been really mixed. Where I don't necessarily want to say I'm going to take off just because it's rollover. I've had great situations, but I'm also not going to say that this is my best week, right? Because I've also experienced the opposite. So it's just something I think I've learned to just approach carefully.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yep. Like that. Well, here goes the ES cranking up. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. This move off the lows is crazy.
It's another V recovery, V-shaped recovery.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking
today
good.
would have went like this.
Yeah, this is looking good. I see.
It's that time of year too, Hoag. I always get a little thing in my spine in September. I don't trust anything in September.
Yeah. Especially September roll.
Yep. That's why my rule of thumb is don't get too married to anything this time of year.
We did just break out above the overnight VWAP in the S&Ps. We did that in the NASDAQ a little bit ago here, but yeah, it's looking real good. Looking real good.
It's just funny though how we go
Go ahead, Carlos.
I was just gonna say, it's funny how like every trader is different, right? And this is why I say, you need to see what works for you, because it's funny enough, right? There are people, right, that struggle with around this time or don't like it, and this time period for me, I would say this like the last stretch of the year is usually the most profitable for me, right? I remember last year, this same time, or September into October, those 2 months were probably the most profitable months I've ever had in trading. I traded very well in those 2 months. So it's just a funny observation to make, where it's like, you have traders that may struggle, you have traders that do well, right? That's why I say there's no set rules, right?
Sure.
Where some people say, oh, like, because my mentor says he never trades Friday, so I'm never going to trade Friday. I think you should try it, right? Because although they may not see the market well that day, you may see it well, or let's say certain months or time periods. So it's just, it's something I noticed right now. This, I guess, for the traders out there, it's, still try it, right? Still try it. Obviously, approach it with caution.
Sure.
Be careful about your trading, but you never know, right? Maybe a time period that someone else struggles can be a time period that you actually thrive in.
It's a great point, Carlos. I mean, how much of our frequency bias for trading rollover is from being in the pit and just seeing guys get rollover and run over ourselves?
Yeah, and you know what, Hoag, to be honest with you, even from the prop world, I'm not a good range trader. I'm a better directional trader. I just, even since we went to the basically the screens. During rollover, more and more over the years as the floor went away and, everything, it just seems like we get very rangy and we'll pop out of range, then come right back in it. And it's just, I think the only thing I say is it, and everything's, in context, I mean, it gets messy. And, like you said, it's hard, like Hoag, when do you stop looking at open interest in terms of, using it in context between the 2 months? Is it, a week from now, when the volume starts to get a little more split? So once again, it's just, I don't know, maybe Hoag, maybe it just creates more uncertainty in our own minds,
I'm thinking.
I think that's probably more to me while we're going 64.10 ES.
Yeah, I mean, the closer we get to parity as far as open interest in the front in the next month, September and December, the less you can look at open interest. But I still collect it. I still look at it. I still think about it. I just have to put it in context and say, okay, it doesn't mean much right now because everybody's trying to roll over. You get moves that go too far. You get moves that don't go far enough. Levels that you would normally be able to count on a little bit or maybe a little bit less likely or not even get reached. It's just like Hoop said, sloppy.
Yeah. Yeah. Although right now it's not.
No, right now it's
64.20 Hoag. Kind of where I got a target up here, 64.19.
Yeah, I could see it.
A lot of resistance up there.
Yeah. I just got a message from Jack, the house trader that is along those S&Ps down there. Probably going to be taking it off pretty soon, he said. So Jack, one of Coach Jay's favorite indicators and Coach Paul's is this 20 session simple moving average, and that's coming at 64.12. And we're rapidly approaching it, but we might want to consider just shortening up your stop a little bit, see if we can get a continuation on that, Jack. Just a thought. You're the man, Jack. You are the man. Right. Crude oil.
Hoag, was that a 3-bar reversal off the bottom there in the 30-minute? Take a look at that in the ES.
Well, I mean, not the way I would look at it.
Okay.
Because, what I'm looking at is 2 down bars consumed by 1 up bar there.
Yeah, I got you.
But there's a million ways to peel an onion. And it certainly seemed to work now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the NQ just on the 5-minute, I mean, can you pretty much say this has just been one massive range? I mean, it pretty much looks like that, right?
Yeah,
100%. I mean, the initial balance high and low have not been extended. We looked at the initial balance low, but we've got a nice little rounded turnaround here. I don't know what you want to call it. A rounded bottom. I don't know. Here it is. Nice. Now all we need is a handle. And we've got a nice looking cup and handle. For a move back to the upside. We are back in the NASDAQ right at the weekly kickoff low. On the daily chart, this is going to look like it's very magnetic towards it if we were to close right now.
Yeah. Very much so. So after a day like today, Carlos, how do you go into tonight? I mean, with your little bit of, you reset a combine, you made back. I'm curious because I think all traders, how they react to, let's call it being a little shell-shocked from a day. Yeah. How do you go into tonight? I mean, besides journaling it, how do you do that?
I think for me, an important aspect is actually just fully stepping away from the markets, right? So I won't trade the night session tonight. I won't even open my charts. Just spend time with my daughter, right? Clear my mind and just make sure I'm ready for the 9:30 session tomorrow. That's what I try to do every time I have a bad day, just because, for me, I know that my best trader is when I'm trading regular trading hours, right, at open. That's when I trade my best for like those first like 2 hours that save the market open. So if I already had a bad day, I've gone through this situation too many times where I've had a bad day earlier and then try to make it back at this, 6 o'clock open, and then have a worse day, right? Where then I, end up losing more money. And let's say, if I hit my stop loss, now I can't even trade when I'm better, right? So what I try to do, let's say like a day like today, is I'm definitely going to just fully disconnect, right? Not even going to open the charts, spend time with my daughter, spend time with my family. I do have church tonight, so go to church, just make sure that my mind is clear. And really just, reflect on my trading, right? Obviously do all the journaling that I need to do and that aspect, but then kind of just leave it at that. I know that a day like today was more so a lapse in discipline more than anything else. So I don't want to say there's not much need for reflection, but it's pretty straightforward what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. I can, check that off immediately because I felt it as I was trading, right? I just didn't listen to that voice telling me to stick to my rules. So I think what's important for me is just to fully step away and come tomorrow with a fresh mindset, not expecting a lot, not just being disciplined, taking what the market gives me, and not thinking, well, what I got to make back what I didn't make yesterday, I have to make it tomorrow. That's just another trap that it's easy to fall into. So it's just it's watching out for that, right? And just accepting the day for what it is and moving on is very important.
Well, and I think if you use your capital or, call it your capital overnight, and there's nothing, I mean, for me to kind of go through a DLL or whatever I use as reserve for an overnight, to use that, then walk into a day trading session and your setups happen. I mean, you talk about, what can create, I see it through a lot of traders said, oh, the overnight killed me. And now it's day session, their setups happen. And then they're just, I think I remember Mick saying, you still want to have some bullets when the day trading session opens, and that's so true.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a rule I've kind of set for myself, if I do want to trade the overnight, is just, I set a pretty tight stop loss. I don't risk anything I'm not, comfortable with, and I leave it at that one trade. If that trade works out, great. If it doesn't, then I'm done. I'm not gonna then try to win it back later. I just move on. Because I've been there way too many times. If I tell you the stories I've had, right, of having, let's say, a DLL day during the morning session, immediately coming in at 6 o'clock and trying to trade it, and immediately hitting DLL and just be like, well, now I'm down, a few $1,000s on the day. I can't even trade tomorrow. I still wake up to look at the market tomorrow, and it's like you said, then it's like, oh, the market's just so easy. It looks like everything is working out perfectly, and you can't take advantage of it, right? So I've been there way too much to where I've had to set these strict rules for myself, just to, give it that one trade. If I see an opportunity, don't be afraid to take it, but leave it at that, right? If it works, great. If it doesn't, you have tomorrow to make up, to trade well and take advantage of the setups that provide themselves.
And you're going to church tonight, you said.
Yes.
What a great place to meditate and let go of any venom that's in your veins, and
exactly
forgive yourself for the mistakes that you perceive that you made today, and not carry that in tomorrow. It's a wonderful partner to have.
Yeah. To me, my faith and attending church and all that is very important to me, not only in my personal life, but even in my trading. It's definitely shaped me to be a better person, right? Because even like I said, right, losing the sensitivity to money, that's greed, right? And that's something that obviously God doesn't approve of, right? And he, I mean, how messed up would it be, right? Or how bad would it be if, you were given something by God and you basically said, oh, but it's not enough, so you displease it, right? To me, I look at it as no matter, the amount of money it is, if I have a winning day, it's something that, God has blessed me with, and I'm going to appreciate it, right? I'm going to take it and run with it. Whether, just like the story in the Bible with the talents, right? Whether it's 1 talent, 3 talents, or 5 talents, you have to appreciate what's given to you and run with it and make it your own, right? So, my faith is very important to me and all that. And it's like you said, at the end of the day, I can go tonight, be in my church with, fellowship with other people, let those emotions go, right? Let those, that venom go, and come back tomorrow and feel much better and ready to tackle the market. So definitely 100% agree with that.
And you've got a wonderful motivation in that also, to continue to succeed and to succeed even more because I'm sure that you're thinking about all the people that you would be able to help and will be able to help with the greater success that you achieve, right?
Exactly. And it's something that I think I've even been able to do with the success I've seen up until this point. I've been able to help others and do things with that trading money that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to do, right? And it's stuff that happens behind the scenes, right? I don't go around touting that. Even the people that I've helped, they don't even know where it came from. That to me, that's just how I feel like it should be. But it's something that I've constantly prayed about and I've been able to do because that's why I do what I do, right? Not only to change my life and my family's life and to give us opportunities, but I want to be able to also help those that needed that help in that point of life, right? I know I've been in times of my life where I wish someone would be able to help me, right, and do that. So
sure,
I want to be that person for other people if I can be.
It's a wonderful way to be. It is the humble professional that turns around to try and help the next person up.
100%. That's why we're doing this, Hoag, right? So
absolutely
try and share a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of, like you said, touching the damn stove too many times.
Yeah, Carlos, I've even like after a rough day, I'll go to the woods. There's a lot of like forest preserves around me, and I'll go park my car and go walk back in the woods and try and get lost. Now I know, I'm within 2 or 3 miles of a road or the parking lot or something, but just to make myself a little bit vulnerable out there. And there's no lions or tigers or bears or anything like that. It's not like something's going to eat me out there. But just to kind of get lost a little bit and have to find your way back, and it's quiet. I don't bring music or anything, and I feel like that's where God talks to me, out in the woods.
Yeah. I mean, everyone should have their place, right? Their, if you want to call it, their high place, right, where they can speak to God and they feel like God speaks to them. And if that's something that works for you, I mean, that's awesome. I think it's very important to disconnect yourself and have that space where it is only you and God. And you can not only speak to God, but hear from him as well and receive that peace that can only come from him. So that's very, very important. Yeah. I mean, I've done the same thing. It's funny because, a lot of times after sessions, whether it's good or bad, I've trained myself because I didn't do this at first, but I trained myself to immediately go to God and kind of just thank him, whether it was if it's a good day, I thank him for allowing me to have that good day. And if it was a bad day, I asked him to help me throughout the day to kind of deal with those emotions and kind of reset myself and be who I need to be in the rest of the areas of my life. Right. Because the worst thing is having, let's say, a bad trading day and then, taking it out on my family, taking it out on the others around me. I don't want to be that person. Right. And as hard as it may be, it's something that I always pray and I ask God, if I had a bad day, just to help me deal with those emotions so that, the other people don't see those emotions. They still see you. Right. And they still see his peace in me. So I think it's important to do that and take that time.
It's definitely a practice, Carlos. It is a practice.
Mm-hmm.
But when we ask God for patience, he gives us the opportunity to be patient. When we ask God for discipline, he gives us the opportunity to be disciplined. Great stuff.
It's ultimately up to you. It's ultimately up to you.
Just kind of going back over the markets here a little bit. Crude just traded back to the session high, took a little bit of a bounce off of that. Gold still holding pretty much where it was before. S&P is still cruising higher or trying to. It's just right up against that 20 session simple moving average, 64.11 half. Okay, right. I've got a little update here. The S&P trade is now flat. That's up 17.97 on that trade alone. So the house is now having a good day today. NASDAQ
still in crude,
holding right around the weekly kickoff high. Yeah, we're still long crude.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Market didn't look like it was going to move.
Like Donkey Kong.
Yeah,
we saw
stuck all morning and went.
We saw Trace Adkins on Saturday night. He came to my town. We have a little like like a music theater, you know. And Trace Adkins, if you don't know, is a country music star, and he touched on a lot of his kind of spiritual songs, which I was really hoping to hear. It was really a good time. I did mention it to folks that I was going to be there, and if anybody could find me, I have some game worn swag I brought with me. But hey, nobody was there, nobody found me, so I guess I get to keep the swag.
Hey.
NASDAQ now coming off a little bit.
Didn't quite get up to that 20 area.
Oh,
Yeah, we actually had the point of control flipped up right at 220. So pretty much right where it reversed, we saw a point of control flip.
Okay. What's that tell you, Carlos?
Well, being that we had that flip and we're rejecting now, it means that it wasn't buyers coming in to push it higher, it was sellers coming in to push it lower.
Sellers coming in to take it down.
Yeah, so what I would wait for if I were to enter a trade is I would wait for a little pop up, maybe to this 209, and then that would look good for a reshort, in my opinion. We may not get that since this was very strong, but yeah, and I'm not going to take the trade regardless. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm done for the day, but just something that I would watch out for if I was looking to take a short.
Well, somebody in chat did say we're still down 65 handles in the ES, and I'm like, he's right. You know, I know it feels like we had a major rally, but we are still pretty heavy down on the day.
Yes, we are.
Just amazing how the markets feel like they just rallied a crap load, and all of a sudden you look up and you're like, well, we're still down.
That's just how crazy of a day it was today.
That's a trader. That's the trader in us, right?
Well, hey, Carlos, you've been on the Topstep TV a few times, and we really appreciate you.
Always.
Your ideas and thoughts and everything. You know, you got a lot of family. You got dad. You got everybody. Is anybody watching? Anybody you want to shout out to again?
Yeah, always shout out my dad. He always watches when I'm on, so appreciate him and his support. My whole family. My wife also watches when I'm on, so appreciate her. She's always watching, and of course my baby girl Ava. She's upstairs running around yelling. I hear her, so she's actually banging on the door yelling "Dada." So I'm about to go upstairs and say hello.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well, thanks again, Carlos. We look forward to having you on again very, very soon. That running out of time for this segment. Time certainly flies when you're having fun. But stick around, folks. We got Mindset Matters coming up. And you know who's coming. The boss, Robin Dane, coming up here soon. So stick around, folks. Again, Carlos, thank you. Hoop, always a pleasure. We'll see you again very soon. Stick around, folks. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. right, get ready. It's time for Mindset Matters with Robin Dane. Robin's been with us a few times. I'm sure we all know her, but from Broadway to Wall Street, she has worked with thousands of some of the biggest traders in the world. We are so lucky to have her with us. Robin, it's great to have you back. How are you?
Oh, Howard, it's really good to be back again. This is an exciting day today. I'm going to try something I've never done before, and so everybody's going to be surprised. So I have a few little housekeeping things. I want to tell everybody all my survey forms have been completed, and if you haven't gotten them, please email me to the rdcoach22@yahoo, and I'll make sure it gets done. But as of now, they're all completed. That's the good thing. And I gave everybody a challenge last week at the end of the session. I asked them to do something that they were hadn't done for a long time that they needed to do. I'd be curious as to what some people have done. And then the other question was, what did you need to let go of? And so I'd love people to put in the chat there by you what people did. Was there something you completed or done, somebody you didn't call, somebody you didn't say something to? Let me know when some of those come up. I'd like to read some of those before I get into the case study. I have an interesting case study today. Just give me a high sign if you've got some coming through. The case study.
So again, folks, Robin asked for folks to do this last week. What did you do in the last week that you've been meeting?
Frozen.
Now I'm back.
Yep.
Go figure. Robin asked everybody to do something last week. Think of one thing. Why am I freezing? Why am I freezing? I've got an internet issue or something going on right now, and I apologize. So last time, Robin asked everybody to do something that they've been meaning to do that they haven't done. Doesn't even have to be about trading. And what was the other question, Robin?
What do you need to let go of?
What do you need to let go of? I would imagine a lot of folks probably need to let go of a lot of venom. I know venom is something that builds in our veins when we are not trading well. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm watching.
Okay. I know some people did some things. I know for sure.
Yeah. And if you did send in the survey, Robin does those by hand. She goes through and thinks about it and answers those, each one of them, which is, that's huge. All right. Well, I will keep an eye out for any of those answers.
Put your hand up.
In the chat.
Put your hand up, and then I'll stop what I'm doing, and you can read them. How's that?
Okay. All right. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So today I was going to go through a case study of a trader. I've had thousands of traders, so if this appears to be you, it's not you. It's somebody from the past. In fact, it's all the way back to 2018, and this is an ES trader. I did pick this one because a lot of traders I'm finding have they're doing Topstep part-time or doing it with another job. And I thought this would be a good one to cover. So this trader has a full-time job. He works in IT. He's an engineer. He's married. He trades the ES. He spent over $50,000 on trading tests and surveys and courses in 3 years. So he's pumped a lot of money into his career. He does about 10 to 12 trades a day. His average winners to losers, 70% losers, 30% winners. He doesn't track his trades, and his best trade up is 1,000, and his worst trade down is 2,000. So 1K up and 2K down.
Okay.
He's never had a winning month. He has his stop at 4 ticks, his profit at 8 ticks. He has no stop rules for the day, and his goal is $500 a day. And when I asked him, can he read the market? What percentage? He said 50%. He can read the market about 50%. So there are a lot of issues that are floating around in here. So when I asked him specifically what his challenge was, he says, I'm not listening to my signals. I see them on the charts. I draw everything the way it's supposed to go. I see exactly where my targets are on my time frames. And then when I go to take the buy in the area, it's like I'm not listening to myself anymore. It's all of a sudden, it's like somebody else is telling me what to do. He is in a trading room, and so he gets very swayed because he's been losing. And this is something that I wanted to bring up as a point. When you are on a losing streak or you've got the infamous block, what happens is there's a lot of doubt in your mind. And if anybody in the room questions your strategy or says something different from your strategy, doubt comes in. And doubt is very, very powerful. And so you will question, am I getting in at the right place? Should I be looking at something else? Is this going to work? All that doubt starts to snowball and snowball and snowball. So he was getting that snowball effect. And then when he finally entered the trade, he would take only a small profit because, of course, he was late. He would take a small profit or he would take a loss. And then he would go into this place that I call pushing. He would take one trade after another, and keep pushing. He would go in for the fear of missing out over and over and over. And I call that pushing. And pushing is very dangerous. So, and you can feel it in your body. It's like, it's the addiction side of the trading, where a trader pushes and pushes. I got to get in here. I got to make my money back. Must be the place. Somebody said this in the room, so I should be getting in here. So between the doubt and the pushing, a lot of these things causes losing trades one after another after another. And Hoj, would you give me some feedback on those areas? Doubt,
of course,
and then pushing.
Okay. I was gonna say pushing sounds a lot like revenge trading. You know, just the way you have a loss. All right, I got to get that back. This guy said this is a good trade. Why aren't I doing this? You get all of these thoughts and feelings swirling in your brain, and it becomes like next to impossible to make a cognitive good trading decision because of the current frame of mind that you're in. Now, Robin, if you want, I've got a couple of things that people are letting go of. You want me to tell you those now, or do you want to continue? We go back to those.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Give me those and we'll go back.
Letting go of losses, previous losses, pride, letting go of time, letting go of fear of a losing trade, and then needing forgiveness of oneself to allow success in trading.
That's huge. That's huge. So there's a whole bunch of things there. First, letting go of the losses from the past. You know, look, we have to go into this market every single day with the possibility that we're going to lose every single day. We can't avoid that at all. So, and some of these things may be repetitive from the past sessions that I've done, but some of these warrant repeating. So losing in this game is a different meaning than losing in another game. So outside trading, your meaning of loss is different. And so you have to do technically what we call a reframe. What is the new meaning of losing at this time in your trading? How can you embrace losing? How can you minimize the losses? So one of the techniques that I have is to take a page and you write one answer per line. What's great about losing? What's great about it? You know, there are a lot of things that are good about it. If I keep them small, then I feel in control. If I analyze the loss, I may find that one pearl that changes my whole trading. I know I can lose, and when I'm in control, I don't feel like my evil twin is in control. When I can minimize that loss, I feel like I'm a really good trader because I'm in control of that trade. So the meaning of loss. I like also the one of letting go of time. I like that one because when you go into time pressure, which our case trader right now, he has a pressure of time as well because he's doing it part-time and he's working a job. So he segments out during the day a time where he can trade, but sometimes if he knows he's got a meeting coming up, time pressure is not on his side. So time is a very big element and you have to control time. So, and I'll come back on some of the fixes for that. And the other thing, they're all of them that I love all of them. Previous losses, time, and there was one I missed, and then forgiveness. That is huge. Now, a lot of times a trader will come to me and will do coaching and they lose over and over and over and they want to stop, but they can't stop. And it's not revenge trading. It's not forgiving oneself, and so they feel they owe something, that they have payback, and their payback is losing. So if I lose, you know, my father says this is not going to work for me, this kind of a job. I need to be in construction. Trading is not really a job. And so, you know, forgiving yourself for what you're doing and making it okay. You've got to forgive yourself, or you had something from your past that you need to forgive yourself, and you're beating yourself up by taking losing trades, and that's kind of satisfying that need to give back in some way, pay for what you did in the past. So forgiveness is huge, very, very big. And when you get emotional in the moment, it's never from the moment. It's from something in your past. So if you're in that situation and you're not sure why you're not forgiving yourself, you keep asking the question, what do I need to forgive myself for? What specifically? And one of the things that I like to tell some of my traders is you write it down, write all the detail about what you feel you screwed up on or hurt somebody or did that you need forgiveness for. Write everything down you can think of. Go into a place that is safe, and then take a match and light a fire to that piece of paper and just let it go away. And when it goes away, forgive yourself and just let it go. Just burn it up. You can't do anything about the past. You can't change it. It's there. You can accept it. You can learn from it, but there's nothing you can do about it but move forward. So put into your mind what you're going to do instead. You know, if you hurt somebody in a certain way, that you'll never do that again. Or like what Carlos was saying, you know, ask forgiveness from God and tell him what you're going to do in the future. Pray about it. That's a really good thing to do, to just pray about it. So forgiveness is really big. Is it coming from now, or is it coming from your past? And it's from your past. What is it specifically you did that you need to let go of? So I love that one. Thank you for that one. Okay. Any more? I'll give you a couple more and then
Yes.
I'll jump back to the case study.
I've got one here. Somebody wants to let go of expecting a bad day after a good day.
Oh, that's a great one. Expecting a bad day. Okay.
Kind of feeling like self-sabotaging after a good day.
Yeah, I mean, that's like saying, I want to buy this milkshake, but you know that there's vinegar in there and you've got to drink it. It's like, seriously, I'm going to drink that milkshake when I know there's vinegar in there? No, you're going to remove the vinegar. So in that situation, you take a look at, and this is where I know in the past I've said, identify the problem, come up with a solution, and then take action. So the problem is expecting bad trades to start with. What's the reverse of that? Expecting good trades to start with it. Then the action. What do I need to do in order to have some good trades to reverse that? And just decide in a moment. A decision comes in a moment. You don't have to take years to do this. In a moment, this is not an acceptable behavior for you to have when you trade. Just make the decision. I'm no longer going to go there. I'm going to stop myself. And that could be your evil twin. And just tell them to go away. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to be me. And when I'm myself, I expect great trades. I expect wonderful trades. I expect trades that win. I don't care how big they are. I just expect to win and be in control. So problem, solution, action. And make the decision that you will never have that mindset because it doesn't work for you. Does it do anything for you? Does holding on to it do anything for you? No. It's the perfect thing to let go of. That was excellent. Excellent. Okay, one more if you have, and then I'll go back to the case study.
Oh, let's go back to the case study.
Okay.
We got a whole bunch of questions, but let's get back to the case study for now.
All right, to the case study. So he had 10 to 12. I'm going to go through piece by piece. I like that he was only doing 1 to 2 contracts. He was doing minis, not micros, and he was doing 10 to 12 trades a day. And the amount of time that he had in the day, that was too many. I look at over 10 trades in the day is too much. If you're not winning, if you're winning, I don't have a problem with you trading. I have a problem with you trading when you're losing. I don't like, so keep an amount of trades per day that you're not willing to go over, especially if you're losing. So that's the first thing. He's got 30%
Robin, what would you
winners.
say to somebody? What would you say to somebody who's really a kind of a true scalper? Like, you know, a trade is like 5 minutes.
Okay, well, that's okay, as long as he's winning.
As long as he's winning,
If he's
okay.
not winning, what he's doing, he's setting himself up for continual losing trades. So unless he can reverse those losing trades to winning ones, I don't have a problem with you trading more than 10. These things I'm giving you today are for people that have been losing and not making money. This trader is only having 30% wins, 70% losers. So for him, I can't have him trading a lot of trades in the day. He's not in control. He's losing too much. I got to slow him down. You know, it's like take baby steps before you do anything else.
Sure.
So he's got to start slow, win, and then you can increase. And he never had a winning month. He may have to adjust his quality of his entry because he's doing a 4-tick stop, an 8-tick profit, and if your entry is not really crisp and to his strategy, he's going to get stopped out. So he's got to look at that combination to see. And he has no stop rules for the day. If you are losing a certain amount for the day, you've got to stop for the day. Go to sim, go to practice mode. Get the heck out of there. Don't keep doing losing trades. I have done in the past, I've told him 3 strikes, you're out. 3 losing trades, go back to sim. Earn your way back to live with 3 winning trades in sim, then you can go back to live. He has a goal of $500 a day. On his winning days, he was making $500 a day. So that tells me that his strategy is working, his criteria is working, but it's just that he's not entering at the right time that's not working, and he has that doubt coming in. So for his biggest issue for the day was the doubt. So he was getting thrown off by the room, and sometimes the room can do that. So if you have a strategy that's different from the room, you have to make some decisions. Watch them for a while, look at the charts, look at what they're doing. But if it doesn't match yours, item for item, you have to let go of that and trust yourself. So if turning on the sound is detrimental and creates the doubt, maybe you turn sound off while you're taking your trades. But do something that's going to help you to control the doubt. He had very good indicators that were working all the time with this confirmation. He kept his eye on the indicators, but he started to go into confusion because doubt will create confusion. So when he has that doubt, he's got to get certainty into his head. Confusion just means you're thinking about too many things at one time, and you got to slow your mind down and look at specific things. So if you have, let's say, 7 indicators, look at your 7. They're okay. Go into the trade. So get rid of the confusion by either asking a question, because questions stop your brain from thinking, to look for the answer to the question. What am I seeing? What's the market telling me? Those are my favorite ones. And you'll see them say that every now and then on a CNBC. They'll say that. What's the market telling me? What's it trying to do? Everybody's in confusion now because of Trump and everything that's happening every day, and all these little things that come out in the news is affecting the market. I mean, every single day. Make sure you have your stops in, please. That was another thing he wasn't doing. And then when it hit his goal, he said, when I was positive at some point, and I hit my goal, I would stay in, and then it would pull back, and I was up my $500 for the day, and then I ended up down $6K. Really? I mean, God, guys. So he was in the trade, hit his goal, and even though it was a small goal, he started to push. And when he started to push and overtrade and not stop on the losing trades, he went down and down and down and down. And what's the favorite thing for those guys to do? Double down on a losing trade. And then he goes down even faster. So when you start to push,
moron trades. It goes against you.
I mean, when you start to push, I can't tell you how much that's a habit of doubling down on a losing trade. I'll just get it back fast enough, and faster with doubling down. Rule: never double down on a losing trade. Okay, I want to do something very special. First, I want to give you a quote. I want to see how this looks, and then I'm going to do a very special thing I've never done before. Let me see if I can do this. So here's my quote. Good things come to those who believe. Better things come to those who wait, and the best come to those who don't give up. So I do not want you to give up. I want you to go slowly, build your trading slowly, and you can make it. If you lose too much in the day, set a goal for the day that you either go to sim or you have to stop. Whatever you feel you're in control of. Control is the main thing. And if you can't be in control, great traders know how to control things. They have developed that through time, and that's why discipline is the biggest thing. They always say discipline is the thing for all traders, and it's because you have to be in control. Okay, now I'm going to try this thing. I usually do it in a presentation. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to show you what your brain can do, which is amazing. And what I'm going to have you do is look at this image that I put up. Inside, you'll see a red dot and a white dot, and there's another dot next to it, but you can't see it. Just look at the white dot and the red dot. And I'm going to hold it up there for a certain amount of time, some seconds, and then I'm going to change the image to an X. And right as I change it, I want you to see what it does, what your brain will do. And I'm hoping this is going to work because this is very cool. Okay, so here we go. Look at the dots. Keep staring at the dots. Let me get it so it's centered. Okay, stare at the dots. Stare at the dots. Stare at the dots. Keep staring at them. Keep staring. 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 Watch the dots. Don't take your eyes off the dots. Keep staring. Keep staring. Okay, I'm going to get ready to change it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Did you see Mona come up?
Just briefly, I did. Just briefly,
Yeah,
I did.
briefly.
Yes.
Hey, did you see her in color? Because she actually came up in color.
Yeah, it definitely looked like
briefly
it was
in
in color,
color.
but I didn't see it for long. It was probably
No, it comes
kind of
up
hard to
for a
do on the
split
screen,
second.
maybe.
Yeah, it comes up for a split second. So what's that doing? Your brain, because Mona was in a negative. She was in a
Right.
negative. She was in a negative.
Uh-huh.
But when we switched it to the X, briefly, she came up in color. I'll leave it up there again. We'll try it one more time, see if we can get it to work. Oop, hold on. I usually do it in a static thing in a presentation, so it's a little bit challenging like this.
It's moving around quite a bit. That's
Yep. Okay, watch the dots. Watch the dots. Watch Mona. Watch the dots.
How does she come up in color? Is it psychosomatic?
Yeah, get ready. 1, 2, 3, switching. Did she change? Did she come up that time or no?
Not as good this time.
Okay, I'm gonna have them do it next time, and I'll send them the slides, and they can put it up
we'll do
on the
slides
screen.
on
I
it.
think that will be better.
Sure.
Your brain, it's very cool. And Mona comes up in color. So it wasn't in color when we started, but it's in color when we flip it. The brain literally fills in the color. Your brain is that dynamic that it will fill in the color of Mona, which to me is the most amazing thing. And so if you think about Mona getting color, can you imagine all the things your brain is doing when we watch these trading screens? It's filling in the detail and the missing pieces. So you have to look very, very strongly at all your indicators very specifically, because what it can't find, your brain will fill in. I mean, that's pretty amazing when you think about it. Your brain is going to fill in. Not only does it react. Yeah.
I've even noticed that, like, with music, like there's a song you know back and forth like 100%. You've heard it 1,000 times, and you go see a band do it, and there's a piece missing. Like maybe it's a tambourine or a flute or something, and you hear the tambourine anyway.
Right. It's going to fill it in. It's a phenomena, just like the innate thing that we have, that of fear, that the block reacts to as we trade. You know, that's our subconscious fear reacting when we do something we don't want to do. We think we want to do it, but our subconscious memory does something different. We have these built-in things in our brain, our mind, that we go through every day. And in a normal situation, it's fine. But when we go to trading, everything shifts, everything changes. We have to work harder in trading to get things in the proper order, because we have all these subliminal things that are going on in our mind as we're looking and digesting all this information that's continually changing. I mean, it's pretty incredible. We can trade it all with all the information that we have. So
there's a lot.
And there's a lot. Okay, and
it's
here's my last quote. My last quote. We'll go back to some more input, but here's my next quote. Stop worrying about what can go wrong and get excited about what can go right. And that's a little bit back to the expecting a bad thing. So don't expect a bad thing. Don't worry about a bad thing. What's the great things? What are the great things? Okay, I'm going to get those slides over to the guys for the next time. So
for the next time, sure.
Bit more intensely, because it's very cool. It's a very cool exercise. The first time I saw it, I was like, really? Is that really happening? And it really happens. Okay, let me have some more things on the questions from the morning, and then we'll go into the Q&As.
Okay. Didn't really get too many of the things that they wanted to do that they
Okay.
have been putting off or anything like that. I think we've pretty
Well,
much
a
gone
lot of people
through.
don't want to share that, so that's okay.
Understood, right? Right.
Hmm.
Our RC's got an interesting comment here. I guess what Robin is wants to tell us is that fear goes away when we can see clearly. That means lots and lots of experience in our field, right?
Yes. Yes.
So,
The more you can have certainty, create certainty in your trade, the easier it is for you to execute the trade. So what could I look at? The question is, what could I look at in this moment that would give me certainty? I could look over here. I could look at this moving average. I could look at this. I could look at a level. I could look at what the other markets are doing. I could look at this. What things can I look at in this moment to give me more certainty?
okay, and as we all know, markets are uncertain. There's no guarantee that a market is going to do anything, but certainty in
Right.
your decision making process is I think
Mhm.
what Robin's really saying. Like, in market profile, we look at nuances, and when all those nuances are stacking in one direction, that gives
Right.
me more confidence to look for a good entry in that direction. So you're taking all of this information and stacking it into what's most important in the current context, and then
Right.
using that information for your executions, right?
Yeah, that's a great way of saying it.
Excellent.
And it is actually stacking. That's the official term for it. Stack all the good information.
Yes. And there is so much information. Jim Dalton says you have to chunk it. Like, there's different pieces of a particular nuance that are
Mhm.
pieces that you have to learn, and you chunk those into secondary functions, you could say. Like the first time you drove a
Yep.
car, you had to think about every little thing you did. Now when you drive a car, you can do it without even thinking about it. That's chunking, and that's kind of putting things into secondary functions, stacking the nuances, gaining the confidence to take the trade, and then take the trade.
Yeah, that's why I have people define their criteria, because that will give you the checklist. Things you got to look at. This is working, this is working, this is working. Okay, it's good. I can go in.
Okay. We've collected a whole bunch of questions through the last couple of days. Some of them
Okay.
are similar questions, so I've
Okay.
kind of stacked them, and I'm going to kind of paraphrase some of them because they're
Okay.
very similar. Some similar questions. I'm going to do the best to do
Okay.
this. How can I handle my stress in front of the chart in trading? Like, I do good trades at entry points, but I get stressed and close too early every time.
Okay. So if you're getting stressed in the moment, then you're hitting a block, and that's I'm afraid I'll be wrong. I'm afraid I won't be right. I'm afraid this is not the right exit. You're going into a fear, and it's a block. I hate to say that, but it's a block. So what we just talked about, how can you create more certainty in the moment to stay in the trade? What could I look at in this moment to stay with that trade? What could I look at to go to my target? What confirms what I'm doing? What indicators am I looking at that will allow me to stay in and have more confidence? Think in a forward direction. He could be also thinking in a backwards direction, which is how can I not lose at the trade? How can I preserve my cash? How can I not be wrong at the trade? And so he's focusing backwards versus focusing forward. Focus forward on your questions and stay with it. Even sometimes, or if you're stressed, get up when you're in the trade. Just stand up, physically stand up. Anytime you move, you'll let go of stress. So get up from your chair. You can still watch the screen, Or one of the guys that we talked about, one of my high-end traders at Tudor used a big ball that he sat on. He didn't use a chair. He used that big ball, and he had his desk elevated. And so he was always in an upwards direction. Somebody wrote me and said, "Oh, I did the ball thing. It works great." So do whatever works for you. But moving breaks a bad pattern and releases stress. You can do the close your eyes one, but then you're taking your eye off the ball, so to speak. So you can close your eyes for a moment, close your eyes, stop for 3 seconds, take a deep breath, and just let it out. That will relieve your stress. So anytime you can breathe in that moment will help. And then just say, what can I do to be relaxed? So that's the problem. We need a solution and an action. Problem is, I feel stressed. Solution is, what can I do to get unstressed? Action. What are the things I could do to be unstressed? Stand up, breathe, look at an indicator to give me certainty. So all of those things can help you in that moment.
All right. I have a feeling that, traders that are feeling like this, have had good trades on that have come back and hit their stop after being in profit. That, I think, is probably one of the biggest things that takes people out of good trades too early, is the fact that they've experienced that. And it's going to happen. But like Robin says, markets, they're going to go one direction and then they're going to breathe. And then they're going to keep going in that direction. And then they're going to breathe, if it is directional.
Right.
So I can understand where this trader is feeling that stress, because we've all had trades that are, that were significantly in our favor that ended up, getting taken out at a stop loss. So maybe think about trailing your stops. I know trailing stops is an art form. It's very difficult, something I've always struggled with. I'm usually putting them a little bit too close. I seem to pick the spots where everybody picks to put their stops, but you can get better at it. Okay.
Yeah. And also you could put your target price in for it to just let it close. Just let it close. Don't play around with moving it, to get more out of it. What's the worst thing that happens? You get back in again. That's the worst thing that happens. So you can always re-enter. So if you have only one contract and it's going towards your target, a lot of factors come into play. Are you on the half hour? Half hours make a difference. Every half hour makes a difference. Are you at the end of the day? End of the day, the last hour of the day is totally different trading, as well as the first hour of the day. So the last hour of the day, where are you? Where is the size accumulating? Is it accumulating at a whole number? Whole numbers are big, and I don't know where we are right now, but we were getting near the same whole number again on the ES, and it just loves this number, 64 something.
6,400.
Yeah, 6,400. It's just loving that number, and it just doesn't want to go past this 6,400. So watch your whole numbers, watch the time of the day on the hours. Where is size accumulating? Go a couple ticks before, and say in your head, how can I win at this trade? How can I take profit at this trade? You'll feel better taking profit than you will taking another loss. Take the profit, lock it in. Lock it in. So that's why I do lock and load. Lock and load. Lock it in, get in again. Lock and load. Just take the profit. You'll feel better having 4 trades that you locked in profits than you had one big loss.
Now, Duncan's got another similar kind of question here. He's been closing trades too early on in profit, watching him hit his full take profit or profit target. Now, that's, just what we've been talking about here for the last couple of minutes. But how do you feel about, you're basically saying, okay, you're in a trade, you're nervous, whatever it is, stand up, walk away. What about a designed distraction? There was a trading psychologist we worked with a number of years ago who wanted to learn how to play the guitar. So while he was in a trade waiting for it to reach profit, he taught himself how to play guitar, bought a guitar, taught himself how to play the guitar on YouTube. It's one way to kind of distract yourself from staying in a trade.
So what he did was he shifted his mindset. from what he was working on to be less stress and let it just go to the target. I have one of these guys I play around with, and I have one of these squishy guys. So I have this. And so when I get stressed, I do that. And that seems to work for me. There's some new stuff on the market right now that's really good. There's some really cool stuff that I've been seeing on Facebook.
I have a gremlin.
Oh, then you have a gremlin. That's perfect. That's perfect. So anything like that works. It works. It works. Those little things keep your mind occupied. Just keep playing with them. It's okay. I've had this for years. I've had this almost my whole trading career. This one for you. I don't even know if they sell these anymore, but they have all new ones. But there's some really cool ones right now that are out there that are really fabulous. You can flip them around. They change colors, and they're great. So do something that pulls you away and gives you that little break. Gives you a little break. Then, of course, my favorite, H2O.
Yes.
Okay. Next.
Water and beet juice.
There you go. Beet juice is, a lot of people may not know about beet juice. Beet juice is really healthy for you. It gives you a burst. It's healthier than having a cup of coffee, and it's really good if you want to get that little extra energy. It's a very different kind of a burst, though. It's not like a burst even of coffee. It's it's so good for you.
Good for your heart. Good for your blood pressure.
It's very good for your heart. It's good for a whole bunch of things.
All right. I can't wait to hear your answer to this. When scaling up in size, like moving from 3 contracts to 15 contracts, what's the best way to manage the fear of bigger dollar swings?
Okay, so I'm not sure if he's going from 3 to 15 in one leap. I don't suggest that. In a leap like that, I suggest I call it the toe in the water. Go from 3, maybe double it to 6, and then can you be in control at 6? If you can control 6, then maybe go to 9. Do it in increments of 3 and see if you can manage it on the way up. I think the transition from 3 to 15 is too large, and you should gradually go there, because you'll do damage if you go to 15 from 3 and then you lose big, and now you're psychologically dealing with a big loss. Instead of managing the increments on the way, and that I'll put money on it that trader's looking at the P&L. I'll put money on it. I'll put $100 that trader's looking at the P&L. If he's doing that jump, and he's focused on the cash. Be careful when you're doing size. You can, as long as you're in control, you increase size. You're not in control, don't increase. Don't increase, especially that leap. That kind of a leap is a shock to the system. That's jumping into the water, and the water is ice cold. It's gonna mess you up more than it will help you on the P&L.
Yes. I've often told people the biggest jump that a trader should make in risk is going from 1 contract to 2. It doubles your risk.
Sure.
Then go to 3. Then go to 4. Then go to 5. Every time you add 1 contract to that, the amount of risk you're adding percentage-wise is smaller. Makes it easier.
Right.
Because dealing with that kind of size is a muscle. It is something that takes time. It takes practice, takes discipline, that kind of discipline, and the ability to kind of withstand those kind of swings is a practice, and it takes time.
Yeah, I agree with the 1 contract to add one. That's my preference. But if his goal, if he came to me and it depended on what I found in his system and his trading, would tell me if his goal was 15, then I give him, and he was aggressive, I would make sure that he wasn't looking at the P&L and that he could do 6. If he couldn't do 6, why are you going to 15? I mean, you just can't. So he'd have to prove to me that the increments on the way were okay. And that kind of a trader, I might, even if I'm coaching him, I might tell him he has to pay me if he loses. If he goes to 6 and he loses like 4 trades, he's got to pay me extra because he's not listening to what I'm telling him to do. And so you've got to get your discipline, and you can't look at your P&L, and you can't make large transitions. Those are transitions like from sim to live, from a floor trader going to trade by himself. There's certain transitions that are a bigger emotional challenge than others. This is one of them. 3 to 15 is way too big. And if he's too aggressive and he doesn't want to listen, then he'll be out of the game faster than he thinks. And that's just the reality of it. Unfortunately, right?
So that's what makes Robin the boss.
Yeah, I'm the boss. I don't like to see people get out. I want people to stay in the business, not get out of the business.
Right.
I want them to stay with them. And I've seen enough people blow up and be out of the business, even high-end traders, be totally out of the business and lose their career from doing something like that because they started to push. And when they push, they do something they're not supposed to do. Pushing is really, really dangerous. Pushing.
All right. This just kind of popped up here, and I think it's really important. And I want to know how you feel about this, Robin. Nate was asking, well, he says, I'm about $500 away from passing a combine. I've been very strict and only trading 2 to 4 micros per trade. For some reason, I'm extra anxious sitting at the charts. Need help. How often have you heard of people that are, getting close to a profit target, whether it's a combine or a personal daily limit or a personal weekly limit or monthly limit, then they get close, they start to get nervous. What would you suggest for Nate?
Okay, so I have a little tricky thing here. So this is very common too. Make sure you're not looking at the P&L and you're focusing on the quality of the trade. Trump is saying something. Do we need to stop?
I don't know if we're going to listen to him or if they've just got him up there. Let's see what we've got going on here. Okay.
And I am
we got audio coming in. Just wait a second, Robin.
U.S. Space Command headquarters.
Can't hear him.
Forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama. We love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it. Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job, and Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike.
So
Representatives Barry Moore,
SpaceX is
friends,
moving to
Robert
Huntsville,
Carroll,
Alabama.
Gary Palmer, and
Huntsville,
Dale
Alabama,
Strong.
Rocket City.
Very much, fellas.
Rocket City.
In my first term, we created and I created a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration.
And Q is
As you know,
reacting.
they moved them to a different locale, and today
Yeah,
we're
it's been a
moving
little bit
forward
here,
with
isn't
what
it?
we want to do and the place that we want to have this, and this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections, and we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished Spacecom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force,
All right, we are going to go back to the questions. We've just got a couple of minutes. Sorry about that, Robin.
That's okay. No
Keeping
problem.
the news out there for the traders. All right, let me find where I was here. Here we go. Okay. This is a 3-minute question, I think. When trading profits become a necessity of life, or you're in a situation where you have to make trading work, what are some tips on how you manage greed and impatience due to having a quick riches mentality?
Okay, so that falls into the pushing again. If you are relying on your trading for income and your trading hasn't been established yet, I suggest to people to get a part-time job, to find something they can do part-time, because the stress of making your rent or your mortgage or your family and you have no income coming in puts the additional stress into your trading that you can't afford to have. And so do something on the side. There are a lot of part-time jobs, things that you could do in non-trading hours. You can do, sometimes it's construction, sometimes it's, so I've had traders do tutoring for different tutor classes. You can go online, do things from your house, do things part-time, do something to get some cash flow. You got to have cash flow. You can't have that pressure of your rent, or you're going to start to push. And if you're not going to do a part-time job, if you're not going to look for additional cash, sell stuff that you don't need, sell things you don't need. And trust me, I'm at the point of selling at this point, and there's tons of stuff I can sell I haven't used forever. Electronics go really well. what are things that you've never used in a whole bunch of, months or years? Sell it, get rid of it, and just downsize and get some cash flow.
Robin,
But the pressure,
you really want to
pressure-
have another stream of income when you're
Yes.
trading. I mean, almost every trader that I've ever known, even when they were becoming successful, were they had other streams of income in. All right, Robin, we gotta end this now. Thank you again so much for joining us. We're looking forward to the next time.
One last
And
thing.
you are the boss. Go ahead.
Okay, one last thing. There is a $200 deduction off a 3-pack for this month of September, but it's only good through this first week. So at the end of Sunday, the 7th, which is Grandparents' Day, is the last time that you'd get that discount for August. There are a few people that were on the fence, that were thinking about it. They need to make their decisions. If you need to get coaching, it's the best investment that you can make in yourself. All the tools that I teach in the coaching sessions are things that you will have forever in your life and in your trading. And I'm revamping the description of the 3-pack because there's just a small description on my website. I'm putting a bigger description because people are wondering, what's involved. So I am hearing your feedback, and I'm gonna adjust that on the website. But other than that, have a wonderful trading week. Thank you, Hoach, for everything that you do. You're so amazing. I love you guys. I love you, traders. And if you need anything, call me and ask me, and fill out the form if you need them. I'm ready to take a bunch of them now for September.
Awesome. I put your website into the chat. Check it out, folks. Again, Robin, thank you very, very much. We are going to stream what they're talking about in the White House right now for the transition. And then once we get to Power Hour, we've got Andre, Dominic, G, and Jack. Stick around, folks. Listen to the folks in the Oval Office for a few minutes, and stick around, folks. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
Have a great day. I love you.
Ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the President held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the President named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this President standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now? You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago, and our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Somerville talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville, and moving here. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
Completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend?
All right, we are back. Jack and myself, just like you saw us in Fast Markets. Dom, may have lost him for the time being. Number 77 on the big board. Let's see if we can find him. But we do have the president as well as some of the rest of the band. There he is, lower right-hand corner. Let's take a look. Let's take a listen and see what they're talking about over there. Markets are moving a little bit. Let's go back to the president.
I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said
Very
there
much
must be
alive.
something wrong with him.
Indeed.
Biden wouldn't do him for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to
take a
visit
look at
some
these
people
markets really quick. We'll keep an eye
that I own,
ear out for what
pretty
the
nearby on
president has
Potomac
to
River.
say. But right now,
and no,
we
I've
do
been very
have
active
the
actually over the weekend.
ES
I didn't hear that one. That's pretty
trading 64.06. Last trade in the ES. NASDAQ trading 23,200. Got crude trading 65.56. House account still along. 2 micro crude from $64.78. Gold making all-time highs today. Last trade 35.95. Jack, how's it going? Trade in ES. We got long down there. Let's break it down.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it. Keep an eye out for the president. Go ahead,
Guys.
Jack.
Yeah, we took that off. We basically caught the bottom. We got in 73.5, and we got out at right here. Also, I want to point out that this right here is the dumbest candle in the history of the world. I wish we'd been on air to trade it, Andre. But literally, when Trump walked out alive,
yes,
the NQ and the ES just spiked, which is the dumbest possible trade. Trump was clearly alive.
These are the markets now. I know indeed. We did say, oh, Jack, let's talk about that trade in the ES long from 63.73 or so. What do we see there when we got?
Well, it was a level that we had that both myself and Chike had been looking at for a while. I mean, you can see the resistance down here in this area. It made some new lows and then kind of held above it. And it seemed like a good place. It seemed like the sellers were getting exhausted, and then just kind of let it run. Where I eventually took it off, I've been talking about it all day. Let me go to the SPX. Is you can see those big fat round numbers. I'll move it. Here we are. 6,400. This has been the resistance. So that's where we took it off, and that's what's been holding as the highs since the open.
Nice trade indeed. What's the house account P&L currently? What up? 1,700 or so. Also, we do have one of our live funded shares, number 2 on the big board. Guan still up $69,000 today. Got some other shares putting up big numbers: $22,000, $17,000, just to name a few. Of course, there are some that are down, but house account nailed that one and still has 2 lot in micro crude long from 64.78. The president is addressing the media. Right hand corner, we'll keep an eye out in ear. If he does say anything that moves the markets, let's take a look. 50-50 on the tilt across the board for the most part. Actually, we do above below. Would you like to do above below where, nice Jack, what will the price be on the close? Let's do the ES. Yes, let's do the ES. Last trade, 64.08. Call it 64.09. What will
If
the
I may
price be on
say,
the
I've been
close?
pretty good at this lately. And I'm saying
right?
64.12 is where we're going to close.
64.12. All right, then we'll put it to a poll in the chat. Will we close above or below the ES? 64.12. Let's trade 64.07. I'm going to take above. Reason being, we got a Delta update plus 11,000 in the ES. Big. And then NASDAQ plus 3,000 in the NASDAQ. We trade. Their poll is up. What's your guess for the ES? The close above, below 64.12. I'm going to take above.
You should give an option for at.
Oh, on the
I
dot?
think
Yes, that's the winner.
Yeah, I'll say above for the hell of it. But I think the best price, absence other news, is going to be pretty sticky. Like, I don't see what's going to move us away from that big fat number in the SPX. So that's kind of where my head is at as far as like finding trades here. I'd kind of sell up around there. Below, I don't know. I'd have to take a look at some levels. What about you, Andre? It's just the two of us. What do you see?
I'm watching gold continue to make new all-time highs, trading 35.97 now. Can we get to 3,600 even in gold? About $2.50 to go for all. I mean, these are all all-time highs. Air horn out for the gold today. What a run! When the New York Bell opened, we were trading around 35.40. We're up almost $60 from there. $60. New all-time highs in gold. What a beast today.
Yep, that's a good-looking chart there.
Yes, it is. President is still speaking. Did he touch on tariffs at all? I'm sure he did. Tied up in the courts. Nothing new necessarily there. We'll keep an eye out for that. A little pop here in crude. Let's trade 65.64. Tilt. 50-50 on the tilt in crude. Let's take a
questions now.
Yeah, let's type that in, see what the president's questions the president is answering right now.
20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C.
This was supposed to be about right here where we are. Space Force, correct? Zone. And
we have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it.
Back to these markets.
You were very brave in talking about it.
Maybe put on tariffs. Didn't see some headlines about Russia, China as well. Right now, markets, gold not done. Gold, I guess, almost $2 away. $2 away from 3,600 even. So incredible. What a push higher in gold. Jack, any thoughts as to why this big run up in gold just today?
It coincides with kind of what's going on in the bonds. To be honest, we're pushing the 5%. I think it's inflation concerns with the cut coming in addition. I mean, gold is kind of like the asset to be in for that.
Is Bitcoin rallying as well today, or is this strictly just a gold move? Because also see, yes,
Let me check.
perhaps
was-
inflation.
It was bucking the rally earlier. Man, hour chart. Let's go to 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's up. Spot Bitcoin is up 1.4% today, while the ES and NQ are both down 1%.
And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week.
You've never been shot, right, Andre?
I have not, but I'm listening to the president still talking about crime in D.C. Gold closing in again on 3,600 even, about $2 away. 3,600 even. Last trade 35.98. Can we do this? Can we do 3,600 evens in gold today? Or we'll pop in crude. We do have pull up and Jack. Only saying 62% are saying above right now. 62% above 64.12. Close in the ES. So I was looking for Dom. We were looking for Dom number 77 on the big board. I'll let you know if we do find him. But right now, Jack, just sit on the hands and wait for any level to come in because I'm not seeing much. Did you look for the levels to the downside? 63, 70, 75. You, Chike, were looking at 75s.
Yes, still like those, but like anything in the 80s, I would look at. I mean, at this point, this late in the day, maybe even below just 6,400, because I really think that 64.12 is going to be sticky. So if it gets too far away from it, I think that that's a decent shot at a fade.
Asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore.
The 5-minute upper end of the, I'm going to call the range for the last half hour or so. Upper end of the range on the 5-minute, 64.12, 64.13 or so. NASDAQ might want to make a push higher here as well. The 5-minute upper end of that range in the last 45 minutes or so, 23,234. Last trade, 23,222. And gold is not done. Gold got within $1.50. 3,600 even, all-time highs throughout the day. We can take the, let's take down the poll. Looks like 62% are saying above, Jack.
Perma bulls.
Yeah.
Having a certain ability.
It's been a weird day, man. Weird day.
I did not see that sell-off coming. Midway through, fast markets just kind of rolled over there, and I don't know. Yes, 63.71. Let's take a look at the ladder in the NASDAQ. I think jumping off the ladder right now. Something's down here. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,218. 70 lot down there, 200. On the ES. Again, we got that big positive delta in the ES, plus 11,000. We'll keep you posted on how that continues to grow or not. We got the bottom of the hour coming in about 15 minutes or so. Anything to the
Sorry,
upside,
I'm listening in the
Jack?
background. I'm trying to figure out if we're going to have the National Guard here.
Are we talking Chicago?
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore.
Plus 12,000.
In 10 years, in 20 years.
On the delta in the ES, plus 2,700 in the NQ.
Frankly, they were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean.
He's doing it right now.
And they won't even think about it the next day. They
Yep.
won't even remember that they did.
Yes, got you a bit of a bid.
And we're not going to have those people. Washington
64.11 last trade. If we can get into the 13s and 14s, see if they want to push this thing in. High a day, 64.27. Call it recession highs.
I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like
going in right now.
I'd be interested in a sell up
It
there.
doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street. Even
Don't forget, it is jobs week. Non-farm payrolls on Friday, the first Friday of the trading month. What else do we have, Jack? We got ADP. Remember last ADP? Much more accurate than non-farm with all those revisions. Anything you got your eye on? Do we officially have a new head of the BLS, by the way?
I think that has to be Senate confirmed, so I'm not sure it's happened yet. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be very curious. I think ADP will be bigger than usual because that's, private payrolls. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I have no idea what's going to happen with this unemployment number on Friday.
made a statement.
Yeah.
Part of me, like, I really hope it's like 3 million or something. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's all systems go to the upside. Oh, positive! Just an incredible, incredible print. I mean, you got. I mean, yeah. Definitely be taken to the mic if that does happen. And can gold get to 3,600 even? Can it get there?
And that's okay, whatever it takes. But the main thing is
Buck and a half away. Flash trade 35.98. What a run in gold. The ES wants to get out of this range in the 5 minute for last year, half hour or so. Into the 15s or so. Yes, Jack. Please. That would be cool.
Okay.
Got anything? If we got anything.
Yes. I think I have something.
What do you got? What are you seeing?
I like a little bit above here. Once again, not financial advice, but I like the sell in the ES. Trumps to be finished speaking at some point, but also we're right against the 6,400 SPX level that's been rejecting all day.
Badly wounded with bullets. I say
64.11 last trade.
And I do say this. I say this.
The NASDAQ take this thing with it.
Right now. I would love to receive
23,222.
Saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people.
Yes, might be the one to grind this thing higher. All right, we are closing in on 3,600, even in the gold. 80 cents away. 80 cents away.
Headline. I think, probably got me a couple of votes. But you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military.
Let's talk military right now.
Army, Air Force.
Yeah.
Catching a bit of a bid.
Well, I can give 2 pieces of advice, Andre. You too, a longtime Chicago resident. I have had 2 rules that have essentially made crime a non-issue for me. And they are,
okay.
You ready for these?
Yes.
Don't be out after 3 a.m.
Oh, 3 a.m. Okay.
Don't be actively involved in the drug trade. And if you follow those 2
that
rules,
is very good advice.
Like,
it keeps
just saying.
I like that. That keeps you out of trouble. Indeed. Good happens after midnight. Jack's saying 3 a.m. though is the cutoff.
Oh, you can sail past midnight. You just can't sail past 2. We'll call it.
Well, fair enough. I'll take it. Fair compromise. Also, we got Crude. Micro Crude continue to grind higher. 65.70 last trade. And how's the count along from 64.78? And we got the ES pushing higher here. Last trade 64.13 half. About 20 points from session highs. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ might be lagging just a bit behind the ES.
We've taken in almost 17.
All right, we're short 1 ES.
Okay, here we go.
Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason,
what price we get?
Somebody wanted to be politically
13
correct.
half.
I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically
13
correct
half.
is
Okay.
to prove it, because there's nothing so.
And where's the risk? What do you have for risk on this?
I'm going to start. I'm going to refine this, but I'm going to start risking 10 points on it.
A very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position
234 last trade in NASDAQ. Okay, we got within 40 cents in gold of 3,600 even. Again, these are all-time highs. Air horn.
There's a video that is circulating online now.
A video
of the White House.
We hear this, yeah.
A window is open to the residents upstairs, and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So
there you go.
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be, because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be. Where was the window? Let me see.
Oh, wow. Oh, all right, 3,600 evens did print. Wow, look at this. All-time highs, 3,600 even in gold.
This is on the 15th Street side, I think. So right here.
Yeah, those windows
Right, this gentleman is showing the president something about the window. Windows. Jack, we have a downside target for this ES trade. We're from 64.13 half. What are we looking for to the downside here?
But also they create things. It works both ways. If something happens that's really bad,
6,400?
you have to just blame AI. But
I mean, at least 1-to-1. I just got to see the price action.
I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that?
It's incredible.
It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very...
New all-time highs in gold, 3,630 cents.
Are we just going to ignore the conversation that's happening? That's one of the wilder things I've seen.
Out the window?
Our country.
Like, what are they...
And they ruled against
What is happening right
It's
now?
a very liberal court. Well, it certainly is. It certainly is.
In fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariff because he felt it was
talking
imperative
tariffs.
for our country to thrive and survive even.
It's good for my short.
I gave him credit. I said,
Could
you know
be,
what,
yes.
that
Let's
took
see
a
if
lot of
this-
courage for him to do it because you don't see that often.
Let's put some downside pressure on the equities. Dow trading 45,266. Just to talk about.
In fact, we're doing
I would
something
feel a
else. We're
lot
gonna
better
be
about this
going to
position
the
if
Supreme Court,
Navarro
we
is
think,
back
tomorrow.
there. I don't see
Because we
Navarro
need an
or
early
Lutnick.
decision. I mean, look, the
No.
financial fabric
Got
of our
a
country, we're a rich
Navarro
and
on the
powerful
clip
country
earlier
right now.
this morning in
We're able to,
fast
other countries use
markets.
tariffs on us for years, and we never did.
It's in
I
T-word.
did a lot
Here we go.
during my first term, but then we had COVID and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing
64.13
Italy,
quarter
Spain,
last trade.
France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision,
This is
it
the
would
president
be,
from the Oval Office
devastation
taking
for our country.
questions.
We've taken in
Mhm.
trillions
Power
of
hour.
dollars.
House account is
and by the way,
short.
all
When
these countries
ES
signed
from
agreements, as an
64.13
example.
half,
They signed. They're all happy.
as well as
Everybody's
long
happy.
2 microgold from
But some
$64.78.
whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court.
KT Trader says I should prepare to be blown out.
They ruled
Possible.
7-4. With
For what, being short?
one of the most liberal of
Yeah.
all voting in our favor.
Okay, well.
I'm only risking $500 though, so I don't think I'll get blown
Tremendous
out.
credit to that judge.
This is
And now it's
defined.
going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for expedited.
All right, talking about the courts, talking about the tariffs getting
when
caught
you
up
look
in
at
the
the stock
courts
market's down today,
right
the
now.
stock
Okay,
market's down because
gold
of
right
that.
around
The
3,600.
stock market
Walk
needs
off
the
of
tariffs. They
3,600
want the
even.
tariffs. If you look at AI, all
Ray says,
of
sell it when he
those,
stops
man,
talking.
all of
Maybe.
that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions.
I think he'll probably carry through the
bigger
close
than
though.
The internet, I suspect. It's
Oh, just keep it
internet
going?
plus
Okay.
3 or 4 other
Yeah.
things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a
We
chance.
push this
because
thing
we
lower.
Who's the guy on the right?
protect those
Who
investments
is that?
the companies
Can suit?
coming in. So if you took away
Looks like a
tariffs,
Panamanian banker.
we
I like
could
it.
end up being
What
a
were you?
very-
Remember
As
you
you
were a
know,
Moroccan
I-
lawyer. Yeah.
I was
That's how big
for many
we are.
years.
So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
Maybe a little push lower here. 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour here on Power Hour. House account having a nice little day. Up about $1,700. Still not done. You have a couple open positions going.
If we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get it.
We're up 1,800, Andre.
But, we need 60
1,800.
votes, so we
Thank
need,
you. Yes.
you know, certain number in the House. We'd get. I think we'd get. I don't know,
61%
we
long
have
in the tilt in the ES.
Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in.
That's a good point, Billy. Should he be wearing that suit after Labor Day?
We signed a deal.
I would
with
go
Japan.
against
They're
that.
paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal.
Have you signed the deal with China, Jack?
With Europe.
Nothing
And
official,
those countries
correct?
Are paying us
Yeah, I know.
$950
Shoulder shrug.
million.
I don't know
and
either.
They're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends.
64.11 last trade ES.
And they're fine.
We have
with it.
positive
They're all fine.
12,000 and the
If that
Delta. We will
ruling
have
ever went against us,
25 minutes.
would
We
have to
will
give
have MOC.
billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back
Again, this was the original conversation today was going to be about Space Force. They have moved their capital,
on a legal basis,
their headquarters, I should
no
say.
legal basis
Capital.
whatsoever.
Alabama.
But
Yeah,
on a common sense basis, it would
Alabama.
destroy America.
And here we go. Now taking questions.
On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous,
Gold again
tremendous
making
woman.
all-time highs today. All-time
And
highs.
so what are you asking me about her?
3,600 even.
Tornado is concerned about her. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone.
Okay.
You know? Sometimes that's a good thing.
Just taking all sorts of questions right now. So.
Sometimes that could happen.
Oh,
to me.
I love it.
Uh-huh.
Considering reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India? You had posted.
No, we get along
talking
with
tariffs in
India,
India
very
right
well,
now.
But India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now since I came along and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happened?
I know that.
Was Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally car companies. We have so many
Cody,
car
I love the
company
hustle.
factories
ES
under
is trading
construction or
64,
being designed
13
right now.
quarter
And
right
they're
now.
coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada. A lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming
Market's
into
a bit
our
of a
country
holding
because they wanna
pattern.
build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd
65,
like to be here. And
66
number
last
two,
trade
the
crude.
tariffs are protecting them. And number
Thank
three,
you.
they want to
23,000.
avoid paying
230.
tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build
Gold
here,
gun.
you don't have any tariffs.
600.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
in light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations
A bit of a
across the
bid
country
here.
to help them ramp up security.
See if the NASDAQ wants to push this thing higher. 23,236. 236. If it gets into the
liberty is so important.
240s,
This is
245s,
every
I
religion
see it.
now.
Take the
And we're
ES
doing
with
things
it.
on that
Let me
nobody
know
else
that
has
delta
ever
when you
done.
get
And
a
we're gonna be
chance.
announcing, we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. We'll get somebody else.
Colorado.
I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system.
Oh.
Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple.
Just in Colorado.
It's very simple.
Yep.
Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a
Jimmy
commission
Carter,
with
shout
him
out.
and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the one thing, the finding was, if you have
Markets are
mail-in
just
voting, you will
hanging
have
right now.
corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good on management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together. Please.
What a day. What a We started summer doldrums, if you want to call that, are over. All right, bottom of the hour, incoming right here, right now. 30 minutes left until the closing bell. And in power hours, take a look at some of these prices. 23,232 last trade in NQ. ES trading 64.14. Crude trading $65.63, and gold $2 beneath all-time highs, trading $35.98.
So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There,
20 minutes till MOC.
I think whether you love or hate Trump, and I know we have a lot of y'all in the chat. I love you all.
Huh?
You just got to be careful about these explanations because,
Imperial Command to a number of things. We obviously
you know,
have
In
National
what way?
we're talking about moving Space Force, not not the
What do you mean?
voting.
And when you look at the decision
I don't know.
metrics that they placed in
Well,
front
I'm
of us, that's why we
Space
ranked
Force
so
is in
high.
Alabama now.
It's because we have the resources
It
necessary
is.
and the ability
Have you been to
to
Alabama?
quickly.
I have not. I haven't. Roll Tide though. Roll damn Tide, as they
Roll
tell me.
Tide.
Does anybody
Yep,
have an
have
exact
not.
number? 1,600
Find people. Who's watching from Alabama right now? Shout out to
3,000
y'all.
spinoff. Look at this. This is teamwork.
Game
Right
against
here.
Florida State.
So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are
Dude,
ready
that
to
QB on Florida State looked faster than anyone I've ever seen with that first 10 yards. It was incredible.
I didn't ruffle any feathers there with the Bam. Yes, he did, Jack. Absolutely. I got a 4 lot to the upside, 64.20 on the ask in the ES.
A man named Jerome Too-Late.
That's right,
Powell. You probably heard of him.
16. Now we're
Too-Late.
talking
Way
Powell.
too late. And
Okay, we're talking
the
Powell now.
economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But, yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that
Or a lot
if you look
downside.
back
Call 500 lot on the
many
bid.
decades ago, the United States was
64.13
always
in
the
the
lowest, even
orders
if they
in
were
the
doing
ES.
badly. The
500
United
lot.
States
care for
was
that.
because without the United States, everything in the
3
world
points
would
away.
die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big, and I made it really big
You lagging
in
a
the
little bit?
first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did. But we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the
So you get
hottest,
that
we're
500
the
lot
best, we're the best
filled. You got 3
financially,
points
the
to the
money coming in is
downside
so
in
big
the
because of
ES.
tariff. And other things, but
64.13 in
because
the
of
orders.
tariff gets us even those other things.
We're talking tariffs
Plus,
now.
it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and
What?
numerous of those wars were because of
trade
trade.
wars.
And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt.
And
We
Q at
won't
the
have
upper
it for
end of
long
the
if
range
they
in the
let us.
last hour or
if
so.
they
the
allow
5-minute
us to
trade,
do what everybody knows we should be able to do.
2002.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture
asking everything.
styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we
for-
want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in
There you
the
go.
eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews
Mhm.
over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews, but I've seen buildings that I didn't think
What's the
were
risk
very
on this
good get great
again?
reviews, and I've seen great
A
buildings
10?
get bad reviews.
Yeah,
So, but it's
500.
just a standard. We want to have a
Okay.
good standard. We're building something here. You know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something. at
Man,
the
that
highest
500 lot got
using great
pulled, moved down to
architects.
6,400 even.
And, you know, it's very exciting.
That's
But we
right.
have a lot
Love to
of
see them go
interesting
take
things
that.
happening architecturally
Absolutely.
in DC.
Let's
And
go
DC
short
is
from
like a different place. And, you know, even
64.13,
the
half.
contractor said, "Sir, we walked down today. We feel like
Still long,
safer.
2 micro. Crude
different
from
place.
$64.78.
Now,
Got
we're
long
gonna
in
also beautify
opening
it.
call.
We're going to put a
Take us into
toppling
the
on the road.
bell.
We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly
Now we got
the same
16
by the
minutes
time you
until
build it.
MOC.
But
Oh,
we're
yes,
gonna
what it's
put
worth.
something-
Market
we're gonna
on
put new
close,
medians
yep.
in. We're going to get
We're
the
gonna
graffiti off. We're going to
close.
put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing.
Andre, do you feel like
We'll do the
I
whole
feel like this
tunnel
day
instead of, you know, a
aged
little
me
area
like
where you see
8 days?
new tiles on
Man,
tiles that
this has
never
been a
built,
wild one.
but they could use it. You know,
Volatility's
they've
been
up
there.
for
It's been
50
hard
years.
to
They've served their duty.
trend and levels.
But
Yes,
we're gonna
absolutely.
make this,
It's been.
within
It's just a start, right?
about a
We got jobs this
40-mile
week.
radius from the White
And
House.
this whole gold
We're gonna
thing,
have this place
all-time
spick
highs
and span.
on the,
It's gonna
right
be
after Labor Day.
crime-free,
Something's
and it's
going
gonna
on.
be spick and
It's a hell of a
span. It's gonna-
rally.
You'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a
Check in on what our friend the 30 year is doing.
You got close to 30, what, 5%?
Well, as I said, we had the token. We had the beta bond sellers tried it
Right.
this morning.
And I have
Couldn't
a
get
very good
there.
relationship with
Uh-huh.
We're still pretty close to it.
but China needs us.
And if we zoom
much more than
out,
we need them. No,
the
I
old
don't see that at
daily.
all, no.
Yep.
And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago.
Been
We'll
very
see if
hard
anything
to get
comes
above
out of it. If it
5%.
doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
It's line in the sand. 64.16 quarter last trade.
I don't care for that.
ES getting session highs. Got around 64.
But very importantly,
24.
what did you not tell me in
Those
that
range. We got a 60-point range or so in the ES today. NASDAQ, a 400-point range.
Say what the judge
This thing
said.
going.
The judge
Volatility
said,
is
but you
back.
can leave the
Volume
300
is as
people that
well.
you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need.
Anything on the
But
NASDAQ?
why didn't you put that as part of your statement?
Nothing on the ladder.
The same judge ruled exactly as
We're
you
talking
said.
judges now.
except The judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. The president has concluded for about an hour, hour and a half. All right. Back to Power Hour. Let's take a look at these prices. You got house account short from 64.13 half. Last trade 64.18. Now 19's trade. Last trade in NQ 23,250. You got the countdown clock lower right hand corner. 23 minutes till the bell. It's 13 minutes till MOC. What have in store? All right, gold continue to push new all-time highs. 3,670 cents. Man, what is going on? What is going
Let's
on with
squash
gold?
these 0 dates.
What is going on with gold?
Let's take a look.
NASDAQ, yeah, 23,245. Just grinding this thing higher. It's like when
Yeah.
we're selling off, we grinded it lower.
It's impressive.
It is. Let me know that update on Delta about 23 minutes ago or so. It was plus 12,000 in the ES, plus 2,700 in the NASDAQ. I imagine that number is growing to the positive side.
That's a big number.
It is. It continues to grow too. More aggressive buyers stepping in, but it's definitely been a grind.
People asking MP's around.
Yep.
Have you seen him lately, Andre?
I have indeed. Alive and well. Question here from Chicago Trader. What is the reason to short? To short into strength, Jack? I say short into strength. We had this trade. What was the options level? Tell him. Yep.
Yeah, not all trades work. This one may still. But I like the stickiness of us closing at 6,400 in the SPX.
One size of 60, yes. SPX. What's SPX trading right now?
Slightly above that. So 6,406.
These offers again. There's 400 lot on the ask at 6,420 in the ES. Anything above that? Nothing major. Take a look at the NASDAQ. A couple 20 and 30 lots to the upside. You're currently just grinding this thing. Maybe a little resistance here in the NASDAQ.
Pretty bunched day. We got the NASDAQ is down 0.93, ES down 0.85, Russie down 0.66.
Oh, Russie. What was the news bit with about the
995 days since the Russell hit an all-time high.
Sellers trying to hold this 23,250 level in the NASDAQ. Our trading 250s right now. A little pop in the Dow and ES trading. Those 6420s were filled and went back offered. I don't know if that was an iceberg or not, but that 500 lot did get filled and go back offered. Now trading 6419. Was that iceberg? Was that?
Well, it's just you and me now, Andre.
Yes, it is. We're gonna ride this thing in the close. Let's see if we can get a push lower here. MOC would be a big one. What's with all this? Markets are moving. Definitely opportunity, but you got to manage your downside. It's the name of the game. 64.20s were filled and then went back. Offered. Really trading 64.19. 250. Giuseppe the chat saying $1,500 more to pass my combine. You got this. Take it slow. Opportunities will come. Peyton saying magnet 23,411 in the NASDAQ. 411, that's around 160 points away from that.
No, just a Tuesday.
50-50. It's just a Tuesday. On a Tuesday. Again, below. Jack set the price of the close in the ES 64.12 with 62% saying above. So far, so good on that. It's not buying this.
Yeah. I think we're probably going to be cooked here, but maybe it'll take it
mean-
out and go to 64.12 so I can maintain some dignity.
It's definitely not moving fast. That's for damn sure. I mean, that sell off today, fast markets, it's not like it just dumped. And there's a lot on the offer that was filled. They keep taking it offered. Closing on 8 points from session highs of 64.28 or so. What's the good old gold doing? Gold more all-time highs, 3,680 cents. Riding this thing, incredible.
Come on, where are my bears at?
Seriously, 7 minutes till MOC. Hold it into that. President has concluded. And tomorrow, what was that? More buying. They're lifting some offers now. Tomorrow we have Fed speakers. We got Joel's job opening report. We got factory orders. So we got Gladys Kashkari. That is when things really get going here. And 2 weeks from Thursday, FOMC policy decision. 89% probability of a 25 basis point cut. Come on, Jag. We got to hold this thing. We got to hold this.
6 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, yeah. We'll hold it. It'll be fine. We're only risking like a little less than a third of what we made on the first trade. So,
yeah, it's just the NASDAQ wants to be the first to put a cap on this grind higher. 23,250 seems to be the top for now. Trader X says ES 6430's resistance. We're currently trading 64.19.
we got NVIDIA's down 2% now. It was down 3% earlier. It's back above 170.
Where my bears at? There we go. Slug says
My
there's
bears.
my bears.
There's my bears. What's your over-under for Bears victories this year, Dre?
5.5.
15? Okay,
5.5,
just
6.
checking.
Sorry. I've been burned too many times. They've heard we're going to ruin Caleb. Anyways. Who's going to block them? Let's see if we get the Bears here. Here we go. Push here. It's 64.18. Overnight VWAP. Flat. The slope is flat, but 64.03. In 12-2. Over under 2 wins. Man. That'd be a bad, that'd be a brutal season.
That'd be a tough outing.
Well, 23,247. I can work these 50s, 250 in the NASDAQ. 5 minutes to MOC. What are we going to get? I'm feeling it's going to be a big number. Yeah, make sure
I was about to say something that I realized was inappropriate in real time.
That's wise. Stay tuned to At the Buzzer after this with Coach Jay and Paul. Also, yes, we got Dakota slow markets after that. Don't say it, Jack. Don't say it.
No. I'm trying to think of a different way to say it. Oh, yeah, no, I'm totally holding it.
Yep. What's it defined? Come on. Gold now staying above 3,600. 50 cents off those all-time highs.
And Renzel asking if I am a lord of the region. No, I'm Illinois side. I live in the western. I could throw a rock into Chicago from where I am. But I've always been west.
You're Chicago. You are Chicago, Jack. All right, 4 minutes. All right, 4 minutes till MOC if we want. Do you want to do it now or after, Andrea? It's up to you.
Yeah, let's do it now.
All right, James, let's come on in. James, come on in. We got a couple minutes. Some more announcements. Bring you the heat on
Absolutely.
TopstepTV. What's up, James?
Yes, I was inspired to make my own sporadic announcement. Today at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, September 2nd, you can join Coach Robert in the Discord for a class all about Topstep X. If you ever wondered how to do something on Topstep X, such as put 2 charts on one screen, set a take profit stop loss, something as simple as that, or something more advanced, Coach Robert is there to help you with tutorials, live Q&As, and demonstrations. As you can see, it's exclusive. You can explore, you can experience it, and then you can excel. So head on over to the Discord today at 4 p.m. to join Coach Robert. If you're not already a member of the Discord, we just dropped it in the chat. So join today, the largest trading community Discord out there. And with that, I'm going to throw it to Andrea for our Power Hour submissions for today.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, thank you, James. Well, all right, for your Power Hour, we got
rate 'em?
Adam saying,
Okay.
first trade of September and already up 10K, waiting for payout. Always trade for tomorrow.
Sick.
Nice. Oh, yeah. And then we got,
Nice.
what's that link? Says, Topstep Hoag says, told me to buy this book, so I bought this book.
Nice.
Tell me when to read that book.
Mind over markets, baby.
Right.
Uh-huh. Ooh.
And then
like
Ben T
that.
saying, one trade and done for Combine Day 2. Nice.
Nice start.
Wow.
Looking chart. Hasn't mastered the screenshot. That was a photo
Not
of the
quite,
screen.
but
Working
you know.
on it.
Then we got Danny Nunes saying, results of demanding trade location and being confident in that trade while minimizing risk.
Well done.
Nice.
We'll see in the green.
Good looking curve.
Yeah. We got Futures Trader Guy saying, took my first official
Damn.
Topstep payout last week and off to a hot start to September. Base hits on the way to live.
Damn, nice.
Wow.
Look at those numbers,
That's
indeed. Congratulations.
Definitely a future
Wow.
trader guy.
Hell yeah.
For sure. And then finally, we got the Flaco Castro saying, we started this month well. So September's looking like
job.
everybody's month this month. Fingers crossed.
Excellent.
Green, green, green.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea.
Good start indeed. All right, Jack. 60 seconds till MOC. I'll call it out. It's going to go ES, then NQ, then YM in that order. Are we working a bit to the
Yeah.
downside?
No.
Or
Yeah,
I know.
Part of me just wants to like cut up. I feel like MOC, no matter what it is, always goes bid at the beginning, but
Spikes.
we'll see. Whatever. We have the risk in.
Yep, got that 450 lot down there on the bids, 6,400s. Last trade, 6,420. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ really quick. 23,252 last trade. MOC in 20 seconds. 20 seconds till MOC. 50 after. Here we go.
Come on.
See if we get that push lower. 50-50 on the tilt. 2 seconds. And
Yeah.
sell
Yeah.
side. Light sell side.
Sell side.
500 mil sell side ES. 27 mil sell side NASDAQ. 80 million sell side Dow.
We're
And
toast.
We're higher.
We're toast.
Unreal
So
on that.
we're finishing. We're up 1294 on the day.
Okay.
That's what I mean, Andre. Even that sell side couldn't save me.
Nope. It was light sell side. But yeah, we saw a little bit of pop here in the ES up to what, 64.25. About 3 points off session highs. We got the NASDAQ now cooking higher, 23,267. Dow doing the same. Crude is trading sideways, $65.63. Oh, light sell side, man. Light sell side. I mean, where's the pop? We'll see what happens here in about 5 minutes. Last injection of liquidity. Some more gas in the tank for this push higher here. Bill.
Oh, Trey, my friend.
I got bad numbers, man. Sorry about that. I got some bad numbers. That's 3 billion buy side, 1.2 billion buy side NASDAQ, 1 billion buy side Dow. My apologies. I got some bad numbers thrown at me from this provider. Wow, my apologies. 3 billion buy side S&Ps. 1.3 billion buy side NASDAQ, 1 billion buy side Dow. Oh my. My apologies on that. Unbelievable.
Well, there it is.
Yep, that makes sense now. Huh.
Look at Eddie's doing well. I think, at
Yep.
some point we'll have maybe a time where Eddie can call and say hello.
I think you would like that.
Yeah.
All right, pushing higher here. 64.23 last trade in the ES. Grinding high here. 23,266 in the NASDAQ. 50-50 on the tilt.
I'm comfortable where we are. Like every fiber of my being wants to put another short on here, like right in the last few minutes, but I'm not going to.
Buy side is peeling off a little bit now. NASDAQ's 500 mil buy side. Dow 700 mil buy side. Yeah, still 2 billion buy side. We're looking at the gold. New all-time highs in gold. And NASDAQ continue to grind higher here. 23,000, unbelievable. 270s, call it. GK had his eye on that number, 23,300. We'll get there. What was that number that we have to keep an eye out for?
64.12.
No. Oh,
which one?
12s? GK had a number in the ES, something higher.
Oh, it was higher. I have it written down in front of me. 64.53.
53s, okay. About 30 points from that.
And that's pure GK magic because I looked at the number and I can't quite tell what it's looking at.
He doesn't give us. He will not. He keeps
it very Sphinx-like.
Uh-huh. You go, JJ. They're good job. Update on the MOC. Still about 2 billion buy side in the ES as we're pushing higher here in the NASDAQ. See what happens at 55 after. 5 minutes before the bell. Another push higher here.
GK was on the phone with Barclays.
Remember that? It's like, oh no. Let's see. How are we doing? Remember that? I'm like, again, we got this Crude trade on.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's a bell to beller.
Do we have
absolute bell to bell?
We have Hoag's screen.
Let's take a look. Get back here. There's that's a complicated one right there.
Yeah.
There you go, Hoag. Good job.
Up $100.
Well done. Little pullback in gold right now, but NASDAQ's finding some more buyers. 23,285 just printed. Wow, ES cooking to the upside as well. 64.25 last trade there. Buyers are really stepping on the gas. See what happens. Okay, 10 seconds till.
I'm waiting for the last 2 minutes.
Buy side is growing. Buy side is growing.
The hammer of justice awaits.
Yep, everything is over $1 billion buy side now. 280 again. Jack said 64.12s on the close in the ES. Shout out to those that took the above. I was saying last minute hammer of justice.
It's possible.
We'll find out here. It could be, absolutely. They're climbing here. Maybe profit taken in gold. $4 beneath those all-time highs. 35.96 last trade. Last minute, the hammer of justice. Well, we see it in the last 3.5 minutes here on Power Hour. Nice trading today, Jack. Shout out to Chike. That was awesome. They are not done. They are just lifting offers and lifting offers in the ES. 64.26. Get above those 28s. Some airtime again. Wow, what a push higher here. 23,286. Incredible.
So
what a push.
Okay, last week's low.
Wow.
That white line there.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what happens. I'm perfectly happy. Not having any position.
Good start to the week. Shortened week. Jobs reports. Fed speakers tomorrow. Buckle up. Stay locked in. Here we go. Yeah, still not done, man. Oh, man. 64.26. Last trade. Got the NASDAQ continue to push higher here as well. 3,281. Jack, anything you're looking for over in the Asian session? Anything that's going to catch your eye? Or is just buckle up and get locked in for
No, I'm just going to be watching all my kids. So
Yeah.
I won't be paying too much attention. Maybe I'll crack the phone and look a little trading view.
Hey, absolutely. Don't stop now. We are continuing to push higher. Look at this ES go. What a move higher. In Power Hour, we are about 20 points higher in the ES. Continue to push in the NASDAQ. About, call it 100 points or so as we push higher. 2 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left. That MOC came out. Heavy buy side. Heavy buy side. Billions across all three markets.
For the
Where do you get
record,
stopped
like,
out at?
I'm not a bear in general. It's just more fun to make money when you're short. Like we
Why
made
is
all our
that?
money today long. Like contrarian.
Is that what it is? You just love,
Yeah.
You love calling the tops. Trust me, you catch those moves to the downside. Oof, those things can really go. Takes the elevator down, escalator up. That cliche. Here we go. Okay, 2 minutes. See that? Oh, we got hose. We got
Come
that
on.
house account trade on in the crude. Bell to Beller. Speaking of Bell to Beller, shout out to all the Bell to Bellers getting this all trade ready to rock. 90 seconds. 90
seconds.
Can we get the last minute hammer of justice? Let's take
Excited.
a look.
I'm tingling.
Yep. Look, all right, look at all this. Look at all the volume here on the ES ladder. Seeing 200 on the bid, 200 on the ass, 300 lots all the way up. Anything to the downside? Nope. I'm going to take some profits as we go into the close. The last 60 seconds of trading. Got the NASDAQ trading 23,282. Heavy buy side on the MOC to help take this thing higher and higher. Again, gold making new all-time highs of 3,680 cents. Will it continue the push to the upside in the Asian session? Something tells me there's more room. Look at all that. Look at all the size on that ladder. 200 bid, 200 to ask. ES, last trade, 6. Here's the hammer. Is this the hammer?
It's the start of it.
Is this it?
Will they crush
Last minute
all
like-
the 6,400 SPX options? 40 seconds. We will know.
Yes, we will. We got the bull shark saying last minute likes. Yes, please click like, click subscribe, click notify. Those again, 180,000 subscribers on TopstepTV. We got 30 seconds into the close. We just tapped on the highs and we're buying. My oh my, they are convicted with this
looks like
buying.
they're
Look at
starting.
this thing. Unbelievable. 64.24 in the ES and 23,275. The NASDAQ Dow grinding higher. Crude trading $65.61. Nice all-day trade there.
Oh.
And no hammer justice.
Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable. Jack.
Stopped it. What a
The
wild
buyers
day.
are strong. The buyers are strong. They mean business. Something we'll keep an eye on.
We say as
Remember,
we close the day down 50 points in the ES.
Yeah, I mean, we caught the bottom there. Anyways, good job, Jack. Nice trading today. Shout out to everyone in the house account. With that being said, the Bellers, we're just getting started. this fall. Get ready for it and stay locked in because here we go. With that being said, throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Absolutely, Andre. And speaking of staying locked in, do just that. At the Buzzer is coming up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and they're going to recap the entire day for you. So if there's anything you missed, that is the place you want to be. Then later tonight, 7:30, Coach Dakota's back with Slow Markets. You can catch him right here on our YouTube channel, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow morning, Aaron Trades is back. London Open with Aaron Trades. He had to be off yesterday, but Aaron will be there tonight or the morning, depending on where you are. So don't forget to catch London Open with Aaron Trades. That's at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And then, of course, Deanna will be there with Euro Trade at 3:30 a.m. Central shortly after that. And then, you know it, we're going to be right back here tomorrow morning, 7:15 a.m. Central Time, right here on the TopStep YouTube page. Be here as we got more bell-to-bell action coming your way. But for now, stay tuned. At the Buzzer is up next. I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. And as always, this is TopstepTV, baby. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.